All right, good morning. We're going to commence the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting. This is the closed session agenda at 9 a.m. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
And I will call for any additions or corrections to this agenda.
There are none today, Chair.
All right, we have closed session agenda items number 1, A through F. This is a time for the public to make any comments on any of these closed session agenda items. And I don't see anybody in chambers coming forward. Somebody online?
Yes, Christian Snyder.
All right.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, great. I know how you guys are kind of sticklers on being punctual and doing things on time. I just like to point out that your last several meetings have been, you're kind of just showing up willy-nilly now, huh? Anyway, speaking on Laguna Seca, why haven't you been holding any of this stuff out in public? I mean, you obviously had something that was a backroom deal and inappropriate actions were taken. Les Gerard helped out on it. I mean, I've never seen a county attorney help an outside business secure a contract as much as Les Gerard. But we can see the emails. We can see that Dwayne Woods was dishonest with Supervisor Adams. We can see that he was assisting John Narigi going before August, giving financial documentation and all sorts of material support to somebody who literally had no experience whatsoever in an industry, so much to the point that you couldn't do a due diligence background check on them. So I'm hoping now, since you have time, you have done a due diligence background check. You have gone after the public records that are available through the FPPC to see what Mr. Narigi and his associates were doing and what they've actually said to the FPPC. Because it's extremely important since he was a financial officer. So if you're signing over financial duties to somebody, you might want to see how he actually feels about that position.
Thank you very much.
Nice. Okay, thank you.
All right, anyone else? See no others? We're going to, let me just see if we have another. Yeah, we do. Okay, we're gonna, but just before we move on, just wanted to say we started 4 minutes late because we have an annual event to recognize our staff and our IT team, clerks of the board. And so we started 4 minutes late. It's important to acknowledge the hard work of our team. We're gonna recess the Board of Supervisors agenda for closed session, but we're gonna call to order the Board of Supervisors of Monterey County Water Resource Agency. Madam Clerk, call the roll for the record.
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
Okay, any additions or corrections to this agenda, County Council?
There are none, Chair.
Okay, these are closed session items number 1, A through B. This is a time for the public to make any comments on these items. I don't see anybody in chambers, anybody online. Seeing no public comments, we will recess and we'll be back at 10:30. Oh, we got one more. We're going to recess that agenda. For closed session, we're going to now call to order the Pajaro County Sanitation District. Madam Clerk, call the roll for the record.
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all directors are present.
Any additions or corrections?
There are none, Chair.
This is item number 1A on closed session. Any public comments on this item? Nobody in chambers, nobody online. So we'll recess and we'll be back at 10:30 a.m. Thank you very much. Got a packed house. All right. Ready to go? All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. We're going to reconvene our Board of Supervisors meeting. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
All right. We're going to ask for the announcement from our Spanish interpreter, Diego Celis.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete español-inglés, inglés-español para la reunión de hoy. Si está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Por favor, hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Si desea simultánea interpretación ahora, puede venir a recoger su aparatito. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Diego, for that announcement. Additions or corrections by the clerk?
There are none.
Okay. Today and tomorrow is our last meeting of the year, so for this meeting, I'm going to ask our county council to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, since this will be his last official meeting of the year before he retires.
Ready, begin.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Les, for that. All right, we're going into ceremonial resolutions. We only have 3 today. All 3 will be presented. These are always special because it's a time to honor some of our retiring employees and also some of our outstanding providers in our community. So we're going to ask our board first if they have any questions or comments on items 2 through 4. Seeing none, is there any public comments on any of these items that will be presented in just a bit? Seeing no public comments, if I could have a motion to approve. Moved by Adams, second by Lopez. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, motion carries 4-0 with 1 member absent. Supervisor Askew will be with us in just a bit. So we're going to start with our first presentation of a resolution. This was a resolution commending Captain Joseph Moses upon his retirement from 29 years of public service with the County of Monterey's Sheriff's Department. And we have a special guest here to make this presentation, former Sheriff Mike Kanalakis. Are you here? All right, come on forward. We're going to give you a mic and the resolution there, and then you could present it, and we'll call up Joseph Moses to come on up as well. I think the resolution is there on the table.
Yes.
Well, welcome everybody, and it's my distinct honor this morning to make this presentation to Captain Joe Moses upon his retirement. I want to start off by thanking the Board of Supervisors for allowing me to make this presentation to Joe, and also thank Sheriff Nieto for allowing me this opportunity. I've known Joe since he came to work for the Monterey County Sheriff's Office back in 1994, and I can truly say that he has fulfilled what I believe is a terrific career, and is topping it off by turning the page onto the next chapter in his life. And so I congratulate him on that, and as I was just telling him earlier, there is life after retirement, and he's going to be doing a lot of things in that first year. He'll just have to slow himself down. But Joe has been a hard worker. He has given a lot to the people of Monterey County. He has served with distinction, and he has absolutely made the very best of his career, inspiring others to do their best as well. So it's my honor, once again, and my privilege to be able to make this presentation. And I'm going to just read it because he's got so much going here that I think that it bears to listen to. And so on behalf of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, whereas Captain Joseph Moses was born in Brea, California, growing up in Citrus Heights, California, and later moving to the County of Monterey after being hired in 1994. He graduated from Casa Roble High School in 1989. He graduated from California State University, Sacramento in 1994 with a Bachelor of Science degree in Criminal Justice, and earned a Master of Science in Emergency Services Administration from California State University, Long Beach. He also earned a post-supervisory and management certificate and is a graduate of the Sherman Block Leadership Institute, as well as the Senior Management in Policing program of Boston University. Whereas Captain Joseph Moses was sworn in by Sheriff Norm Hicks and has served under 6 Monterey County Sheriffs: Norm Hicks, Gordon Sonnet, Mike Kanalakis, Scott Miller, Steve Bernal, and Tina Nieto. And whereas Captain Joseph Moses has demonstrated excellent performance during his tour of duty at the Monterey County Sheriff's Office, where he held the position of Correctional Deputy, Patrol Deputy, Sheriff's Sergeant, Sheriff's Commander, and Sheriff's Captain. He served as Comet Deputy, Dive Team Deputy, Search and Rescue Deputy, Supervisor and Manager, Special Operations Sergeant, and Commander, and Custody Operations Captain, just to name a few. Whereas Captain Joseph Moses touched each facet of the Sheriff's Office throughout his career, specializing in crisis response and multi-agency coordination, developing the volunteer units and community-based organizations into robust assets for the County of Monterey, and worked as incident commander in many local disasters, including the Basin Complex Fire, the Sobranis Fire, and culminating in being tasked by the California Office of Emergency Services to manage the search for victims of the Camp Fire in Butte County. And whereas in the last 6 years of his career, Captain Joseph Moses was called upon to manage the Custody Operations Bureau and bring his expertise in crisis management to improve the operation of the county jail, while in this role, he spearheaded many programs and initiatives such as the implementation of the jail-based competency treatment program, the medication-assisted treatment, or MAT program, and paving the way for the creation of a county behavioral health center. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the County of Monterey Board of Supervisors, on behalf of the county and all residents thereof, hereby acknowledges, commends, and thanks Captain Joseph Moses for his 29 years of exemplary service to the residents of Monterey County as a valued member of the Monterey County Sheriff's Office. And with that, it's my pride and my pleasure to present this to you.
Well, thank you, Chairman and Board. I appreciate the resolution and the acknowledgement of the 29 years that I've served Monterey County. And thank you to Sheriff Kanalakis as well. Thank you for taking that chance 20 years ago on a young deputy and promoting me to sergeant and really paving the way for me and being a mentor to me for all these years. I also want to acknowledge my family that's here, my wife, Inga, my son, Nathan, my mom and dad, John and Ruth, my daughter, Amber, and my mother and father-in-law, Zonia and Marco, for being here and being with me during this whole ride. So, and then thank you also to all of you for showing up and the residents of Monterey County. Going into law enforcement, the greatest thing about and why I went into this is because you have the opportunity to affect people's lives every day. And I couldn't serve in a better place than Monterey County. I'm so lucky to be started here and to finish my career here. And I just can't thank you enough. And to pass on to the people that are coming up behind me, that's what I expect of you, is to think about the impact you have on everybody's lives every single day, no matter if you know it or not. What you say, how you answer that call, how you answer the phone, that's going to make a difference in those people's lives, and they're going to be talking about it for many years to come, even though it was just a passing in time for you. So keep that in mind. And my last ask of Monterey County and of the board is to support the men and women of the Sheriff's Office. What they do every day is very important. They need your support just as they support you. So it's a symbiotic relationship, and I want you to remember that they're there doing their best every single day, and we have some great men and women in the Sheriff's Office that are stepping up every day, and we just need to support them in that. So again, thank you very much. I appreciate the acknowledgement, and so long.
Congratulations on your retirement, brother. All right. I'll take a photo here for you. And I don't know if your family wants to come up, Captain. Any of his family members want to come up for the photo, you're welcome to do so. Anybody else? I think other family wants to come in. It happens one time. Let's get it right. Get the whole family in here. Yeah, that's beautiful. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I think they want you in that picture there. Yep, yes, sir. Happy retirement. Yeah, thank you for your lifetime of service here in Monterey County. Thank you, Sheriff, for coming. Next, we have another retirement of another lifelong employee here. We're going to call up Paulette Clark. This is a resolution honoring her from the County of Monterey's Human Resources. She was our program manager on her retirement after 22 years of dedicated public service to the County of Monterey. Let's give her a big round of applause. And I'm going to ask our HR team, Ari and Kim and our new HR director, come on up. It's always important to get the leadership of your department where you spent 22 years. I'm going to read this before I pass the mic to them, and then we'll hear some words from you as well, Paulette. But this, Paulette, hailed originally from Virginia, but she's had an exciting life. She moved to Las Vegas, where she started spent several years of her career there. Then was in Fayetteville, North Carolina, and eventually coming here to Salinas. So Paulette Clark obtained her Bachelor's of Arts degree in Business Management from St. Mary's College of Moraga. She also holds several professional certificates to include a leadership certificate from the Public Agency Risk Management Association and the Human Resources Certificate from Chapman University. Her professional career background includes 40-plus years of both private and public experience working in human resources. Her professional career began in banking, then human resources and benefits. I'm not going to read everything because you have a long resolution here, but I'm going to read some important parts just so the public could hear some about her remarkable accomplishments. She has devoted her entire professional career to nurturing her personal growth and aiding others in their journeys. She served as an instructor at Central Coast College, imparting valuable knowledge in personal and career development, business mathematics, and business communication over the course of several years. She has shown remarkable commitment to community service also by actively volunteering in various organizations, and that included, just to mention some, Central Coast Human Resources Association, the California International Air Show here in Salinas, and the Salinas, California Rodeo, the largest that we have in California. Throughout her career, or tenure, in the Employee Benefits Unit of the Human Resources Department, she has played a pivotal role in introducing various innovative programs, notably successfully spearheading the programs such as flexible spending accounts, legal insurance, pet insurance initiatives for our county employees, and also being a valuable member of the Deferred Compensation Administrative Committee. So, Paulette Clark will be remembered by her colleagues and staff for her integrity, vision, professionalism, and leadership, and who has significantly contributed to the legacy of the Employee Benefits Unit of the Human Resources Department. Therefore, be it resolved that the County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of all our residents, hereby acknowledges and commends and thanks Paulette Clark for all her contributions and dedicated service to the County of Monterey. And we hereby congratulate her upon her retirement and wishes her success, good health, and much happiness. So with that, we want to say congratulations. Paulette, we're going to present this to you. That is yours. And take this off here. We'll hear some words from your team over here, and then we'll pass it to you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Paulette, what can I say? I know. I'm going to try not to. I'm going to do my best. But what can I say? We both started here in 2001, and you have been amazing. We both started in the third floor of the, I'm really going to lose it here, in the courthouse, and we've worked together the entire time. You really did bring some great things. I'm really excited about the pet insurance, as you know. New pet owner here, but I just can't thank you enough, and the county can't thank you enough for all the things that you've done. The team that you have built is an awesome, just a fully functioning running machine. And Melissa, who's going to be stepping into your shoes, you've got a lot to do there, Melissa, but I know that she'll do a great job. And I just really want to thank you for your years with the county and for also being a friend.
So Paulette, I've had the privilege of working in the same department as you for the 15 years that I've been here, but we've gotten a chance to work closer together over the last few years with all of the crazy health insurance stuff that's going out in the world. And one of the things I admire most about you, Paulette, is the fact that you address everything, making sure that policies are being adhered to, making sure that everything is equitable across the board, but most importantly, always keeping employees' well-being in mind and doing everything within your power to make sure that employees' needs are being met. And to me, that is not just a testament of your professionalism, but a testament to you as a person and that heart of gold that you have. So just wanting to wish you the very best in retirement. We're going to miss you dearly, and we hope you come back and visit.
So, Paulette, I have the unenviable job on my first day here to actually say goodbye to you. But I hope I didn't do something in the 3 hours I was here. Okay, that's good. I would like to congratulate you on 22 years of dedicated service. Public service is a noble profession. a very noble profession because you give of yourself to the community. And in HR, I always say, when you recruit people, they first look at the salaries. When you retain people, they look at the benefits. So it's benefits that keep our dedicated public servants. Enjoy your retirement. It's well-deserved. And I'm sorry that I didn't have the privilege of working with you. Congratulations.
Pass the mic to you.
Okay. I'm not usually speechless, but I had to write some things down because I'm going to lose it.
You wouldn't let me.
I know. So thank you, everyone, Board of Supervisors and everyone that's here. I just wanted to say the last 22 years has been a really rewarding journey. I'm grateful to have been selected for the benefits specialist position back in 2001, December of 2001. This is my anniversary month. We often hear the term used, county family, and you know, that's a real good term. That's a real good description because coming to the county as a single mom with a mortgage, needing a job, I found that extended family here at the county. Not mostly from the people who I got to build relationships who have actually retired before me, Mike, but all those of you that I'm retiring ahead of, you still have a ways to go, but your day's gonna come, okay? I appreciate everyone who put forth the time and effort to train and groom me to the positions, through the positions that I've had with the county to where I am today, and I've appreciated the opportunity to train and groom all of you for your future endeavors as well. So that has really meant a lot to me. I believe that I'm leaving the county employees in excellent hands with an excellent benefits team. They are full of heart. Everything that you said about me, Ariana, has pretty much instilled in each and every one of them. So you've got great representatives to look forward to. And it's heartwarming for you all to do this, present this to me today and be here. So I just want to say one more time, thank you. Thank you so very, very much. Appreciate it.
Some family in the mix, Luis? Oh, yeah, we got family here? Yeah, please, join. All right. One more time.
I didn't say it out loud. This is my son, Brad. He's here with me.
All right.
And this is my next door and longtime friend, Kevin Call. So.
All right, awesome.
And can I have a picture of the entire group?
Yes.
Yes, team. Come on
Hi,
up, team.
HR team.
Well,
You can have whatever you want, yeah.
You say it's a one-time shot. So
Yes, exactly right, exactly right.
Come on. I see you over there. Come on.
HR, all HR.
All my peeps. Come on.
Big group picture with HR. All right. Oh, this is nice. Very nice. Squeeze in, you all gotta go sideways, sideways.
We're gonna need a bigger boardroom.
Need a bigger lens. I'm gonna take it in sections.
Okay.
And make us all look fabulous.
Hang on.
Young and skinny. Yes.
Excellent. Big smile.
Jazz over there, yeah. So we next have a very special presentation to acknowledge our in-home support services workers. We're going to bring up Supervisor Wendy Rudasky, who's going to present this. Tenemos este reconocimiento para todos los trabajadores de in-home support services por lo que hacen para nuestra comunidad. Si pueden ir a asistirnos aquí enfrente.
Great. Thank you so much, Supervisor Alejo. Well, this is a very special present. An amazing, Paulette, what a crew you brought with us today. Congratulations and wishing you the absolute best. So right now we have our in-home supportive service workers, some of our 5,000 plus in-home supportive service workers who we're here to recognize November as In-Home Supportive Service Provider Month for 2023. I think IHSS workers are some of the hardest working, most heart-filled people in our community who are caregivers for those who need in-home care so that they can stay in their homes. The resolution reads, and there are many organizations, many counties are providing the same resolution this month, but the resolution reads that in-home supportive services providers play a vital role in supporting seniors and all people with disabilities in the County of Monterey, ensuring that they can live with dignity and independence in the comfort and safety of their own homes. In-home supportive service caregivers, the majority of whom are women, women of color and immigrants, often goes unnoticed, along with the financial struggles that they and their families endure to provide this essential service to those in need. In-home supportive service providers devote their time, their compassion, their expertise to assist those in need with a spectrum of supports from essential daily activities to critical and intimate care services, enabling consumers, individuals, to maintain their health, their well-being, and the highest level of independence. In-home supportive service providers demonstrate unwavering dedication to enhancing the quality of life for members of our community, often, and I would say always, going above and beyond their duties to provide emotional support and companionship to those you care for. Therefore, the month of November, is designated as National Family Caregivers Month, which offers the opportunity to highlight the hard work and dedication of our in-home supportive services caregivers who exemplify every day caring for both their family and non-family members. So on behalf of the County of Monterey, my colleagues on the Board of Supervisors, and all of the residents in Monterey County, we wanted to take just a brief moment to acknowledge you. Thank you for the work that you do every day to care for our neighbors and our loved ones. And on a very personal note, I will just say that I've had the opportunity to care for my own family member more this year than I ever have. And it is a hard responsibility to take on emotionally, financially, timing, and I'm so grateful that we have people in our community who are so dedicated to sharing your heart fully so that our neighbors can stay in their home, live independently with dignity and a high quality of life. So I will present this resolution, and if you'd like to make a few comments.
Yes, thank you. My name is Adriana Peña, and I'm a caregiver, IHSS, SEIU 2015. And we really thank you, all the board of supervisors, especially you, Wendy Roots, and your team for making this possible. And my co-workers, friends, family, because we become family. I care for my husband, but I care for 2 more members of the community, and believe me, there is another extended family. And I'm really thankful for that. And I'm gonna pass it to Maria Rodriguez. She wanna say some words too, but we really thank you for this. It's an honor.
Buenos días, mi nombre es María Rodríguez y he sido proveedora de cuidado en casa por los últimos 15 años.
Good morning. My name is Maria Rodriguez. I'm a home care provider for the last 15 years.
Yo cuido personas que no son de mi familia, pero como dijo Adriana, se convierten en familiares que la vida nos da.
I care for people that are not immediate family members, but those are family members that life gives to us.
El próximo año, el siguiente año entramos en negociaciones y ahorita que estamos con los supervisores queremos que nos den su apoyo porque algunos de ustedes saben lo difícil que es este trabajo.
Next year, we're going to ask for support from you, county supervisors, because we're going to have quite a bit of work, and you know how hard this work is.
Nosotros los apoyamos y nosotros los apoyamos a ustedes y nos necesitamos el apoyo de ustedes. Gracias.
We support you, and we'll need your support. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we leave, we'll take a photo, but if I could just pass the microphone and you want to share who you care for, who you provide care for. Because I think that's important for people to know.
Cuido a mi hijo de 14 años que tiene autismo.
I take care of my 14-year-old son.
Hi, I care for my 15-year-old son who has severe autism, and I just want to thank the board and the community for recognizing the hard work that we do.
Mi nombre es Margarita Moya. Yo tengo trabajando alrededor de 17 años. Empecé cuidando a mis papás y sigo trabajando con personas diferentes que algunos pues ya se han ido, pero mi trabajo me gusta y
My name is Margarita Moya. I've been being a care provider since I was 17-year-old, beginning with my father, but I do enjoy care providing for people.
Mi nombre es Gloria Reinaga y he estado en el HSS para otros que recipientes no son de mi familia y empecé desde el 2001.
My name is Margarita. I've been taking care provider since the year 2001 to members of my family and others.
Mi nombre es Abundio Villa. Yo cuido a mi esposa, que le hicieron un trasplante en el 2010.
My name is Abundio Villa. I take care of my wife who had a transplant back in 2010.
Y es un trabajo bastante estresante y bastante estresado.
It's a very heavy work and very stressful type of work.
So, thank you.
And if I could invite my colleagues to join us for a photo, would you be willing to join us?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. While we have everyone come down, just for the public, IHSS is a very unique arrangement that the county and the state have, where the state provides some funding and the county provides some funding so that people who need in-home care are able to hire their own care provider. It's been very effective. So here, we will take a photograph. All right, we're all here. All right.
Do any colleagues want to say any comments to our IHSS workers? Just on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, I just want to really thank our IHSS workers. I think we have between 4,000 and 5,000 IHSS workers in the County of Monterey helping our most vulnerable, whether it's our seniors, our kids, or family members with special needs. We want to really thank you. During this time as we go into the holidays and as we wrap up 2023, we want to thank you for the hard work you do. As when Supervisor Askew just said, you don't realize the important work that they do until you're taking care of somebody you love and you care about. I know 3 years ago when I was taking care of my sick father before he passed away, helping him to the bathroom, helping him shower, helping prepare food for him, helping him go around the park in his wheelchair. You realize how hard the hard work they do, the stressful work they do, but it's so critical for the people that we love and we care about. So I want to just express that, because I didn't realize how important the work you did until I had to be in your similar shoes, doing similar things for my sick father. May he rest in peace. Other comments, Supervisor Lopez?
I too want to echo my colleagues' comments. The work that you do begins with care, and that comes from inside the heart that you have for community, for your families often, but it puts you on a path. I've seen so many of our IHSS workers expand beyond their immediate family and start caring for folks out in the community. And I know it's often like word of mouth, right? Somebody says, I know somebody who can help, and they step in, and typically I'm told, oh, it's temporary. Well, 5, 6 years later, it's not temporary, because you care. They do become that family. I also had the great fortune of being able to care for both of my grandfathers before they passed. And I know the hard work it takes, and I know that for each one of you, it's a sacrifice in its own way. The hours are not 8 to 5. It is not simple. And I want you to know that we see that work, we recognize the sacrifice, and we appreciate you every single day, but we're taking a little time in December to recognize you. But know that every single day, we see you and we recognize you for all of your contributions to our community. Thank you.
Any others? Supervisor Church?
I also want to thank you. I similar experiences with my father and my mother before they passed, and there is no work that is more important than helping people, especially helping people who are unable at some point in their life to help themselves. What you provide is dignity to people, and there's just no way to express the gratitude for that and for all your work. And I don't know, there's just no more difficult work, but thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Adams.
I thank you as well. And as my colleagues, I also had the experience of caring for with my mother, for my grandmother, who was bedridden from a massive stroke. And I acknowledge how hard it was. It was very difficult for my mother, so I never regretted being able to help her own mother. As life has gone on, I've had 2 women friends, both of whom had turned 100, and watched their decline and was able to be of service to them in the ways that I think Supervisor Church touched on. You provide dignity, but more than anything else, you provide so much love. And the touching of the hand on the body of someone that you love makes all the difference in the world. And I really appreciate all the things that you do. I know it is difficult, and I know that your hearts are full of love, and therefore we're passing it right back to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, HSS workers. Muchas gracias por todo lo que hacen para nuestra comunidad. We have one last recognition, everyone. Here at the county, it's our tradition to give thanks to our county employees, our IHS workers, for what they do. Next, I'm going to acknowledge some of our county employees that work behind the scenes that you don't see. They literally work on the other side of that wall most of the time, but they are the ones, they're the professionals, the dedicated public servants that give so much of themselves to serve the people of Monterey County. These are folks who could work in many other types of careers, but they have chosen to work for the County of Monterey. And with that, we thank them for their service to our county. And so this morning, during the last meeting of the year, we always have a small breakfast before we start the 9 o'clock meeting. So we want to thank our clerks of the board and also our members of our IT department that help us run these meetings, all the screens and the mics and all the Zoom technology. They're helping us run the meeting. And last but not least, we also want to thank our Spanish interpreter, who is right here providing services for us as well. So first, I'm going to call up Valerie Ralph to come on up. She is our clerk of the board. We have a special recognition for you. We'll start with you because you're the boss. And all these certs will say, it'll say the person's name, and in this case, the County of Monterey Clerk of the Board Appreciation Day. On behalf of the County Board of Supervisors, I, Supervisor Alejo, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, recognize Valerie Ralph for her exemplary work with the County of Monterey Clerk of the Board. Your tireless efforts and dedication to the Board of Supervisors, county staff, and constituents is truly commendable and appreciated. Through your continued support, the County of Monterey will continue to provide high-quality services to all all of its residents. We thank you for all you do. We want to present that to you as well. And before we recognize the rest, we want to have you say some words on behalf of your team.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's odd being on this side of the microphone, so bear with me. Thank you, Chair, District 1 and Sonia, for being such great leaders. We couldn't do our jobs without your support and confidence in our abilities to serve. Thank you to my team who work hard each day. I couldn't do my part without each of you. Thank you to IT for helping us run smooth Board of Supervisors meetings weekly. We also want to thank all the district offices we work with. Having this acknowledgement from the past year is humbling. Your recognition inspires us to keep doing our jobs to the best of our ability and then some. And we're looking forward to 2024 and having the opportunity to work with the new chair in District 2. Thank you.
You can stay right here. We're going to call up the next person here. Let's go here. The next person, Emmanuel H. Santos. I want to recognize you for your dedicated service here. Thank you very much. Pass that to you. Next, we want to recognize Vicente Ramirez. All right, congratulations. Next member of our clerk of the board team, the newest member, Margarita Hernandez. All right. And we have another recognition. She will be returning back to work in January, but we also want to acknowledge Iracema Lopez. We have a recognition for her as well. Thank you to all the team. I want to have you stay here. I know this is a prize because we added this last minute, but we want to acknowledge our IT team. Let's see if they're available because I know they're working while we're trying to run this meeting. But let me start here. Let me get on this side so I could. If Quinn Richardson is here, available? He's not? Quinn? Okay. We got Alex Vatsula. Alex? Let's call him out if we could pull him away. Alex? You see, literally behind the scenes, you know? Congratulations. Thank you very much. Something nice to put on the wall, you know?
Life-changing. I used to joke about this.
We got Richard Axton. Richard, is he here? He's not here? All right. How about Tess Pritchard? Tess, all right. She is here, right in front of me, right here. Something nice to put on the wall. And this is our IT team. And again, thank you for what you do as well, making us run these meetings, making these meetings accessible in many different ways to our public. But last but not least, we also want to acknowledge our interpreter. We usually have various interpreters, but he has been with us the most consistently, and he does a very good job. Having to hear what somebody says, remember it, and then be able to say it in another language, it's a high skill. And this is really critical for us in this county where we have a high number of Spanish speakers. So we want to thank our #1 Spanish interpreter, Diego Celis, as well. Thank you very much. All right. And he cannot interpret that right now because he's getting an acknowledgement. All right. So we want to take a photo with everybody before we up. And we get our supervisors up here as well. We'll save this for Richard. Okay, Tess, thank you very much. All right. And we'll save this for Iracema. Oh, okay. You want to take a photo? Yeah, that'd be great. All right. Thank you very much, brother. Appreciate it. My team could help you take a photo. Jazz is right here. All right, thank you for that, everyone, and thanks to my team for preparing those proclamations for our county employees. Linda, Jasmine, and Javier. We're going to go to our appointments now. These are items number 5 and 6. Do any colleagues want to make any comments on these? Any? Yeah, 5 and 6. Public comments? Public comments on these two appointments, 5 and 6. Seeing none, we'll bring this back for a motion.
I shall move.
Moved by Church, second by Adams. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against. Motion carries 5-0. We are now on our consent calendar. This is item number 7 on the agenda, and these are items 20 through 67. Do any colleagues want to pull any items? We'll go Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. I have a pull for comment item, or comment question 50 and 52, and then I'd like to pull for separate vote item 51, please.
Okay. Let's go to other colleagues.
Just want to make a comment on 43.
Okay. Church on 43. Anyone else? Yes, County Council.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, members of the board. Staff would like to pull item 57 and trail it to tomorrow afternoon to follow the Water Resources Agency Agenda Item 4. That report tomorrow will put into context some of the needs regarding the emergency proclamation.
Okay, we'll pull this, that will be considered for pulling and tabling it for tomorrow, discussion tomorrow. Okay, anyone else? Okay, and then we'll go to the public next, but let's start on just comments and from the board. Let's go in numerical order with item number 43. This is to adopt a resolution to defer implementation of changes made to the legal definition of gravely disabled set forth in Senate Bill 43.
Yeah, I just want to comment on this. I'm fully in support of delaying this till 2026. And while I understand the state's decision to expand the definition of gravely disabled and to help people with substance use disorder, as this board report on this states, this opens up a whole range of potential costs that the state isn't prepared with their facilities to deal with, and we surely aren't the county. So I'm just hoping our health department can pull some magic and figure out how to work this out in the next couple or so years, because I really see this as a real challenge, and I just wanted to kind of address that publicly.
Great. Does the health department want to make any comments on this item? No? Okay.
Good morning.
Yes, go ahead, Elsa.
Elsa Jimenez with the Health Department. Thank you for your comments, Supervisor Church. We definitely will use this time to be able to assess what the impact could be to both our behavioral health system of care and our public guardian's office, with the anticipation of increased referrals for individuals that are suffering with a substance use disorder only, and be able to identify what staffing capacity we will need to be able to respond effectively to those referrals, and hopefully continue on this journey that we're on with other counties and the state in terms of being able to ensure that there's adequate levels of housing that are needed for individuals that are deemed incompetent to substance use disorder and will need to have secure housing. That is going to continue to be one of the biggest challenges that our systems will continue to face as more individuals become eligible for LPS conservatorship. So hopefully in the next budget cycle, you'll be able to see what our staffing requests will be to be able to ensure that we have the internal capacity to be able to meet the needs of individuals needing this level of care from our county services.
Thank you very much for those comments. We're going to go to Supervisor Askew's comments on 50 and 52 next.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll go to the public after.
Okay. So item 51 is a Telesoft amendment for maintenance, contract for maintenance and support services for civil records management system. In the sheriff's office, there's a new legislation that requires the sheriff to accept electronic signatures and payments for court documents. I guess I have some questions. The specific amount of this increase was not clearly noted in the report, but the sheriff's office does indicate that all of its budget has been allocated and that they don't have funding for this item. So we're being asked to approve this item today for an increase to the contract. The sheriff has indicated that they will be coming to Budget Committee next week to provide a report and I'm assuming ask for the money that they're going to need to cover this. And I felt the need to pull it and comment on it. We asked all of our department heads to manage their budgets. We were assured by our sheriff that they would manage their budget effectively and efficiently this year. We made significant increases to the sheriff's budget in the budget process and the budget cycle. The sheriff has made it clear that they don't want the board, and it's not the board's supervisor's responsibility nor our authority to micromanage how the sheriff spends money within their budget. Under those expectations, I just want to be very clear that my expectation is that the sheriff's office, with the full budget that they have approved by this board that included significant increases, that my expectation is that they determine how best to absorb any additional increases for this contract. I'll make one further point that the next item on the agenda speaks to assigning, I'll move right on to item 51, which is speaking to assigning a new hire to the chief deputy sheriff at the step 7 range, which I didn't support initially when those items came forward to assign all of the under sheriff and chief deputies to step 7. That's not typically what our department heads do. So if the sheriff does need funding to pay for contracts that the state requires, I think I would just point out that the sheriff does say that they have funding for step 7 to assign this deputy. So I would ask the sheriff's office to take another look at their budget and figure out how to manage your budget within the appropriations that have already been determined, approved. One final comment while we're talking about the sheriff's budget. There's some advertisements that are posted as part of the Monterey County Gives currently for the Sheriff Advisory Committee that make statements to the effect that the Sheriff's Office has seen continual budget cuts, which is why we need to fully support the Sheriff's Advisory Committee. I'm glad they're participating in Monterey County Gives, but I do feel that it's disingenuous to have statements to the effect that the Monterey County Sheriff's Office is receiving continual budget cuts when that is absolutely not the situation. Our board has approved with this budget cycle additional positions, additional funding, additional contract resources, and it is up to the sheriff to manage their budget within the appropriations that this board does have authority to make allocations for. So that's my comment for item 50. My comment for 51 as well, which I'll ask for a separate vote on. My comment for item 52 is the assessor county clerk recorder's fee. They did a study to just determine all of the fees that they have, and they've looked at fee charts for comparable counties. The fees haven't been updated since 2018. I fully support having a cost recovery for the services that we're providing. The one thing that did just jump out to me, one of the services that the county provides is marriage license. When someone's going to get married, they come to the county to get a marriage license. That fee has been $50, I think, since I applied for it back 20 years ago. That fee will be going up to $95 with a fee increase to $55 for duplicate copies of the license. And I would love for us to be, there are certain services that we provide that I think are just county functions that we, if there's ways that we can manage to keep those costs lower. I'm not going to challenge this item today, but it was one where in the future, as we think about certain functionalities that the government provides, I would love to see us be able to figure out how to do that. We have another item on our agenda later this afternoon about mills contracts, and the administration of the mills contract is one where we are absorbing the costs for people who are asking to have a waiver on their property taxes. So if we can figure out how to do that, I would love for us to figure out how to make sure that when someone's getting married, we're not, they don't have to walk away with a $300 bill in order to get their marriage license and copies of their marriage certificates.
Thank you.
Just a couple comments on those items. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll give a chance to the Sheriff's Department to respond to Supervisor Askew's concerns, and then hear perhaps from other board members on these items.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board, Supervisor Askew. Under Sheriff Keith Boyd, on behalf of the Sheriff's Office, Sheriff Nieto is away at meetings with Cal Sheriffs. Couldn't be here today. So with respect to, I'll discuss item, the Telesoft item, I believe that's item 50, since we're going to have separate on 51. At the beginning of this budget year, the Sheriff's Office said that they would work steadily to manage its budget in collaboration with the board and the county administrative officer. There were a number of salary wage studies that the Human Resources Department came across and presented, and at the July 11th meeting, we came forward to the board, and the board had concerns that that was brought forward in that manner and not as part of the budgeting process. Now, we're looking at that initial COMPA wage increase of approximately $1.6 million. We stated from the beginning we did not have the revenue to absorb that because it was in excess of our budgeted, our existing budget and our existing revenues. We worked with the county administrator's office and the staff to come up with a plan to absorb but manage our budget and do a budget status update report at the December Budget Committee meeting, which will be presented next week, and I'll discuss that a little further in a minute. We had wage studies for multiple positions across the county, and the wage studies that impacted roughly 160 members, I believe, of the Sheriff's Office for upwards of $1.6 million, I believe, in salary. On top of that, we at one point we purchased Tech 84 scanners to improve for the safety of our incarcerated population and try to stem the flow of illicit substances into the jail. For $400,000, we absorbed those and we informed the board that we would seek alternate funding, which we did obtain. And that will be coming back as part of that Budget Committee report through the AB 109 funding. Additionally, Telesoft, the challenges with Telesoft, and frankly, I'll say I would have liked to have had this to the board sooner, but unfortunately, it got dropped by staff, and that's been addressed, but this should have come to the board sooner, so we would have more time to discuss this, but this is a law that mandates this occurring effective January 1st of this year. We have a system in place that we could have put it forward, but due to county board direction on IT's policy with moving to the cloud, we are stuck in a predicament that to move to the cloud, the cost of this project is approximately $217,000 in year one, with recurring annual maintenance fees thereafter because we're shifting to a cloud. The cloud, we're shifting the cost to an entity to maintain their servers in that process versus us doing it, so there's increased cost. Ideally, we would have had budget funding, but what we're trying to do is be transparent to the board. We're trying to be forthcoming to the board and to the constituents in the community and be responsible instead of just saying we're going to absorb something and then potentially have to cut services or cut patrols or cut some area. We want to be transparent to the members of the board so they can make an informed decision. We are always at the discretion of the board. The board allocates our funding. And if the board were to choose to not provide funding, we respect that and we would do what is best within our budget means to ensure that services are met to the best of our ability with what we have available. One comment the super made, at the beginning of this fiscal year, yes, significant funds were added to the Sheriff's Office budget, approximately $5.8 or $5.9 million. It should be noted, $3.6 million of that addition was for WellPath's increased contract that the board approved last December that was not included in our baseline budget for fiscal year 23-24. And was thus required to be an augmentation. It should be noted that those same $3.6 million have been removed from the Sheriff's Office budget for next year out of our baseline, and we will have to seek augmentation to meet our basic medical needs next year as well. So we obtained, in essence, $1.5 million for salary increases for 5 deputy sheriffs into the custody environment and a sergeant and a commander into compliance. And we are appreciative of that increase. We have
to wrap this up. We got a long meeting, sir.
So lastly, with respect to the item 51 and the request for funding for Chief Smith, retention and recruitment is a difficult thing. And these are funds that were already budgeted within the Sheriff's Office budget. There's no additional funding that's required. These were budgeted as salaries and benefit dollars that are already appropriated for that area, and we have made the request to take somebody to go from a merit system protected position to an at-will position. And the sheriff is adamant that she is going to seek the best talent, the best representatives for this community, and ensure that those people live within her values and perform to the needs of the community.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. My comments just on 50 and 51, I want to echo some of Supervisor Aske's. I think you're raising valid points. We haven't done cuts. And my recollection was different when we did approve the funding for the compa unit. It said it was going to be absorbed. I raised concerns then because I know what happens, having served on the budget committee, the sheriff's department before this administration would always be the department that most came over budget on overtime mostly, sometimes other expenses. But we knew that this happens, right? Things come up. Here, this one is a contract for almost $650,000. The compa cost was 1.6 million, so now we're talking 2.2 million, and we still don't know what the overtime and other factors are going to be at the end of this fiscal year. So I want to echo those concerns as well. Every department does do a hard job trying to come under budget, and some departments do a good job of that. Some, when they're 100, 200, they make adjustments to get under and come into budget by the end of the fiscal year. I want to applaud that effort, but we can't have unbudgeted items continue to come throughout the year without seeing what the entire ramifications are going to be, because at the end of the fiscal year, they are going to be in the millions of dollars. And I expressed concern when we approved that last agreement. It said it was going to be absorbed. The sheriff's department said it would be absorbed. They didn't raise concerns that they couldn't afford it. So my recollection was different on that. I got to relook at that video. But I did want to express concerns about this amount. I know some of these things are requirements, but we also have to factor in about how does this department do a better job in coming into budget at the end of this fiscal year, being this is the first year under this administration. So I want to echo that as well. And on to item 51, when our sheriff first came in at the beginning of the year, she had a new leadership team. We approved some bumps because she was just coming in. I don't want that to be the practice either, you know. We did it then because she was the new sheriff, but bypassing what our normal procedures are and bumping every new leadership member team, I'm not sure if that's the right. So I'm not sure also if I'm ready to vote on this today. I think I need some more information on that, maybe hear from the sheriff when she is back in town. Those would be my two concerns. Anyone else before we go to the public on all the consent agenda items? Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to add much to the conversation beyond saying that I recognize that the legal obligation to complete 50 is there, and I just want us to be realistic. If we're going to say absorb it, we've known, given what we've seen over the last years, that's pretty impossible given the way that the budget tends to play out. So I don't want to set folks up for failure either. I think that's my concern, given that this is a new administration. We're still in year one, right? I'm just sort of in that phase where they're figuring out things first time through to a degree, right? We're coming here to the end of year one. So I get that, but I just don't want to set an expectation of absorption when we're realistically haven't seen that in any budget year from a sheriff's office in a decade. So just for me, I just want to be clear on that piece.
Anyone else? Yes, Supervisor Church and then our CEO.
Yeah, I'll just briefly comment on 51 and the difference I see between our policy with our department heads and the sheriff's department or any other elected official is simply they're elected officials. I tend to give them a broader leadway on what team they want to put together and what they want to do because they're co-equals that way. When you're coming to at-will positions, if they run into financial problems, we'll take care of that in the budget, and that is our control. But in terms of upper management, I just like to leave it, whether it's a sheriff's department or the assessor or whoever it may be. I think they have certain flexibility that should be allowed.
All right, CEO De La Rosa.
Just want to make a note regarding the COMPA contract from the discussion that was held in July, right after we had adopted the budget in June. It was brought up the potential that the department may have to return, and at that time we did request that the department return at what would be mid-year. Later this week we'll hear the budget year end, so it'll give us an idea of where we stand. But there's potential that we also asked the department to return in the budget committee to let us know the status of their budget as of today understanding that it may be too early to determine whether or not, how far off budget we are in the sheriff's office, because many of the bills have not come through, many of the payments have not been made. So if we were to pull a variance report today, it would show that they're in the good. However, there's a lot of things that haven't been reimbursed or expended. There's a couple things that we need to look at, but it may be too early given the time of the year, so we may not see it until possibly January. But there is an awareness that departments are being asked to absorb quite a bit. We still have significant salary savings, and that's the reason why we thought this would be a possibility that departments would be able to absorb. But, for example, social services has also raised that they also have experienced significant increases because of the wage studies and just trying to bring our folks up to where they should be in terms of salary. So we'll have some updates to your board, but I just wanted to make that note.
Thank you, CEO, for that added info. Let me go for the public comments, and we'll bring it back for further discussion on items. Some members have been waiting patiently. Yes, we'll give 2 minutes for any items on the consent agenda, items number 2367.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Bill White, Monterey County. I will combine my 2 minutes for 50 and 51, and then I'll go on to 43 after those two. So, I give credit to the chair. We don't, and to District 4 Supervisor, we don't want this to be habitual. The last sheriff administration came back continually for budget increases, sort of last minute or in emergency situations. And I understand, we should fund those when they are truly an emergency. But it just seems this is a regular habit, and it's not good. I think that's why there should be a sheriff's oversight committee with an inspector general. The one thing, despite the potential conflicts with cases and stuff like that, despite District 2 supervisors' concerns about getting involved with an elected position, you do control the budget. So this is exactly what an oversight committee could look into, is to better improve the process so that the CAO and the board knows exactly what the budget constraints are and how to resolve those and how to maybe nip these in the bud, if you will, so that they don't continually happen. Because I've been coming to meetings for a long time, and this is not a new thing. So again, I think the oversight committee with an inspector general to oversee all budgetary items and whatever other issues. The other thing, somebody brought up the Sheriff's Advisory Committee. I thought they were going to change the name of that, because that sounds pretty official, but that's like a nonprofit corp that is not really all that transparent to the public. Perhaps that's something else the Oversight Committee could be involved with, is seeing what exactly happens. And I served on that committee for a brief time, so I've seen it from the inside. I think it would behoove the county and the public to know exactly what's going on there. As far as item 43 is concerned, this seems like an unfunded mandate from the state, from everybody's comments so far.
Got to wrap up, Mr. Light.
Don't I get 2 minutes on 43?
No, 2 minutes on all comments.
Okay, well then I'll write my comments down and submit it to you by letter. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next person. Consent items 2367, 2 minutes per person.
Yes, good morning, Chair and Board. I wanted to just comment on item number 52 to clarify regarding the marriage license question. Actually, the cost for a marriage license is currently $90. The increase that's being proposed is $95. That's only a $5 increase. The actual cost for the duplicate was previously, I think, $35, and it's going to $55. In 2019, the fees were 20, and they went up to 35, increasing it by $15. The increase for the current proposal is just $20 to put us in line with our comparable counties, and I just wanted to clarify that point. Thank you for your question.
Thank you to our staff for that added info. Any other members of the public on any items on our consent calendar? Thank you. Good to have you here.
Good morning, Board. My name is Captain Devin Haggy. I am here representing Fort Hunter Lake Fire Department. I was in front of your board earlier this year, and you guys adopted our MOU responding off-post. Item number 44 is also the same thing. But in this aspect, it's an ambulance that we're offering to the community of Lockwood, King City, and Southern Monterey County. So we're here to support it. And if you have any questions, I'd be gladly to address any concerns or questions that you have. Thanks.
Thank you, Captain, for joining us. Anyone else in chambers on consent calendar? Seeing none, we're going to go to those online.
Michelle Hackett.
These are consent calendar items, Michelle. We have general public comments next.
I apologize, then I'll wait till the next general comment.
We're on consent calendar items 20 through 67. Any other members of the public?
Christian Snyder.
Yeah, it was brought up by Mrs. Skew about the Sheriff Advisory Council, and then about another gentleman there, Mr. Bill Like, about this organization. So this is a weird nonprofit that continuously raises money from the public, saying that the sheriff's budget is cut. Have you all done analysis on how much money you're actually giving this organization? Because every time I've looked at it and tried to figure it out, it seems like you expend more public funds for this weird nonprofit than it actually gives back to the sheriff's office. And when I mean this, you're using staff personnel. I mean, this was a big issue under the Bernal campaign, and I guess maybe something you've been overlooking for quite some time, but they meet inside the sheriff's office. You assign personnel to this essentially unauthorized council of individuals who have access to the sheriff's office, who submit no 700 forms, and I can't really tell you what they do. Now, I have gotten some emails because Joseph Moses was their official liaison from the sheriff's department. It looks like they just hold luncheons for each other. So just something to bring up, since you're expending all this money supporting this group, they really shouldn't be raising money acting as if they're in some official capacity, especially when no behested payments are ever listed, which, by the way, are required by law. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else online? Seeing no further public comment, we'll bring this back for a motion and discussion on or questions. Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, so just my question in regards to item 51 is, do we know what the percentage or the total amount of increase that the chief deputy position would be receiving from where they're at currently going to step 7? Because I know we do have county policy for, to allow for increases when someone's taking an internal promotion. Do we have that information about what how is this within the county policy, or is this above what the county policy allows for?
My interpretation is allowed, but
your mic needs to be on.
There it is. My interpretation, it is within policy. For comparative factor, the captain rank, which is a merit-based rank that Captain Moses, who recently retired, step 7 of the captain rank would bring, through transition, would bring a new chief deputy in to see no financial loss at step 6 minimum. Because of the compaction between the captain's salary schedule and the chief deputy salary schedule. So Commander Smith, who was promoted to chief deputy, would be a candidate, just like any other appropriate member of the organization for a captain's position. And so that's part of what we have to recruit against, is we have to recruit against the existing job structure and salary structures to ensure that we're getting somebody and who's not taking a financial loss.
No, thank you. That wasn't my question, though. My question is, we have a policy that says if someone's currently working in the county, what is their current salary? And I'm asking, what is the current salary? What is the difference between the current salary of this current employee to the step 7?
I don't have the exact number, but I don't have the exact number, but to do the legitimate bump, the way the county says they're supposed to get at least a minimum of they're supposed to get at least a 5% bump.
Right.
That would put them, I believe, at step 5.
Okay. And then the
Based on his
policy says you
existing
have to come
salary.
to the board if you want to go above whatever that 5% bump is. So that's why you are following policy by bringing it to the board. I'm just trying to make sure I'm understanding exactly where we're at.
Okay, so that was the question. And then I just want to be really clear. My commitment is to work with the sheriff's office. My commitment is to ensure the success of our sheriff's office. My commitment is to ensure we have full transparency, and also to recognize that there are limits. Once this board appropriates funding to the sheriff's office, unlike other county departments, we no longer have control or authority over how those dollars are spent. So I have an extra duty of responsibility when I make decisions that increase sheriff's office costs this is the one chance that I have to do that, whereas other departments, we do have some more authority and ability to step in. We do not have that authority with the sheriff's office. So I'm not trying to be adversarial. I really am just trying to do my fiduciary responsibility from where I sit, because once we make these decisions, they're in your hands. So thank you for understanding.
And to be honest, that's why we're
gonna end this. We got to keep moving on here. Sorry, it's almost 12, and we still got items to get through this afternoon. Let's entertain a motion. Then we'll pull 51 for a separate vote, and we'll entertain all the other items, and with 57 being pulled and trailed till tomorrow. Right? Yes. Okay.
Make that motion.
Okay. Moved by Adams, second by Askew. We're going to take up 51 separately, and 57, and this motion is just pulled and trailed till tomorrow. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, motion carries 5-0. Now we're on item number 51 for a separate vote. We'll entertain a motion.
I move that we deny this and we ask it to come back following county HR process for the amount of an increase.
There's an option to deny this or perhaps table this and have this come back in January?
I'll ask that it be tabled so that it comes back to us following county HR process in January.
That way it just kind of says, not taking action on this today, has some further action, and I agree with you. The memo doesn't make clear what the overall cost is. It doesn't say that specifically in the staff memo, and some of the questions that were being answered, what would be a bump? And as our Sheriff's Department representative is saying, 5 might get them there, but why not 5? Why bump up all the way to the top? So there's a motion to table this then till next month, bring it back for further action and consideration, and perhaps more information from the Sheriff's Department on this. Is there a second to the motion? I'll second it. Now let's see where this goes. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Those against?
No.
No.
Okay, motion fails 3-0. Now what is the will of the majority?
I would prefer if there are questions that we did not have the responses to, and I don't think it's a question that's going to take till January, that it also be trailed to this afternoon and be allowed to be brought back with answers to those questions. And if the feeling remains the same at that point, then that's fine. But again, pulling those numbers shouldn't take more than 15, 20 minutes for staff to come back this afternoon and bring us that answer. I just don't see why we have to go to January for it.
I support that approach.
All right, well, the sheriff isn't here, and that's why I thought it was important the sheriff to connect with the supervisors on this item and answer questions that they had before then.
I think Undersheriff has done a good job.
Yeah.
All right. Well, so it's what the will of the board wants, the majority wants to do, so. Yes, go ahead.
I have confirmation HR will have that detail this afternoon if the board decides.
To table it to the afternoon
So
or till tomorrow?
I'll move to table to the afternoon.
Okay.
Second.
There's a motion to table by Lopez, second by Church. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those against? No. You're an aye? Okay. Motion carries 4-1. Okay, very good. We'll take it up in the afternoon. It's tabled. Let's go to general public comments. These are for items not on today's agenda, and we'll allow up to 2 minutes. We'll start with those in chambers. Thank you for your patience.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Bill Light, Monterey County. I brought this up a little while back. The meeting facilities over at Chilling Place have deficient audio-visual equipment. There are meetings being conducted that either have very poor quality audio and perhaps video or none at all. This seems to impact some of the water agency stuff more than maybe the general county stuff, but with action minutes being taken by these entities for public meetings, the only true witness one can have to what was actually said and done in those meetings is to have operational audio-visual equipment. So I know we spent a lot of taxpayer money on this facility to buy it, to upgrade it. I think this is maybe the second time at least that the audio-visual equipment has been subject to an update of some sort or complete overhaul. So I would hope that those issues get fixed, because I think it's really important for the public record to be preserved as it was, so that people don't have to guess or try to remember or try to talk with ghosts to kind of figure out what happened. Secondly, just about unfunded mandates. This county has a legislative committee. We have 2 consulting firms at the state and federal level that are supposed to be monitoring this stuff. We have a Speaker of the Assembly who's from here or from this region. To be blindsided with a new law that's going to put untold stress and strain on an already stretched health department who receives a lot of money from taxpayers here in Monterey County. How does that happen? It's sort of a rhetorical question. None of you need to answer it, but it just seems kind of ridiculous that we get stuck with this typical last minute, come up with millions of dollars to fix a problem that we didn't really put on ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. And we do weigh in, but Sacramento has the votes and not us, ultimate say. Yes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Lejo and Board of Supervisors. I'm Alyssa Rendon, and I'm here with Sandy Huerta. We come from C. Monterey. Just giving a few quick brief updates about what we've been doing. Firstly, I'd like to share that last week we convened with Visit California and our neighbors at Visit San Luis Obispo for a Highway 1 roundtable. We recognize that, the closure affects our greater area, so we convened together, invited some local stakeholders to discuss the economic impacts, share information, and provide solutions to the issues. So thank you, Supervisor Adams, for attending and participating in that discussion. And I'd also just like to mention that I know everyone's preparing for a wet winter, and C. Monterey is no different. We are looking at our crisis communication plans, making sure that they're updated, working with the EOC here at the county, and I'm ready and willing if Nick's team calls me up to step into the JIC again. So we are, yes, willing, ready, come what may. Hopefully it doesn't come to that, but we're being prepared. And now I'd like to share my time with Sandy Huerta to talk about or introduce to you a new PR initiative.
Good morning. My name is Sandy Huerta. I'm the communications specialist at C. Monterey. I am a Salinas native, go Cowboys, and also proud to come from an Hispanic family. So I'm thrilled to present to you all very briefly about the Encuentra tu Monterrey initiative that we have, and this is to connect deeper with our comunidad hispanohablante en los Estados Unidos, en Mexico, y en Latinoamérica. Again, I have to be very brief, but we're hitting the ground running. I had the privilege of joining Visit California in Mexico City to join their Mexico Media Retreat and meet with top content creators and editors of publications that focus on Spanish-speaking media. So we're upping our game with La Comunidad Hispana, and I look forward to coming back with some results. Thank you.
Great. Good to hear that.
Yeah.
Congrats on that new type of work there. All right, next person. 2 minutes.
Okay, good afternoon, Board. My name's Eloise Shim, and I wanted to I talked a little bit about housing because housing, of course, or lack of housing is a big issue here in the county. And I live in Salinas, and the Board of Supervisors will be having on their agenda both the Housing and Urban Development and the Housing Authority today. But I'm probably not going to be able to get what I need to say about that as somebody who's been recently has to work with both of those entities. And my question to all of you is, how would you feel if you had to say your social security number, your birth date, your address publicly, and your account number, your bank account number, and give the number of your last 3 to 6 bank statements publicly. Well, basically, that's what I have to do with all of these, not just the Housing Authority, but also HUD and the manager of where I live, and then their parent company, and then a nonprofit that works with them. All of them have all of that information. And I just wonder, how secure you would feel about your housing and about your privacy if you had to give all that information to those people, like I do. And having 3 different specialists at the Housing Authority in 1 year. I don't know who my new specialist is to talk to.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers? All right, next person.
Hello, my name's Michelle Keith, and I was part of the Pajaro flood. I'm one of the victims that are staying at the Marina Hotel. The people there that are in charge of us, that you guys hired, are treating us poorly. I don't even get food from them because I'm in fear for them to write me up and kick me out of the program. I was also told that the board is the reason why I'm not getting my housing voucher, my emergency housing voucher. A lot of other people in the Pajaro Valley got it. I didn't get nothing. Our house is under 8 feet of water. It's not livable to this day, and I want to know why I'm not entitled to that emergency housing voucher. And the lady that's with me, she was here, she's fell at the hotel. They still haven't given her any information on the insurance. She was put into a house that she can't afford, and with nothing but her wheelchair, and that's not fair for her. I mean, I feel like a prisoner. I feel like I was forced to sign a contract with Community Homeless Solutions that I would not have signed. But if I didn't sign it, I wouldn't get the help from you guys. I didn't put myself in this position. I didn't flood the Pajaro Valley. You know, the Monterey County needs to step up and help us. I'm tired of not getting no help. I work in the west side of Santa Cruz. You guys moved me to Marina. The gas and everything else, I only work 2 days a week. How can I afford to live anywhere else and without a housing voucher? I was living with my parents, helping them, and now my mom and dad have fallen. You know, I'm not there to help them because the house isn't livable. My parents live in a trailer outside their house because they're afraid somebody's gonna steal the stuff that they're putting back into the house.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers? See no one else in chambers, then we'll go to those online.
Michelle Hackett.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Well, as we wrap up the year, I just wanted to, circle back to a letter that I sent out to the full board back in October in regards to the commercial cannabis program, specifically hoping to have a discussion and brought this to the full board about specifically the nursery tax. We've discussed it, I would say, a few times in the cannabis committee. So I know that 2 of the supervisors are very well aware of the situation. At the state level, there is only a one-time nursery license fee. There's been quite a change in the commercial cannabis program over the last 2 fiscal years. And for those operators that are left still surviving, what I'd like to share is that there's no commodity in the world that is being taxed, a double tax, one for nursery plants versus an actual canopy. There's many other, obviously, jurisdictions in the state that are also not doing this. I sent, like I said, a letter with much more information back in October, and I think I heard back from 2 of the board members However, I know this is my last opportunity to speak in this year, that I would hope that if and when cannabis gets discussed, hopefully with the new overseeing department for cannabis, as Joanne leaves us, that it will make it to the full board. I have a number of suggestions and ideas that I think would benefit both the industry as well as the board for further discussion. And so if there's any questions or concerns about the letter I sent back in October, I'd love to speak with any of you individually about it. But again, it's just specific to the nursery tax, which is a secondary tax on top of cultivation tax for Monterey cultivators, especially if those cultivators are choosing not to sell.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Christian Snyder.
Good morning again. This has been sort of a trip down memory lane today for me with the different subjects on the agenda. So I had a conversation with your individual at Intercare yesterday, Tasso. He informed me in your last closed session that county council was present. And I'm just wondering, so if county council is the offending party, how are they able to be in the room when you're discussing the issue? Further, I received another communication while you were supposedly looking at this issue from Janet Holmes saying that the document, which I provided you the legal receipts for, does not exist and never existed. So if my issue with you is that your county council keeps lying, which keeps creating more problems, do you think maybe county council's having a dual influence? Like, if they're the one withholding information and they're the ones lying to you, why are they sitting in the room with you making judicial decisions? You can answer that. All right. I'll go to one last point. So I have Mr. Lopez over here, and I've asked him for his polling from 2018. I just want to show you guys how ridiculous this sort of situation is, and why Mr. Lopez should never be sitting in a room discussing any subject regarding me and the false allegations by Mr. Moses. Did you run poll questions on how effective the false criminal allegations were against me with the Bernal campaign, Mr. Lopez?
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? I just want to reiterate that we're only having public comments for item not on the agenda, only today, because tomorrow will be a continuing part of today's meeting. So I just want to remind the public, if there's any other additional comments, this is the time to make it, as there will be no opportunity tomorrow. Okay, seeing none, then we'll close general public comments. We have a lot of more items from this morning's agenda. We're going to quickly move into those. We'll try to go through these quickly. We're going to recess the Board of Supervisors, go to the smaller agency agendas. I'm going to call to order the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources. Madam Clerk, call the roll for the record.
Yes, let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
Okay, any comments, additions or corrections?
There are none.
Any general public comments on this agenda of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency? See none. We got two consent agenda items, items 2 and 3. Any comments on this? Any comments from the public? Seeing none, we'll entertain a motion to approve. Moved by Lopez, second by Askew. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Motion carries 5-0. We will recess this meeting, and we'll go to the successor agency, to the redevelopment agency of the County of Monterey. Madam Clerk, call the roll for the record.
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all directors are present.
Additions or corrections?
There are none.
Any general public comments for items not on this agenda from the public? Seeing none, we have one consent item. We could entertain a motion. Moved by Lopez. Is there a second? Second by Askew. Any comments from the public on this consent agenda item number 1? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, motion carries 5-0. We're going to adjourn this meeting, and we're going to reconvene regular Board of Supervisors meeting. We're going to jump into item number 9. We'll try to see if we can get through both of these. Hopefully, they'll be very quick. This is item number 9, a public hearing to consider listing the First Bagley House at the Monterey County Register of Historic Resources and to consider historic property, the Mills Act contract with the owners of the property located at 4161 Sunridge Road in Pebble Beach. And we'll ask our staff if you could be concise, short and sweet.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm Phil Angelo, and I'll be presenting the report on this item. I'll try and move through this quickly. The request is that that home be listed on Monterey County's Historic Register and that a Mills Act contract be approved for the property. The home was designed by John Dinwiddie in the Second Bay Spanish regional style and is an early and excellent example of that style and was recommended that it be listed on the Historic Register by the Historic Resources Review Board. This is an overview of the county's Mills Act program. If the board lists the property on the Historic Register, it would be a qualified historical property for the Mills Act. The applicant submitted a rehabilitation and maintenance plan which shows how tax savings from the Mills Act contract would be used to rehabilitate the property, and the Historic Resources Review Board also recommended approval of that Mills Act contract application. This is an overview of the total financial impact for all 13 properties that are in the Mills Act program. Because that tax distribution is shared between school districts, special districts, and the county's reduced revenue from last year was approximately $47,000. The estimated property tax for this property would be about $33,000. And it would be reduced to about $4,100, which would be an impact annually of about $30,000. This property was appraised at $2.85 million, which is in accordance with how our Mills Act ordinance is written. However, it was purchased at $3.4 million. The appraiser provided some additional information that addressed this discrepancy, indicating that at the time of the purchase, the buyer paid about 8% more than the supported value for the home, and that the market has significantly declined since then. Therefore, staff recommend that the Board of Supervisors find the action exempt from CEQA, adopt a resolution listing the home on the Historic Register, approve the Mills Act contract application, and authorize the chair of the board to execute the contract. And we did receive a question regarding a provision of the contract to make the home available for a public tour. And that is a standard requirement that we include in those properties that are above the value cap limit. So that is something that we could incorporate at the board's direction. That concludes staff's presentation.
Okay. Let's bring this for questions and comments from the board members. Supervisor Adams.
I don't have questions. I know that I'm familiar with the house, and my hope is that we will be able to approve the staff's recommendations so that we are able to continue to keep the character of the various parts of our county intact.
Okay. Anyone else? Let's take it to the public. Any comments from the public on this item? We have one person coming forward, and then we'll go to those online.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Bill Light, Monterey County. I'm not a big overtaxation person, but this just seems crazy. I mean, it's probably legal. I'm not going to challenge that. But, you know, there's been a lot of talk about paying your fair share. Lord knows when I sold my business as a partner, we paid our fair share. We paid a lot of money, over $1 million in taxes for me personally when I sold my company. Our company, wasn't mine specifically. But this is how we fund stuff. I mean, we're going to go from 30-something thousand to 4,000. In the scheme of things, it's probably not a whole lot, but it's, you know, the rest of us out here are paying our taxes, sometimes reluctantly, but we still do it. We voluntarily file our tax returns to the federal government and to the state government. And of course, the county's part of that as well. So in this day and age, with the economic, you know, turmoil that's going on just in our county, in our region, and across the whole country, really, quite frankly, and around the world, it just seems crazy. And as far as the character, somebody might want to buy this house and tear it down and build a new one. And then you're probably going to try to stop them. And you're going to charge that person full fare. You're not going to give them a Mills Act deal. So things change. People might want to rebuild, completely overmake the character as they would like to see it. And I just don't think giving this kind of tax break is appropriate, especially in this time as we face budget deficits and record inflation over the last 5 years, and a lot of money that's gone through this county that seems to have just gone up in smoke because we're in debt again, looking 3 years out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Anyone else online? Okay, we'll bring this back and entertain a motion. Oh, Supervisor Askew first.
Thank you. Just a couple comments. I didn't have any questions. I think this particular request followed the Mills Act as we currently have it drafted here in Monterey County. The last time we had some come through, they were asking for exemptions according to the contract or the policy as it's currently written. I think the city of Carmel is looking at their Mills Act. The city of Monterey is looking at their Mills Act. When you look at the intention of what the Mills Act was originally authorized for, it is, my understanding, to allow local governments to design preservation programs to accommodate specific community needs and priorities for rehabilitating entire neighborhoods, encouraging seismic safety programs, contributing to affordable housing, promoting heritage tourism, and fostering pride of ownership. Local governments have adopted Mills Act because they recognize the economic benefits of conserving resources and reinvestments, as well as historic preservation, to create cultural tourism, build civic pride, and retain sense of community and connection to the community's past. And so I do understand that we have a process that people are following. I think that process needs to be looked at in the same way that everyone else is looking at their processes. And it's not lost on me. I made the comment earlier when we were approving consent calendar agenda items. We're increasing the cost of marriage licenses for regular residents of our community. And yet we're, in this case, subsidizing individual property owners and I didn't see in the application sort of the public access, sort of the ways in which this particular approval of this Mills Act supports these bigger, broader goals that we have. I'd rather see us taking these kinds of investments and putting them into programs and services that just regular people in the community are going to benefit from. Having said that, though, one part of the legislative language of the Mills Act speaks to the legislative body entering into a contract described may require that the property owner, as a condition to entering the contract, pay a fee that shall not exceed the reasonable cost of providing the service pursuant to upholding the requirements of the Mills Act. I know that's not a part of our current process, but I would like, as we move forward, to ask that we think about, there is a cost associated with going out and visiting the property, ensuring that the contract is maintained according to what the agreement is, as well as the access to for the public to making sure that we're really that our Mills Act program is upholding these bigger, broader community benefits. So just a comment, they followed the process. I'm happy to approve this today. But as we move forward, these are concerns and questions that I have about our Mills Act program.
Maybe a referral in the future to modernize the Mills Act, take a relook at it.
Referral, or if the Historic Resources Commission, sees. I mean, these are questions that I'm just putting out there, and I think, whether it's a referral or whether it's a conversation that's had in that space from those who are the experts, I'm laying it out there.
Yeah. Okay, Supervisor Adams.
Yeah, I was just looking at the staff report under the financing component just at the very end, which indicates that the denial of the contract would result in no net impact to county property tax revenue. So the way the whole thing works out, I believe that that's correct. And then there's also a comment that says that their staff time associated with processing the application is recuperated by a flat fee based on the current Board of Supervisors fee schedule for land use planning application. So there's something that's there already, but I agree with you that it's a good idea. And I think starting with the Historic Review Board would be the right place to go. But with that in mind, then, I'd like to make a motion to approve staff's recommendation to have the Mills Act be at 4161 Sunridge Road.
Would it include the tour language that staff recommended? It wasn't included, but you said it could be added, which is part of that cultural preservation and public access to benefit from the cultural resources we have in our county.
I'd be happy to include that.
Second.
Yep, moved by Adam, second by Church. Any further discussion?
Just a point of clarification. Just to be clear, there is a county loss of tax revenue. Could you just state for the record what the total loss of tax reduction would be and what the county loss of tax revenue would be?
I believe that Supervisor Adams' comment was in relation to denial of the application. So if the application is denied, there would not be a loss because the property tax would remain at its current rate. If it is
approved, which is what we're moving to do.
Then there would be an impact, and I can get the exact figure, but it is in the staff
30,000?
report.
It was
37 to
a
8,000?
little under 30,000 per year for this site, and the county share of that would be less than that, obviously, because there's a division
only
of
get a
the
part
property
of that.
taxes.
Okay, yeah, so what I had here from the report was that the total taxes are $33,950. The reduction to the county would be less than $5,000 at about $4,467. So those are dollars that are no longer available for a county general fund for things such as allowing us to provide marriage licenses at subsidized costs.
And it's 28,000 times all the years in the future. Yeah. All right, so there's been a motion, second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, the motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. We're now going to the next item, item number 10. See if we can get through this quickly. Conduct a hearing regarding 10 Williamson Act applications to create a farmland security zone and contract or to establish an agricultural preserve and land conservation contract. Maybe we could go through these quickly, hopefully be brief.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. I'm Kayla Nelson with Housing and Community Development, here to present on the 2024 Williamson Act applications. Each year, the Board of Supervisors must consider Williamson Act applications to establish land contracts. The Williamson Act program is the outcome of a law known as the California Land Conservation Act of 1965. The act offers a property tax break to owners who voluntarily enter into agreement with the county to restrict their land for commercial agricultural use and a limited number of compatible uses. This statute protects over 16 million acres of California ag land today. Williamson Act contracts are established. Williamson Act contracts are established with an initial 20-year term, which renews annually on January 1st of each succeeding year to add one additional term or year to the term. The County of Monterey provides two options for landowners: agricultural preserves and farmland security zones. The slide in front of you has a breakdown of the qualifications of both programs. However, the Farmland Security Zone, commonly referred to as the Super Williamson Act, has an additional requirement that land under contract must have a soil classification of predominantly 51% or greater prime farmland of statewide importance or unique farmland. These are soil designations by the state and typically include row crops. Under this program, a property owner receives a greater property tax break. This map shows in green all the land in Monterey County currently under Williamson Act. In this presentation, you will hear about 10 applications for your consideration. Staff is recommending to approve 6 out of 10 applications, which would add 2,480 acres to approximately 802,282 acres of presently contracted land in this county. This slide shows the location within the county of all the applications being considered. The applications are located from the northern Watsonville area of the county to the southern region of Lockwood. This year, we have the 10 applications, 9 for farmland security zone and 1 for agricultural preserve. Staff recommends applications 2 through 4, 8 and 9 be approved, application 10 be partially approved, and applications 1 and 5 through 7 be continued to the 2025 round of applications. Before the applications are considered by the board, the applications are reviewed by the Agricultural Preserve Review Committee, or APRC, and the Agricultural Advisory Committee, AAC. The APRC is comprised of county staff, while AAC is comprised of county residents who represent agricultural interests. These committees review the application materials provided by the applicant against the requirements of the respective program. This year, the applications were scheduled for recommendation to the AAC on October 26th and November 16th. However, both scheduled meetings were canceled due to a lack of quorum. Therefore, the APRC made the determination to take the 10 applications forward to the board without the advisory committee's recommendation. In this slide, staff has broken down their recommendations. Applications, again, 2 through 4, 8 and 9 are recommended for approval as they meet the requirements of the respective programs. Application number 10 is recommended for partial approval, and applications 1, 5 through 7 are recommended to be continued. Application, what? Okay. So with that, let me just go over the partial approval real quick. So in this this application, application 10, there's 5 parcels, 2 of which we are recommending to exclude from the contract because they do not meet program soil classification for prime farmland. Therefore, staff's recommending 3 of the parcels be recommended for approval today. Before you are the 4 items we wish to continue until next year. And in conclusion, staff recommends the board approve the applications 2 through 4, 8, and 9, partially approve 10, and continue applications 1, 5 through 7.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Let's go to any comments from the public on this item. See no public, anyone coming forward in chambers? Anybody online?
Mary Perry?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I wanted to make one clarification. I believe it's on application number 10, the partial. There's only one parcel that's that we're recommending to not be included, and that's the parcel that's grazing land. And the reason we're not recommending that that parcel be included is because it's not predominantly prime. The other parcel, I think it's a very small parcel. It's 1 APN out of 2, and those 2 APNs comprise 1 legal lot of record. So there's no way to carve it out of the legal description. So I just wanted to make that clarification. That's how the contract has been prepared.
Agreed?
Agreed.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification, Mary. All right. Anyone else? Any other comments on here? Let's bring it back to the board.
I do have a question.
Yes,
I'm
questions or a
curious.
motion?
Question, yeah, thank you. I am curious. Is there a loss of property taxes associated with all of this? And can you tell me how much that would be?
From the assessor's office, so typically, well, in the past, there had been subventions that would come forward from the state, which have been suspended since 2009. This year, with the contracts coming forward, if we had the subvention, it would be about $224,000. Without the subvention, it is $208,000. So there is a slight loss for the county for property tax. Oh, reverse, sorry.
You need to use your mic, sir.
So those numbers were just reversed, meaning with subvention, we would have only had 208, meaning we would have received $40,000 in benefit from the state to help fill our gap, but without it, it's 242.
So 240 is what we'll be losing in property taxes. And for how many years would that be? How long does the Williamson Act contract last?
As long as the contract's still in place, it's perpetual, but it's typically a 20-year contract that renews adds 1 year each year until a notice of non-renewal is submitted.
Okay, so that's a significant amount of money.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Times 240,000 times 20 years. Yeah, it adds up.
Just reflecting on the past item.
Exactly right. All right, do we have a motion?
Move approval.
Moved by Lopez and seconded by Askew. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, motion carries 5-0. If we get through this last item very quickly, this is just another Mills Act. This is consider historic property contract, Mills Act application for the property at 100 River Road, which contains the quarry house, also known as Rancho Las Palmas. If we could keep this short and sweet. Awesome.
Sorry about that. I'll keep this very brief. I'm Phil Angelo, and I'm also presenting PLN 230088, the Mills Act application for the Rancho Las Palmas. This is an overview of the program once again. The property is listed on the National Register of Historic Places, which is one of the ways that a property can be a qualified historic property to be eligible for the Mills Act. In this case, the applicant submitted a rehabilitation plan, and the Historic Resources Review Board recommended approval of the contract. This is the overview of the overall financing for the Mills Act program. And for this contract, current estimated property taxes are $30,392, and the reduced property tax would be $8,081, resulting in an approximate loss of $22,311 annually, with 15% of that being a reduction for the county. And the property was appraised at a value of $2.8 million, significantly less than the commercial value of the Mills Act property. And we also received a question regarding transient occupancy tax. Approval of the Mills Act contract would not affect transient occupancy tax, as it's only related to the property tax valuation. And staff are recommending that the board find approving the contract categorically exempt from CEQA, approving the contract, and authorizing the chair of the board to execute it. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Only question on this, when they create a plan for the preservation of these historic homes, who follows up on that to making sure they're carrying out, some of these, it's a beautiful historic Queen Anne home, but perhaps the investments that are there, who just follows up to make sure those investments and upkeep do take place?
The contracts that are being approved require that the property owner submit annually receipts and photographic information and any other information showing how they implemented the work program that's also attached to the contract.
Right. Any other questions on this? Supervisor Askew.
I do, thank you. Just to clarify, this project is currently a commercial property used as a hotel. I just wanted to make sure the Mills Act doesn't have any impact on TOT collection? No impact on TOT collection.
No, separate tax.
Okay, great, thank you. And then same question that we had in the previous one, that Mills Act contracts for over the cap, we include the public benefit or public access benefit. Is that something that we could include with this contract as well?
Yes.
Okay, I would support it with that. And all of my previous comments applying to this one as well, thank you.
Ditto. Anyone else? Any comments from the public on this property Mills Act application? See none, let's get a motion. Adams?
I'll move approval.
Move approval, staff's recommendation, second by Lopez. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. We will recess for lunch and we'll be back at 1:30 p.m. We are going back into closed session. Thank you. It is past almost 1:40, so we're going to get started. Want to welcome everybody here. I know there's some residents from Pajaro who want to welcome you, and thank you for coming to Salinas to participate in this meeting, and those joining from Zoom as well. So we're going to call the roll by our clerk.
Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, and some will be joining us shortly.
Okay, next we'll ask for the announcement by our Spanish interpreter, Ana Rueda de Vidales. Okay, hold on. We're going to give you a mic para que se oiga aquí en el salón.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Ana Rueda de Vidales, seré el intérprete de español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, ven a verme ahora para que pueda explicar el proceso.
Thank you very much. And there's two important items relating to Pajaro. So after this one, I think that most people are here for, we want to invite you to stay for the following one. The next item will be receiving an update from our Department of Emergency Services just on storm preparations for the winter. So that's following this main item. So we're going to go to item number 11. This is to receive a presentation from the Department of Emergency Management regarding the 2023 Winter Storm Flood Relief Program and the development of a Pajaro long-term recovery plan for the unincorporated township of Pajaro, severely impacted by the 2023 March winter storms. In other words, this is regarding the $20 million the state of California provided for the community of Pajaro, one of only two communities in the state to receive such a line item approval in the budget approved last June by the state. So we'll pass the mic over to you. We have a presentation by Kelsey Scanlon, our Director of Emergency Management, Daniel Gonzalez, and Vicente Lara. Take it away.
All right. Thank you so much, Board of Supervisors, for allowing us to present to you this afternoon. I wanted to first thank all of the department heads for actively engaging in the recovery planning process with us. This really is a one team, one fight effort. And so with that, I would also like to thank our state legislators for this very rare and unique opportunity that we'll likely not see again. And then I wanted to thank Daniel and Vicente, who have, they're here in the audience, and they've really been leading this community engagement process to not just develop relationships, but to hear and listen to the voices and the vision of the community. And I'm hoping that our presentation is reflective of that. And then before we begin, I do want to take a moment to acknowledge and thank our community members who are here in the boardroom today as well as on Zoom. Without their engagement, we just have a document and some general ideas. So it's really their voices that we're hoping will be reflected in the presentation and also during public comment. And so with that, we'll start with our presentation about Assembly Bill 102 regarding Pajaro flood relief project proposals. So I'll briefly talk about the impacts to the community post-disaster. I think we're all very aware that there was quite significant damage, not just to residential properties, but to the economy, to the public infrastructure, very significant impact to public safety resources and natural and cultural resources, which highlighted some of the health and social vulnerabilities within the community. I really like this graphic. It kind of describes and depicts the very long-term recovery efforts that are required in any post-disaster community. So you see the more acute needs at the far left of the chart with more of the long-term recovery towards the end of the chart. And I would say that right now we're somewhat at the end of that yellow curve and midway through the green blob, but we still have a very long way to go. In the immediate recovery, as a reminder, we did provide a right-of-way debris removal program. We removed about 10,000 cubic yards of debris from private property. We had a community resource center, which served over 500 people. We offered comfort and hygiene hubs, which provided water, laundry services, feeding, a variety of very critical lifelines for the community. We also provided local assistance centers that served 1,200 residents residents and businesses, connecting them to resources, provided emergency congregate sheltering for 600 people. We had our non-congregate sheltering program, which served about 260 people. And at the end of that immediate recovery, FEMA was able to provide $8 million in individual assistance to residents. As such, we're very committed to the Pajaro revitalization efforts, and so we formed a committee. This was established in mid-July to help with the long-term recovery planning efforts, which don't really occur overnight. Obviously, they take about 6 to 12 months, depending on the impact to the community and the level of engagement. And the primary objective for this task force was to not just look at the immediate recovery needs, but look at long-term resilience and a sustainable recovery. So strengthening the community's preparedness, not just for future disasters, but in addition to doing the current recovery planning work and establishing those projects. And so we really focused on these 6 high-level priorities, which was infrastructure, natural, cultural, and resources, health and social services, housing and community development, economic development, and public safety. This effort is part of the larger long-term recovery plan. We were very grateful. We are very grateful for the AB 102 funds. It was not originally part of our recovery planning efforts, so it was a really exciting opportunity for us to make long-term recovery projects, but as well as to meet the unmet needs that were currently existing in the community. So this is generally part of a larger long-term recovery planning effort. And so by having these community meetings, we've been able to get a better insight into the post-disaster vision for the community. With AB 102, there are requirements. Obviously, we were allocated $20 million specifically for the community of Pajaro. The requirements that are placed upon us as the grant subaward is that the money has to be dispersed in or used in the community of Pajaro. It cannot duplicate or replace benefits otherwise available or received through other existing federal, state, and local programs. And it must be expended by December 31st, 2025. We will also be subject to state audit, and so we're very closely working with the state to ensure that we're meeting the grant requirements. And then finally, the requirement is that there has to be a nexus to flood relief, response, recovery, mitigation, preparedness, and/or resilience. Our priorities, obviously 20 million is a large amount of money, but it's certainly not enough to accomplish all of the vision and projects that were established in our community meetings. So we worked with the community to prioritize projects where no other funding was available, right? We wanted this to be effective and efficient. It had to meet, or we prioritized immediate recovery needs. There had to be community support and impact. It had to be feasible within the project constraints, so within the time frame of the award performance period, and that it was a one-time project, especially if no additional funding had been identified to sustain the project. So we don't want to start a program that can't be maintained in the community. Throughout the last, I want to say 9 months, we have been actively engaging with the community. We first had our listening session at the Santa Cruz Fairgrounds in March of 2023, so just shortly after the levee broke. We had a second listening session in May of 23, and then decided from there that there was very much a need to continue community engagement in a meaningful way. And so we started doing what are called cafecitos, meaning at the Pajaro Park. It's more like an open office hours. Supervisor Church is there, and the community can come and dialogue with county staff about their concerns, their vision, what they'd like to see in their community, any recovery frustrations that they're struggling with, especially from the bureaucratic side. And then we organized more formal meetings. So we had a Pajaro Revitalization Committee meeting in August, 2 in October, and then 1 just this past week in November. And we've also been engaging with some of our other partners at Casa de la Cultura. So in meeting number 1 in August, we started off this planning effort with a an opportunity for residents and businesses to express their frustration, any challenges that they were facing from a recovery perspective. And then we really worked through some of the long-term vision. So this was a brainstorming opportunity. It was an opportunity to hear any idea, and no idea was too crazy by any means. We really just wanted to hear the community voice and what their desire was. And so at the end of this project, or this meeting, we had over 70 ideas for projects that they'd like to see in their community, which is awesome. And in between meeting number 1 and meeting number 2, the staff worked together to organize all of the ideas, condense some of them down, especially if we heard duplicates, and really organize them into 22 large projects. And so at meeting number 2, we presented these 22 projects, and in each of these working groups, they worked through each of the projects to determine if it met the eligibility for the money. Was there other funds available? Could it be accomplished by December 2025? Is it a one-time sustainable project? Is this something that people actually still really want? And so after the meeting in early October, county staff got together. We actually started trying to conceptualize if they were feasible and at what cost. So starting to put together an estimated budget based on past RFPs, past contracts, past invoices for similar types of projects. And so in between meeting 2 and meeting 3, we posted all of the projects on large Post-its in the community room, and we did a sticker voting activity, meaning everyone got a sheet of stickers and they posted stickers next to the projects that were most important to them. And from that sticker vote activity, we were able to determine that the vast majority of respondents favored economic assistance for unmet needs, so that immediate, acute financial assistance. And then the other top 3, I can't see that far. The top 3 projects really came down to the community-based projects and programs, safe streets, low-income housing development, and business assistance, and did I say all of them? I think I said all of them. The top 4 right under unmet needs. Thank you. And then from there was interest in the remaining 4 projects, but obviously not as overwhelming as the top project, which is economic assistance for unmet needs. So this is our project proposal. Before I get into this, I really just want to say that this has quite literally been the epitome of democracy. Government engaging with the community to hear their voice and work to make those voices a vision and to make them real. And to propose those projects to the Board of Supervisors, where you are also hearing from the community and making an informed decision on the community needs. And that's extremely exciting for us. We have never seen this level of engagement in anything that we do. And so I'm very appreciative of all of the residents and businesses that came out after business hours on a weekday to share their concerns, share their frustrations, share their vision, and who are also here today. And so it's difficult to meet the acute, immediate needs while also trying to plan for long-term resilience and investing in the overall community with such a limited amount of money. And so our proposal today, I think, is a very balanced recommendation between the immediate needs and the long-term needs, and overall increasing community resilience. I will also say that through this process, through the community engaged process, which is not a requirement of the grant, it is something that we felt was right, though. We felt that it was moral and ethical to engage the community throughout this process. I will say it has really been an honor to get to know every single person in the community, and I'm hopeful that the projects that we're proposing, once implemented, will create a community that's reflective of the passion and the love and joy that's already existing in the community. So with that, we'll get to the top item totaling, all of these projects total $20 million with a 2% contingency of $400,000 for cost overruns. Before we get into each of the projects, I will say that what we're presenting today is really for the board to make amendments or to approve the project concepts and the estimated amounts. We'll be coming back to the board at a later date for the actual implementation through contracting of these projects. So really, if you could think of this from the perspective of the focus area, the project, and the estimated cost. And so with that, we'll get into the first item, which is talking about individual and economic recovery. There's three buckets, really. So there's the disaster case management, which we'll get into in the next slide, for unmet needs, and we'll talk about how we determine those unmet needs. There's economic assistance for undocumented flood survivors who were not eligible for FEMA individual assistance, and then a small business flood recovery grant program, a small business flood recovery economic assistance program. And before we get into the unmet needs, I really want to highlight the need for the small business flood recovery. This particular group did not receive anything in the form of economic assistance. They're quite literally the one demographic of the community that's not eligible for public assistance through FEMA or individual assistance through FEMA. All they're really offered are low interest rate loans, which they have to pay back. And so by all accounts, this is the one area of the community that has not received any assistance at all, and is one of our top projects.
And so one question we've been asked a lot throughout this process is, what is a unmet need or a disaster cause unmet need? And really what we're looking at here is, what is the disaster caused loss by any individual in the community? What other assistance are they able to access, whether it's insurance, FEMA assistance, state disaster assistance programs, county provided assistance? And what is the true delta between that loss amount and how much assistance the individual has gotten through other sources? And this can really include everything from personal property and household items, emotional and mental health needs, home repair and rebuilding, temporary shelter needs, and is really inclusive of both renters and property owners. And through disaster case management, it's really a tool for those who may have applied for FEMA and were denied FEMA assistance, those who applied and did not receive what they feel is an adequate amount to meet their need, and those who have applied, exhausted what FEMA can provide, and may still truly need more assistance, to go through this process in disaster case management, both to go through the FEMA appeals process, but also to work with their case manager to find additional forms of assistance. So one thing we're going to do kind of following this is work with those disaster case management to really develop clear criteria, guidelines on what this individual assistance will look like, and then go provide that information directly to the community. But really on a high level, we're really seeing 3 tiers of need. So level 1, really minor property repairs and mostly personal property loss. Level 2 really being kind of medium repairs and also personal property loss. And then level 3 where there is truly major repairs. And this is where we're still seeing that there are some people who have not been able to get home due to just the pure cost of repairs. And then that also may include personal property loss.
The second large project that we identified are projects that are outside of the scope of county department responsibilities and authorities. But this is also an opportunity to have projects in the community that are actually implemented by community organizations that live and or serve in the community, who will be there for the duration, long after attention for recovery efforts has diminished. And so through a community resource development grant, we're hoping that nonprofits and community-based organizations and potentially businesses will apply for projects that they'd like to implement in their community that meet these 5 different categories, including community resources and social services programs, economic development, increased healthcare access, expansion of language access services, and community beautification projects. For this particular resource development grant, we are intending to put out an RFP for a third-party fiscal sponsor to administer this grant program.
And so our next category is infrastructure and community development, which is something we heard a lot throughout our community meetings. And so one portion of this is safe streets. And so our partner here would be the Monterey County Public Works, and they're going to look at where we can put streetlights in the community, where there are key areas for sidewalk improvements, such as kind of filling gaps, really creating that connected street sidewalk line, and then 2 different crosswalk locations that they've identified that could use additional pedestrian improvements, flashing crosswalk lights to really improve the pedestrian experience at these locations. And then we're also talking with Public Works as putting in a new Pajaro community sign to replace the old community sign, and the design and location of this would be determined at a later date, and we would work with kind of key partners here to make sure this design is reflective of community priorities and values. And then the last project here is a housing infrastructure feasibility planning study with housing and community development. So this in many ways would be some of that initial analysis to support a future Pajaro community plan, and would look at really what are the barriers to housing development in the community. So this could include, and we will develop a more detailed proposal following this meeting, an evaluation of services and infrastructure needed to support housing, reviewing key limiting factors to housing development, including groundwater overdraft, sewer allocation fees, and traffic congestion issues, and then possibly an assessment of infill and underutilized parcels in the community.
So the next 3 projects that we are going to talk about are really related to natural and cultural resources. The first is the Pajaro Free Library, and it's $3.5 million that would go towards repairs and betterments at the location, including elevators and stairs, tenant improvements, outdoor community area, and a contingency allocation for cost overruns and market inflation. We'll talk about this particular project in the next slide as well. The second project is $1.2 million, which would go towards the Pajaro Sunny Mesa Community Services District. In particular, this amount of money would go towards soccer field turf replacement, playground refurbishment, new benches and tables, and operations and maintenance costs for the 2 years of the performance period. The third project is $2 million that would go towards the middle school for recreational upgrades. There's still more feasibility work that needs to go into this. I believe they originally received an estimate far above what we're proposing today. And so the recreational upgrades would either be for a new rubberized track or for a new turf. It would not be for both. It would be one or the other. But through that contracting and investment at the school, the county would create a joint use agreement for the community to use these resources in an emergency, post-emergency, and for general community use.
And so just to highlight the Pajaro Free Library project, is currently the Public Works facilities in partnership with our libraries department is going through a programming analysis for the second and third floor of the library, which currently cannot be utilized or accessed due to egress concerns as well as needed improvements for safety. And this is just one tentative option they're looking at, but we're bringing this up now to highlight really the types of spaces that could be added by taking on this project. So having the elevator and stairs to make it safe to access these areas, in addition to the upgrades and improvements on the second and third floor, which could add some 3,000 square feet of community space, meeting space, office area, study area. And then in addition, it would include funding for an outdoor community area where, kind of reading in the round could go on, as well as a place where community members could access Wi-Fi after hours at the library. So these are just some preliminary plans, but they're continuing their outreach on looking at really how they can best utilize this additional space.
For the projects identified under emergency preparedness, readiness, and response, we are hoping to fund 3 main projects. The first is for emergency response and flood fighting equipment for North County Fire Protection District. At present, the Fire Protection District does not have the ability to conduct water rescues or any flood fighting activities. And in an emergency, they rely solely on mutual aid from within the county as well as from the state. For instance, we only had, I believe, 2 high water vehicles in county at the time of the storms and had to order 6 to 8 additional high water vehicles to meet the 260 approximate water rescues that occurred in March. And so having an additional high water rescue vehicle in county for not just responses within the North County Fire Protection District, but as well as regionally through mutual aid, as well as a flood rescue boat and tractor for movement of sand and mud debris is extremely beneficial to public health and safety. The digital message board for the Pajaro Valley Unified School District, one of the chief recommendations that we've received from the community is better communication. And we found through engagement that the traditional means of media are not how the community of Pajaro actually receives their information. And so we really found that we were most successful in communicating with the public when we just had sandwich board message signs out on the street. They pass by the main roads just about every day, if not 3 to 4 times a day. And so we're hoping to put a digital message board in the community right there in downtown Pajaro for everyone to see just day-to-day news, school updates, but that can also be leveraged in emergencies for communicating evacuation or recovery information. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, and so this last item here is actually for the Department of Emergency Management to conduct additional emergency preparedness and recovery planning activities. And I think this one is really important because one thing we have been hearing a lot of in the community is they wish they had been better prepared, and they wish we had communicated with them better in the emergency, and they wish we had taken on, different strategies. So this could include a variety of initiatives, community preparedness workshops, which I think would be an incredible asset. So this could include anything from, how to create a family emergency plan, how to flood-proof your home in case of emergency, flood insurance seminars. This will also include looking at developing a community CERT team, passing out community go bags, community-wide, so that there is kind of those tools ready to go, starting a youth preparedness program, continued outreach for emergency alert registration, and continued planning on how can we better communicate in an emergency in the community, how can we have better care and shelter strategies. So really a broad spectrum of initiatives around making sure the community is prepared in an emergency.
So with that, we have presented the full list of projects to date. This list has changed quite significantly since its original inception several months ago. As I mentioned before, we're really here today to get approval from the board for the project concepts and the estimated amounts, with us coming back to the board for approval for implementation of contracts and MOUs. Throughout this process, we have worked quite closely with Supervisor Church's office, as well as the community, to develop these projects. And so at this point in time, we will conclude our presentation, we're ready and able for questions. Oh, I'm sorry. We have a couple more slides. I'm sorry. So real quick, our timeline for general long-term recovery planning is all the way through August 2024, with a variety of milestones in between this point and July 30th, 2024. And so as such, Our recommendations are that the Board of Supervisors provide staff direction and approval of the 2023 Winter Storm Flood Relief Program proposed projects, direct Housing and Community Development Department to bring forward a resolution waiving permit fees associated with rebuilding and reconstruction of residential properties damaged in the 2023 winter storms, authorize the Director of Emergency Management to take all necessary steps to implement and administer the grant of $20 million from the California Office of Emergency Services via the 2023 Winter Storm Flood Relief Program, as indicated in Attachment A. Authorize and direct the Auditor Controller to amend the fiscal year 23-24 adopted budget by increasing appropriations in the Department of Emergency Management by $70,354, funded by unspent ARPA revenues for management and administration of the grant funding, with a 4/5 required vote. Direct the County Administrative Office to set aside $140,707 funding for fiscal year 24-25, half from the cannabis assignment and half from unspent ARPA revenues, and $70,354 for fiscal year 25-26 from the cannabis assignment fund for management and administration of the grant funding. And finally, authorize and direct the Auditor, Controller, and County Administrative Office to incorporate these changes in fiscal year 23-24 Department of Emergency Management adopted budget with a 4/5 required vote.
All right. We're going to go first to Supervisor Church, as Pajaro is in his district, District 2. So we'll start with you, and then we'll go around for questions or comments.
Thank you.
And then we'll go to the public. So just so the public knows, after we give a round of questions from the board, we'll go and open it up for public comments. Go ahead. Sure.
First, I just want to thank a team here, Kelsey, Laura, Daniel, Vicente. I've seen you out there working. You've been really engaged with the community, putting all this together, and in a unique way. Really, this is really a unique project, really, to getting community engagement. It's unlike anything I've ever really seen in the county. And one of the things that make it unlike anything I've ever seen in the county is the tremendous public outpouring and just involvement onto this. I think we looked here at a chart which showed a number of people that were coming to multiple meetings. And that, personally, I thought this was going to be like anything else that gets presented out. The longer it goes on, the numbers drop. It didn't drop. If anything, they grew. And I think that speaks to the passion, the concern, to really this community wanting to really make something better, because it's been neglected for a long time, and there's an opportunity here. So that it's just really impressive. Impressive to see so many people here. It's impressive to see so many people that have gone through this whole process onto here. I'm not going to say a whole lot onto here anymore. When we get down here to making emotions, I do want to make some motion with some changes on how the funding is, not because there's anything wrong with it. I think the basic formula here is really great. It's taken suggestions from the community. Just needs a few tweaking from discussions I've had with people, but I want to listen to more what folks have to say here today. And that's basically all I wanted you to comment on right now. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm giving some of my comments now because I want to hear from the public, but I just want to say what some of my early input, and maybe the public could respond to it as well. First of all, thanking you as well, and I want to thank our state legislators, our governor, for allowing Pajaro and community of Planada and Merced County to also receive $20 million. Any communication with them, what they're doing? Are they in the same place we are? We brought this up earlier because since we're the only two flood-impacted communities to receive this money, what kind of communication have we had with Planada?
Yes, we work quite closely with the County of Merced, who has been the other sub-award. And they have also engaged in a very aggressive community engagement process. And we've been sharing our strategies with them for engaging the community. And so while we spread out our community meetings over the course of about 4 months, I think they did theirs in the course of 3 weeks. So we've been engaging for a bit longer than the community of Merced, though I will say, having seen the outcomes at their community meetings, they were very well organized and very well designed. And I think they had originally intended to spend all of their money in economic assistance, but have, after hearing from the community, also decided to make a proposal to the Board of Supervisors, actually today, I think, that they'll be doing somewhat of a joint public assistance project proposal as well as economic assistance for unmet needs for individuals and households.
Great, thank you for that. And I wanted to specifically just name Senator Laird, Senator Caballero, Assemblymember Rivas, our speaker, and Assemblymember Don Addis for working on this with the budget committees and the governor to get this line item in there. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. But we know, as you rightly pointed out, $20 million sounds like a lot, but when you start divvying it up over numerous projects or ideas, programs, it's not a lot, considering the needs that are out there and the ideas that you all received. And I just wanted to comment on a few categories. Certainly in the individual and economic recovery, what you said about our small businesses that really didn't get a lot of help versus only, I think, being offered some low-interest loans. Did get much help. No dispute there. I did want to just speak to some of the other items, right? And I wanted to present this because I want to hear from the public. I did meet with some of the business owners on Zoom yesterday and some of the community members yesterday. They have some other ideas as well. I want us to be responsive and be open-minded to what they also have, and perhaps modify a little bit, tweak this up, whether it's today, whether it's tomorrow, whether we call a special meeting. I just want to point out that I'm open to doing that if we need more time to kind of hear the community out and make some refinements on this. I think overall, very good, but there perhaps is some refinements, as Supervisor Church is suggesting, that we could take up probably tomorrow, or if we have to do a special meeting as chair, I would be open to that concept. Because I don't want to rush this in the last meeting of the year, rather being thoughtful to the input that we're getting and seeing how we could just make this a little better. But on the community resources side, I just, because we're creating pots of money, and I raised these individually when I met with staff, so I'm not saying anything new here. I did have some concerns on certainly on the community beautification, the other economic development, creating a Pajaro Chamber of Commerce, a way for businesses to get together. Some of these social services, I'm agreed. What I do have a question on is just the question about increased healthcare access, mental health, drug prevention, because we do have existing services through the County of Monterey, through our health department, through our nonprofit agencies in the Pajaro Valley that serve people on both sides, right? They get grants to provide mental health services, drug prevention services. So I don't want to put money where I know there's services that already exist. And when I met with staff, I said, well, maybe we put a mobile unit there. Well, these are really confidential kind of services. They want to go to a professional place with professionals. It's not a service that you could just say, we're going to put up a trailer or a tent a few times during the week. When I'd rather be serious about it and say, okay, what services do we have? So we're not just throwing money at something, and when the public already has access to that, they just need to know where to go for those services. So that was my concern, because I know as we add a lot of things up, the money's going to get tight. And overall, as I expressed at our last meeting here, I want the community of Pajaro to look back at these $20 million 3 or 5 years from now and say, yes, we see the impact. It's obvious that the $20 million went to good use. Sometimes when you do services, the services last 6 months, a year, they dry up, and then the money, people will tell us, and we don't know where that money went. So that's the framework I'm taking this. So that's why another category, and that on this slide was about cultural humility or equity training. I don't know who the training is for or the cultural humility is about. Some of these I'm just questioning why is that necessarily on this list, considering there's a lot of other priorities. I'm just going to go down where I have questions. On the community sign for Pajaro, I could see a need for that. Just because it's on a school district property, there'd have to be some agreement to make sure it's used also for public use, for the community, not just for school-related events, although those are important too. But there has to be an agreement, MOU worked out with the Board of Supervisors. On the library, my question there, I get the library is a beautiful building, a historic building. I went with our facilities staff, Lindsay Larable and other team members. It's a beautiful historic building, underutilized for sure, on the second and the third floors. it has the potential to be a greater resource for the community of Pajaro, a place potentially where more nonprofits and service providers could go. So I would just say that on the layout, it said a lot of community spaces. I don't want to make renovations and then there'd be a lot of empty rooms versus bringing services to be located in Pajaro so they're in walkable distance to the people. And I know there is some nonprofits that want to come. Green EV Transit or wants to come, they got a grant to come to Pajaro. They need an office space to provide free access to electric vehicles for the community. That's just one, but I know there'll be others. But the question there was the contingency of almost $1 million. It's a very high, above the norm contingency for whatever work is proposed there of 35%. Usually the contingency is about 10%, but this is $950,000. And I think maybe this is an area where we could look at not having such a high contingency and putting that money elsewhere. Pajaro Parks, I know there's a big need. We've had the main park in Pajaro is overutilized. It's utilized a lot by the community, and we could go in there on the weekend. They are going to need a new turf eventually and new playground equipment for the kids. But for me, that's really a true community resource that is going to need investment not too far down the road. The only other areas was, I agree on all these other areas. On the emergency preparedness and recovery planning, this was another area. It's almost $500,000, $450,000. But is this something that we should be doing already, right? I see the list here talking about community preparedness workshops, youth preparedness program, community go bags. I'm not sure how effective that is. Emergency planning. For me, these are all things that seem to be something that our department should be doing already versus putting $500,000 in this category where I think we should be doing it already. I had one more issue here. There was, on the housing, the last issue that I have, on the $500,000 for housing infrastructure feasibility planning, it's $500,000 here as well. I get it. I want to see Pajaro to be able to have more housing opportunities. It was a fight just to get the last farm worker housing project built there that is now being constructed. But usually housing is site specific. Usually a developer comes in as part of their environmental review. They'll look at the land, the soil, the ag buffers, all those issues specific to a particular project. I just wasn't clear, spending $500,000 on a housing study, how was that going to help us advance getting housing built outside of private developers coming in and wanting to build the housing? That was my particular question on that. I don't know if you have an answer to that.
Can I start with the first one?
Yes.
Okay, great. I've been trying to keep up with the question. So for the community resource development grants, this is really high-level guidelines. What we recognized was that there are greater needs beyond what was being communicated in our community meetings, and we wanted to open it up to the community for proposals on what they'd like to see. And so we really didn't want to limit ourselves. These were the priorities of the community. And so with this particular grant, in coordination with the fiscal sponsor, we'll create an ad hoc committee to review all of the proposals that would be in alignment with these community priorities, and essentially identify which of these projects are one-time project costs. And the example that was provided for mobile clinics, we have several clinics already operating in the area, and they do so through mobile vehicles. And so that was used as an example if they needed to replace equipment within the vehicle so that they could maintain services. So one-time projects to continue or support already existing community services. So that way there's not an expectation level that's unsustainable and can't be met by the county. So we were really just hoping to support already existing services in the community. And we wanted to receive proposals, but to some degree we have to provide some guidance. And so that's really what this community resource development grant was focused on. In the library project, there obviously was a need for community space. The contingency is a 35% fee that Public Works generally applies to all public projects, is my understanding from Public Works. And so anything that's not spent in that contingency fund will be bringing back to the Board of Supervisors for direction on how to spend that.
That's just a high contingency. Usually, like I said, it's like about 10%.
I think we're being a bit cautious considering what we don't know and the fact that it's a historical building. I am hopeful and am not planning that the 35% contingency fee should be spent, but as such, we'll bring it back to the board. If you'd like, we can try to lower the contingency fee, though I don't think Public Works would recommend that, but I'll defer to them. In terms of emergency preparedness, yeah, we should be doing emergency preparedness. I totally agree. The struggle that our department is facing is we're committing more than 50% of our staff just to recovery efforts. And we have been struggling to meet all of our other requirements for emergency preparedness, not just in the community of Pajaro, but across the Monterey County operational area. And so we're looking towards winter, we're looking towards next fire season with so much vegetation growth. And the demand for emergency preparedness planning in specific communities is great. And so this money, yes, would go towards our department to help us maintain that presence in the community while also meeting our obligations throughout the rest of the Monterey County operational area. And then, yeah, I'll let Laura talk about the housing.
So in terms of the housing and community development study, part of the goal in our discussions with HCD is to look at what the barriers private developers face when trying to do housing development in the community of Pajaro, and then looking at what solutions they can take on a community-wide basis to address some of the concerns of private developers. So it wouldn't necessarily create the impact of building housing, but it would be an asset to future developers wishing to develop housing in the area.
Well, I want to go to my other colleagues, but the only thing I would say in there, we already know, based on at least the last housing project in Pajaro, they need to be built up. They need access to water. They need to put in ag buffer zones and address some other mitigations. So I don't know what else we're going to get out of $500,000 study. So I'm just putting on the table as things I'm flagging. My other colleagues are going to bring up other issues, but just to take note, and then we're going to come back to see how we could refine or address some of these concerns. So let's go to the other colleagues here. Supervisor Adams and then Supervisor Askew.
I was just kind of curious. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was really very comprehensive, and I really very much appreciate your acknowledgement for all of the community people who are here today as well. I think it's really a great turnout. I just was curious because of the percentages that you had indicated before, the needs that were expressed in the community meeting. And I think the top one was 16%, and then it went down from there. I had it marked here. Thank you. Please, I'm not paginated. Page 11 of the slideshow.
I think that the clerk might need to switch it on, but I have it up if.
Perfect, thank you so much. Okay, so what I was curious about, looking at this and then looking at the disbursement that you have of the funds, the 6 million down to 400,000 to get the total of 20 million. Did you look at all at what the amount of funding would be if you applied the percentages to the 20 million?
We did not use that strategy because the priority of the project, there wasn't a direct correlation between the popularity of the project and the cost feasibility. So some of the projects, for example, one would be the Pajaro Middle School. Let's say that had been the top most prioritized project or the least prioritized project. Let's say it got a 4% vote. To make that project happen, they really need 2 to 3 million at a minimum. And so we struggled with feasibility of popularity versus implementation practicality. And so we tried to balance between prioritizing the projects that were of demand versus the actual anticipated project costs. So each of the amounts that we're putting forward, we worked very diligently with each of the departments to feasibly come up with a budget so that we're not, just spending money on projects that can't actually be accomplished. We wanted to make sure that there was an appropriate amount of money to actually see the project to the end. So unfortunately, it's difficult to, compare the apples and oranges.
Got it, exactly. Thank you so much for that. And then could you please just remind me, how many people are we talking about?
Can you go to the slide with the participation slide? So our first listening session was the most actively attended in March. And then we started off pretty small, actually, with a small 80 plus people.
This wasn't where, I wasn't interested in that element. How many people in Pajaro that are impacted, I guess?
Well, that really depends on the degree of impact. Obviously, the entire community was evacuated and to some degree had losses, whether they be financial or otherwise. We had approximately 250 structures that experienced some degree of damage, with only 6 being red tagged. But what I will say about flood debris versus wildfire debris is that the damage is more complex. Typically with wildfires, you'll see a complete leveling of the structure to the foundation, and debris removal at that point is actually quite simple, to the point of scraping the foundation and separating out the debris. Whereas with flood recovery, you're really talking about an environmental impact that you can't see for the most part, especially when you're talking about properties that have damage below 18 inches. And the 18-inch mark is important because that's the height of electrical outlets. And so the second it reaches over 18 inches, your impacts and costs for recovery exponentially double. It requires more permits, it requires more attention to detail, it requires more gutting than just a replacement of the structure, and can be quite costly. And so in the damage assessments, I think one of the items that's most misleading is we had a significant number of structures that didn't have major damage or total destruction, but that doesn't mean their impact was any less. Quite honestly, it means that their financial expenses are almost double. And so the damage assessment map, I do think, is quite misleading, but there was a significant amount of people either who had personal property loss, business losses, or financial and economic losses. And that touched just about everybody in the community.
Okay, thank you very much.
Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, thank you. Just a comment of appreciation to our county staff, to the public who's been through this process. Pajaro is not in my district, and I've really kind of deferred to the district supervisor and the community and our staff to really get their hands dirty in terms of trying to figure out what the needs are. And I think that what you've come up with the community input that's been a part of it, I do look forward to hearing public comment. I'm assuming that this has been sort of vetted, at a number of different iterations with the community. I do look forward to the public comment. But I think broad strokes, this is a great place for us to be. I think the urgency of action is significant. We need to get this money out into community and into people's hands, in whatever the forms may be. One of a friends of mine in another county who has had to deal with a lot of disasters always says, don't let perfect be the enemy of moving forward. Don't let perfect be the enemy of progress. And so while I'm sure that we could iterate a dozen more times, the community need is significant and great. So I'm inclined to move us along. I did have 2 questions in terms of issues that I didn't see show up on the meeting list. I'm assuming they were maybe raised or maybe didn't rise to the top priority, but I wanted to ask about them. The first was childcare and childcare facilities. It's something I hear often just across the board as a significant need. And as we think about infrastructure, I don't know if childcare facilities or home care facilities were lost. I know as you're trying to get people back to work, the childcare issue is one that just permeates literally everything. I didn't see it pop up, but maybe if you could just speak to, was that a concern of the community?
Absolutely.
And if so, where does it fall into all of that?
Yeah, absolutely was a concern. And we actually listed that under the community grants.
So community grants.
Yeah, and so that's where we're hoping people can come to us with a proposal for what they might need for childcare.
Okay, so and that could include potentially like an in-home care, or if someone's offering care, or I don't know if I know some of our school districts offer, the very, very early care. So I'm not sure if that's, okay, so that's included in this
that's
section.
under senior and youth programs and services.
Senior and youth program and
We
services,
can
okay.
more clearly state, child care services and in-home services.
Okay. And then the other question, and maybe I just missed it, was sort of the issue of public transportation and access to transportation. I know that's an ongoing issue, but were there any sort of baseline infrastructure issues related to making sure that people have the ability to get out of town if they needed to, in a crisis or just on an ongoing basis? Is that something that rose?
Yes, it is. And so my hope at the end of this fiscal year is that we can come back to the board with a full list of project proposals. Because of the limited nature of this grant and because there's already so much federal, state, and local funding for transportation, we really didn't want to spend any amount of money on this where there was already a grant. But it was absolutely something that rose to the top of the conversation.
Okay. And so all of the work that's been done to identify community needs, community priorities, we're looking to allocate funding. It's in front of us right now, but really government funding comes from so many different sources.
Exactly.
So I'm assuming that out of this process, we'll maybe have a couple legislative priority asks that we can prioritize, that we'll be able to look at other pots of money that the county has flowing through us that could start to be matched up to specific areas of need?
Yes, that's exactly our intention.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions. And I just want to say thank you to the community for being here today. Thank you for being so engaged and involved. Thank you for reaching out to our offices when you have. And thank you for bearing with us as we engage in this progress, imperfect as it is. Thank you.
I don't see Supervisor Lopez. One last thing I brought up to our staff that I didn't raise earlier was just on the beautification of Pajaro. People have mentioned they see the Watsonville side, they see the nice street lighting, they see the public art, they see all the weeding is the community sidewalks, the street, it's all cleaned up. In Pajaro, it seems like we don't do regular, and I know it came up during your hearings, street sweeping and de-weeding of the sidewalks. Some of the businesses some of the industrial ones have a lot of weeds. It looks unsightly. The community deserves better. So I hope that's part of a plan, working with the business owners, how to keep their properties upkept and de-weeded, and just so the community looks nice. And some of these public art, hopefully, could help beautify that entrance into the community. That's where people leave to work in the morning, come back, kids go to school, come back. They want to see their community looking beautiful, just as the Watsonville side looks like. So I just wanted to put that up there as well. Supervisor Lopez, before we go to public comment.
No, I'm ready to go to public comment, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we're going to start public comment. We're going to start with those in chambers and then go to those online. We'll have up to 2 minutes. If you're speaking in Spanish, we'll allow double the time so that our interpreter could translate for you. So you just have to speak in pieces so she can interpret after you say a few words. Yes, so we get first person can come on right on up. And we have to move quickly. We have a lot of speakers, so as soon as she finishes, we can go to the next speaker. 2 minutes, the timer is on the screen.
Good afternoon, supervisors, and thank you, Kelsey and staff, for your presentation. I am Sister Rosa Dolores. I am the chairperson of the Pajaro Disaster Long-Term Recovery Alliance. The Alliance is a consortium of nonprofit organizations serving Pajaro. I am here today on behalf of the committee to state our support for the residents and businesses that have been meeting and organizing for the last 5 months to ensure the committee's viability now and in the future. We believe that the funding from the governor is a direct result of the impacts of the floods, and in particular, the devastation that it caused for residents and businesses in Pájaro. We appreciate the county's interest in making right by Pájaro. However, we, the Alliance, are in agreement that this funding is not to use to bridge the lack of infrastructure investment in Pájaro. We want to ensure that residents and small businesses are given financial relief first. Both groups have conducted an assessment, and while the sum of the impact is much more greater than what we're asking, $12 million, the group agrees to the dollar amount to provide the county with some room to opportunity for service in Pájaro. The Alliance has partnered with Monterey Bay Economic Partnership as our fiscal agent, and today, together, with their support, we can work with you, the county, and staff, to ensure that the cadre of agencies are available to render the financial support needed for our residents and businesses, to build an ecosystem to support the future of Pájaro. We request a postponement of funding decisions in order to have more collaborative discussions with your staff and organized residents and representatives. Please listen with respect to the voices of the businesses and residents that will be coming forth. We look forward to working with you and hoping that your presentation doesn't end like this 1997
Thank you, Sister Rosa. Your time is up.
presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Next person. Yeah, when you hear the ringer, try to just wrap up your comments so we don't have to interrupt what you're saying.
Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. Some of you might know me, some of you might not. I've been in every meeting, as I could. My name is Leonardo Gonzalez Torres, and I'm here voicing not just myself, but other residents of Pájaro community. I'm asking, and I'm for more money for the community. I've been asking for this before. I've been in meetings even with Mr. Church before, and regarding that not all the people have get help from FEMA and many other places. We're getting a group as a member of the residents and Pájaro, and getting it stronger each time. We try to create a better communication in between all of us to work together to make a better Pájaro. We need many things. The communication is bad. Schools, they are called Santa Cruz County when they're in Monterey County. There is many things that are not well set up, but there is a lot of mental problems. Not all the facilities work, unfortunately. It's hard to get help. And one of the persons that, motivated me to be here, he passed away from a heart attack because of stress. He lost his job on the floods, and he from one day to the other, he was gone. There is another kid, 22 years old, that has killed himself from stress. There is not much opportunities. So there is a lot to do, and we thank all the organizations, not-profit or whatever, that give little help compared to the huge necessity that the community has. So the businesses, they need help too.
Thank you very much. Next person. Yes, come on up and keep it rolling.
Keep it rolling. My name is Murray Scheckman. I have the pleasure of serving as the interim superintendent of schools of the Pájaro Valley this year. And I have 3 goals this year, and one of them is all related to Pájaro Middle School. I am very grateful to the staff's report. It was very thorough, very accessible. I appreciated Supervisor Church's visit to the school with one of our board members about 6 weeks ago. We had FEMA help us with the cleanup 100%. We're short about $2 million for opening the school. FEMA and our insurance are very helpful. And the discussion is centered around the fields, and I'm very grateful, we're very grateful for what we saw. Let me represent a group of 7th graders. I've been in every classroom at Lakeview Middle School where we have 10 sections of Pajaro Middle School students. We have 2 sections, 2 groups of 6th graders at Ohlone and 2 groups at Hall District. I love visiting all the classes, but I have heightened my focus with the kids at Pajaro and asked them very basic questions. How's it going? What are some things that we can do to help you now? The kids in the elementary schools, they're faring pretty well. They're letting me know, they're letting their schools know that they're pretty comfortable because they came from those schools. The kids at Pajaro Middle at Lakeview struggled a little bit. It was horrible. It was very difficult last year, as you can imagine. Flood, now let's start school a week later. But the district did really good planning. We have 1 principal, 2 schools together. When I go into those classes, what comes out is, hey, Schechtman, what about the field? That has been a real important concern from the kids. We will put a field in. We have enough money to at least be able to put a grass field in. If you can help us, I guarantee you it'll be open to this entire community very much. That's the practice of this district. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schechtman, and good to see you here. Next person, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Alicia Jimenez. I am the proud Public Information Officer of Pajaro Valley Unified School District. And I come here just filled with gratitude to the Department of Emergency Services for the kind inclusion of Pajaro Middle School in their list of priority projects. It is an important part of the community. Pajaro deserves to have a school not only that is rebuilt better than what it was before the floods, but it has an added field so that it can be part of the community. And hence, we do need green space. There's not enough green space. Let's think about it from the perspective of our young kids, not adults. They need a space to go and kick a ball, run around with their buddies. I really appreciate the fact that this is incorporated into what our community sees as a need. Pajaro Valley Unified School District is very proud to be also a part of the Monterey County office, Monterey County, and we have been collaborative with the Department of Emergency Services from the initial stages of this recovery process. And I want to also express my appreciation to the Pajaro community, Sister Dolores Rosa, for all of her community involvement and making sure that the families that are the most impacted have a voice in this process. They are the ones that are going to be living the results and the outcomes of how these funds are expended. So thank you very much for your consideration, and thank you to the Pajaro community for showing up.
Thank you, Alicia, and welcome. Next person.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Leo Gonzalez Munoz, and I am a resident as well as a president of the organized group of residents formed in Pajaro under the Pajaro Disaster Long-Term Recovery Alliance. For starters, I want to give the thanks to the county for trying to do what's right for Pajaro. For many decades, we've been ignored, and I'm grateful for the opportunity the county has given me as well as the residents at Pajaro to make a change in our community. Across various reunions, I've seen the county's personnel put in the work to make the commitment to try and correct this negligence. And while I'm aware and thankful for this sentiment, I, like many of my neighbors, are in the agreement that the resources for relief should be given, that are given by the governor, should be dedicated to the residents and the businesses, for they have suffered the majority of the impact. And in a personal setting, I've seen the mental health of my community go down drastically. One of my close friends, very close family friends, not too long ago, he committed suicide for the same reason that there aren't enough opportunities because of what happened during the floods. The floods were very traumatic, and there was a lot of stuff that happened in those events, which led to unemployment of many people. And that was one of the reasons why he committed suicide, because there wasn't enough opportunities for him economically to actually stay afloat. The evacuations put him in debt. And so, it's sad that I have to spend up here saying all this while it's my birthday. I spent my birthday in a court, so it's kind of funky, but yeah. Thank you for your time. Thank you for listening. I know your jobs are very hard, and I'm grateful for the opportunity you have given us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and happy birthday. No better way to spend it than representing your community. Next person, thank you.
Hola, esta vez no vengo a hablar de la Casa de la Cultura, pero es imposible dejar de nombrarla cuando los residentes del Pájaro tenemos un lugar de apoyo y de refugio para acudir cuando necesitamos ayuda.
You need para hacerlo en fases aquí.
Thank you. I'm not here to speak of the Casa de Cultura, but it's impossible not to mention it because it is a place of refuge and help that the community has when issues happen.
Mi nombre es Alejandra Vargas, soy residente de Pájaro y miembro del grupo de residentes de la Alianza. Primeramente, gracias al gobernador por haber otorgado estos recursos de Pájaro, para Pájaro, y a ustedes por asegurar que el espíritu de estos recursos llegue a cada uno de los residentes y de los negocios del Pájaro de la manera más justa. Estoy aquí para pedirles de favor que otorguen la mayoría de los recursos asignados para residentes y comerciantes. Fuimos nosotros, primeramente, quienes sufrimos los impactos de estas inundaciones. Es por eso que en lo personal me gustaría decir rápidamente que para mi familia han sido años difíciles, los últimos 3 años, primero por la pandemia, después por una enfermedad de mi esposo que tuvo una cirugía corazón abierta. Duramos 6 meses viviendo en Stanford, en el hospital. Cuando pensamos que la habíamos librado, le vino un derrame cerebral. Pensamos que íbamos a empezar el año 2023 con cosas buenas y pues empezamos lamentablemente con la primera evacuación de las lluvias de enero.
That was a lot.
Perdón.
Okay, so my name is Alejandra Vasquez, and I'm a resident of Pájaro, and I'm also part of the Alliance group. I want to thank you first for all the help. I want to thank the governor for the money that he has given us, and I hope that that money is invested in a just way, and it reaches all the people of Pájaro, and it's mostly given to the residents and to the businesses. These last years have been very hard for me. My family has had very hard years. We had to suffer through the pandemic. Then my husband got sick. He had a heart attack. We thought we were over that. And then suddenly he had he suffered a stroke. And we thought 2023 was going to be a year that we were going to start positive. But then in January, we had the first evacuation.
Tenemos una cuenta aproximadamente de $390,000 en facturas médicas. Deseo terminar el año dignamente, igual o como muchos residentes del Pájaro, sin preocuparme. Terminar el año o empezar el año sin tenerme que preocupar para buscar un lugar donde suicidarme, como 2 personas que ya lo hicieron en el Pájaro por toda la situación económica que está pasando, un adulto y un joven. La salud mental y la salud emocional es realmente preocupante y para desgracia de todos, la salud mental y el bienestar económico van enlazados. Para terminar, la propuesta que ustedes tienen, a mí me parece muy importante, todo es muy importante, pero pienso que hay algunos puntos o algunas cosas que pueden esperar un poquito más de tiempo. Pero sí pido a ustedes de manera muy significativa que esos $12 millones que estamos pidiendo sean otorgados y distribuidos equitativamente para los residentes y los negocios del Pájaro. Les agradezco mucho este espacio y deseo que tengan felices fiestas navideñas.
Thank you. We need to interpret the last part.
Yes, I have a big medical bill. It's $390,000. And I would love to finish this year and start the new year without having to worry. like the other residents, that they had to worry where they were going to commit suicide, because mental health is really harsh. We had 2 suicides, an adult and a youth, and it is because of all the struggles and the financial difficulties that go hand in hand. It has really have impacted our community, and I appreciate the plan that has been created. There's a lot of important things but there are other things that I think that are not as important and should wait. But we do really ask you if those $12 million can be approved so that money can be distributed in a fair way to all the residents and the businesses.
Thank you. Let's go to the next person, please. If you could come right on up. If there's any other speakers, you can move closer here so we could kind of move through this more quickly. What's that? Yeah, if you could sit right behind the speakers, then we can move more quickly. Thank you. Go ahead.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Alejandra Muñoz. Soy residente de Pájaro. Tengo ahí viviendo 20 años. Estoy muy involucrada con la comunidad y yo vengo a pedirles que reconsideren el proyecto que tienen porque es justo que los fondos se distribuyan de una manera más justa y nosotros estamos viviendo día a día los estragos que nos dejó la inundación. Y en lo personal, esto no es justo porque fuimos muy afectados y todavía estamos sufriendo. Es por eso que sería justo que los 12 millones que estamos pidiendo sean otorgados a residentes y negocios. Agradecemos al gobernador por haber entregado este recurso. Muchas gracias y que tengan felices fiestas.
Thank you. Good to translate.
Good afternoon. My name is Alejandra Muñoz, and I have been living in the community of Pájaro for 20 years. I am very involved in the community, and I'm also here to ask you to please reconsider the project because we want the funds to be distributed in a fair and equitable way. We are the ones that are suffering day to day because we were the ones that suffered the flood, and we're still suffering because of all the difficulties the flood has brought. So we are asking you to please consider approving those $12 million for the community, and they can go directly to the residents and the business. And thank you for the governor for approving these funds.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Jessica Guzman, and I'm here with el Centro Binacional para el Desarrollo Indígena Oaxaqueño. I do want to say that many of the items on the budget proposed, though helpful in making Pájaro a better community, are issues that already existed before the floods. These are things that the Mixtec community feels should be taken care of, but not with the funds given for recovery efforts. It feels that the county is invading their responsibility by using the funds given to support the recovery efforts to fund things that they have failed to do long before there was any damage by the floods. Items under the infrastructure and community development, such as the Pájaro community sign, are basic things that deflect from the need of the community that rose after this disaster. The Mixtec community, which consists of ranchers, agricultural workers, and residents who have lived in Pájaro for 10, 20, 30 years, believe the money allocated to such items would be better used in economic relief for families or dispersed to address the needs of the middle school, safe streets, and the clinic. I do not mean to diminish the efforts of the county staff that they took on by hosting the community meetings, but we also want to mention that these community revitalization meetings did not seem to be inclusive of the indigenous community of Pájaro, despite the county already being aware that this community was also greatly affected. Even now, there appears that there is no interpretation for the Mixtec community that are joining us through Zoom. This afterthought of the indigenous community is not new, and I hope that this is better addressed moving forward and the comments of our community are heard and validated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with any other language besides Spanish, if it is requested in advance, we could certainly, the county will always arrange for an interpreter to be here. But it has to be requested because we don't know when members of the public have a language need outside of Spanish at any given meeting. But we will accommodate it if it is requested. Anyone else? We're doing public comments first.
Sorry.
We'll let you respond at the end.
Okay.
Yeah. Other members of the public in chambers who want to speak, your 2 minutes.
Supervisor, it was on the translator.
What?
There is a mixed echo translator in chambers, just not on the Zoom.
Okay, got it. Perfect. Thank you for arranging that then. I wasn't aware of that.
I want to thank all of you
for listening to everything you all have to say.
You want to lift up that mic so we could hear you clearly from the Zoom, people on Zoom or on the YouTube.
We want to thank Kelsey and Vicente and Daniel. They've done tremendous work to get a proposal out. The thing is that we don't think that the proposal is adequate to the needs that we have at this moment. I mean, you've seen the numbers, you've seen the projects, so you heard the testimonies. So I ask that you guys reconsider everything on that proposal, and maybe we could collaborate with Kelsey and her group to work with it. Try and make all these ideas happen, but let's first look at the necessities that we have. Businesses and residents got battered with this flood. Businesses did not get help. We put in all the money that we had. Now, let's say our budget is very low. If we get hit with another storm, I can't say we'll survive. And I know that a lot of businesses and residents could agree with that. So all I ask is that you guys take in consideration everything we've said, and let's try and work on this a little harder. Get actual numbers out there. I know that we could work together as residents and businesses. So that's what we ask. We ask for a fairness. That's what we ask. Things to be distributed fairly. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Anyone else in chambers? Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Frank Chavez. I'm a business owner in Pájaro. And first off, I want to thank you all for these opportunities to express our thoughts and feelings. The list that was shown here is great. I agree with everything. Everything looks great. But in all reality, we are in a desperate need to recover from this flood. We would like to have you reconsider the allocation of these funds for the actual recovery of our needs and the well-being and restructure of our community. We got hit directly, which gives us a different point of view. It's hard to look forward when we're still dealing with the impacts of the flood. We are technically, sometimes feels like we're in survival mode. As a business owner, most of us have been neglected economically, including insurance denial. Our community is in need and would like to collaborate with the county for the better of our residents and business owners. This is a crucial moment, and your involvement in securing the well-being of Pájaro is much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next person, please.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Marisela Ramírez. Yo soy de la comunidad mixteca. Estoy trabajando con Centro Binacional para el Desarrollo Indígena Oaxaqueño y basado en las juntas que hemos tenido con la comunidad mixteca y también, bueno, más de Pájaro, las prioridades de la comunidad es calles seguras, como por ejemplo más luz, más iluminación, escuelas, servicios de salud como una clínica móvil, un centro de recursos, centro de resiliencia. Creo que eso es lo más importante también. Y algunas de estas cosas algunas que me han mencionado en la tabla de inversiones, es que algunas de estas cosas deberían ya ser parte del trabajo del condado, afuera de fondo específicamente para desastre y recuperación. Una excusa es que en la lista se trata de proyectos que puedan realizar a corto plazo, pero ¿a quién va a beneficiar estos programas? Para la comunidad indígena, un tablero de mensajes digitales no les funciona porque mucha de nuestra comunidad no entiende el español, no leen español. Entonces, para la comunidad, pues esto quedan excluidos de eso. Entonces, que inviertan el dinero donde en realidad se necesita reconstruir, no lo que ya es obligación del condado. Y en la junta de las reuniones que hemos tenido, El jueves 2 de diciembre los excluyeron totalmente. Hay mucha comunidad que estuvo presente, 22 en total, y mucha de la comunidad no fue escuchada. Entonces, por eso también pedimos igualdad para todos, no solamente para la comunidad indígena, porque pues creo que todos hemos estado siendo excluidos en esto. Gracias.
Gracias. Thank you very much. Next person. Oh, translation, forgot. I understood it, so sometimes the mind slips on me.
Good afternoon. My name is Marisela Ramirez, and I'm from the Mixteco community. I work with the Centro Binacional Indígena Oaxaqueño, and I have been in many meetings with the Mixteco community. And what the community mostly needs, we need safer streets, better lighting, services, mobile clinic, schools, health, and many other things. But the thing is that these are things that should be invested by the county. They shouldn't be part of the funds for disaster relief. And there's a lot of things that are good because they're going to be help at that are going to help us, but the thing is that there's some things that are not really good for the community. For example, having a digital sign in the middle of our town is not really helpful. Many of the indigenous community cannot read Spanish, so a digital sign is not really helpful for us at all. And also, we need the money to rebuild our community. And we have had a lot of meetings, a lot of reunions, and on December 2nd, there was a meeting where a lot of the community was excluded. 22 of us were not heard. We were excluded from the meeting, and I think it has to be fair. We're part of the community, we should be heard, and we have the right to be able to give our opinion.
Thank you very much. Next person. Great notes in that translation, by the way. Doing a good job.
Good afternoon. My name is Morty Cohen. I'm also a local family business owner of Pajaro, approximately 20 years. And I wanted to, first of all, thank everybody in this group. I know it's an unenviable task to try to construct a mutually collaborative and agreeable budget with so much need, with so few funds. We all really get that. And I wanted to just re-corroborate that while there are many important pillars to the community, if we're looking for a sustained community, certainly the most pivotal and important include the residents and the businesses of the community. Now, there's been a lot of talk about unemployment, suicide, desperation in effect, and I just want to encourage everybody here that the businesses, these family businesses that many of whom are desperate, need to be urgently considered for relief and for rejuvenation and also continuity to enhance the economic, cultural, business vibrancy of this community towards its ultimate beautification, enhancement, and mutual benefit. And by mutual, I mean the entire county. So thank you very much. I would want to re-emphasize my strong advocacies for consideration for $12 million going to the businesses and to the residents, because I think, again, they represent the most foundational pillars of our community, not to in any way belittle or mitigate everything else. But there's still 40% left for some of these other very important endeavors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next person in chambers. See no one else coming forward, we're going to go to those online.
Estela Hernandez Martinez.
Estela.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Mi nombre es Estela Hernández, soy de la comunidad Triqui y quiero hablar por la comunidad de Pájaro. Sé que muchos ya mencionaron de que deben de ser justos con el fondo que se dio. Y nomás quería decir que Tal vez sé que mencionaron a los del condado que las clínicas móviles han estado allí para servir a la comunidad, pero creo que la clínica móvil no es como algo sustentable porque no está allí todo el día para dar el servicio que ocupa la comunidad y creo que como lo había mencionado una compañera, que es muy importante que haya una clínica física que pueda proveer servicios a las comunidades y es una necesidad allí y creo que como ya sé que mencionaron todos de que los fondos no se debe de usar para las cosas que han hecho falta desde muy antes y ahorita como que están sacando trapo que ya existía para usar con este dinero que se dio. Favor de de tomar todo lo que dijeron cada comunidad en consideración para que estos fondos sean divididos justamente donde todos tenemos necesidad.
Thank you. Gracias. Now for the translation.
Good afternoon. My name is Estela Hernandez, and I'm from the Triqui community, and I live here in Pájaro. And as other people mentioned, the funds, I want to say that we do have some clinics there. They're pop-up clinics, and they do serve the community. But the thing is that they're not there all day. And they do help the community, but we need a more permanent structure, a physical structure that can really cover the needs of the community. And as they said before, some of these funds are being used for things that should have been given to the community before. They're kind of using these funds to cover the things that the community did not have. So I really ask you to please, these funds, they have to be given out in a more just and equitative way for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person on Zoom.
Kim DeSerpa.
Hi, sorry about that. I hope everyone can hear me okay.
We can. Thank you, school board member, for joining us.
Thank you. Kim DeSerpa, Pajaro Valley Unified School District Board of Trustees. Been on the board since 2010. I want to thank the board. I'd like to thank the staff for the wonderful presentation today about our neighbors in the Pajaro. As you know, our fields were destroyed at Pajaro Middle School during the breach of the levee. And I'm mostly calling in to let you know that I am deeply moved that your staff and potentially your board would like to help us with the rebuilding of those fields. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next person on Zoom.
Margarita 831.
Margarita. She unmuted? Okay.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes. Pues ya aquí está mi comentario es, como está hablando mucho, buenas tardes todo, ¿verdad? Está hablando mucho como viene esto 20 millones para ayuda de pájaro, pero mucho dice que viene ayuda para pájaro, pero esa ayuda casi nunca recibimos nosotros. Pues como yo, mi parte, yo perdí mis 2 carros, y perdí mis cosas personal, mi trabajo, perdí mi trabajo. Yo trabajo aquí, San Juan, también perdí, trabajé como 4 horas toda temporada. Y como yo tengo mis hijos, también tengo que ayudar a mis hijos a estudio. Este año tenía esperanza, uno de mis hijos quería estudiar y yo quería ayudarlo para su estudio, para graduarse. Y todo lo que nos pasó, hubo la untación, se hundió mis 2 carros y mi esposo pues no trabajó 2 meses, yo también hago mi negocio propio, también perdí mucho mi producto, perdí mi trabajo también, pero eso la ayuda que gracias a Dios que nos dieron. Esa ayuda debería darnos más ayuda económica. Como yo no tengo casa, yo pago renta. Pero aquí el dueño, pues el condado vino condado, ve aquí, pues me preguntó si el dueño ayudó para arreglar, pues yo única que dije que el dueño no ayudó, pero ¿qué es lo que pasó aquí? condado vino, pues nos metió a problemas. Nomás fue y reclamó al dueño, pero el dueño se enojó con nosotros, pues dice que, pues si queremos quedar, pues vamos a quedar, pero nos subió la renta, al lugar que nos ayude, no pagar más renta y nos subieron la renta y sin arreglar la casa.
Muchas
Entonces, esa
gracias.
ayuda.
Son 2 minutos porque se requiere el resto del tiempo para hacer la traducción. Gracias.
También.
Good afternoon. So I want to comment, and I want to talk about the $20 million, dollars that Pájaro is going to receive. But the problem is that we really don't receive those funds. Many times these funds comes, but they don't go directly to the community. I lost my 2 cars during the flood. A lot of my personal things also got lost. I work here in San Juan 4 hours during the season, and I wasn't able to work either. My children, they're studying, and I was hoping I was able to help one of my sons to graduate and continue with his studies, but that wasn't possible. My husband did not work for 2 months. I also was not able to work in my own business. And I don't have a house. I rent, and the county came and asked me if the owner of the home had repaired the house. I told him that he hadn't, but the problem was that we got in trouble with the owner of the house. And instead of fixing the house, what he did was increase the rent. So that financial help is necessary.
Thank you very much. Muchas gracias por su comentario. Next person on Zoom.
Businesses and residents.
If you could unmute yourself, you're up.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is Sister Teresa Linehan, and I'm a member of the Sisters of Notre Dame de Namur, and we have served here in Monterey County for many years. And I also minister here in Casa de la Cultura and Pájaro. And I just want to present a concept that has been brought up already, the idea of mental health. I think the needs are being looked at very lenient in terms of this is the point of action here, and this is where we want to get to. And I think the emotional needs are very cyclical. And so my concern is that there is monies to be brought about into Pájaro for the support of those people who need support groups or someone who can help them just to let out their feelings, talk about their emotions, talk about what it is that they need right now. Because the thing is that we want Pájaro to be life-giving for themselves and for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next person on Zoom.
Raymond Cancino.
Ray Cancino, go ahead. You're up, Ray.
Hi, can you hear me? Sorry about that. Supervisors, this is Ray Cancino, Board of Supervisors, or thank you, Board of Supervisors, for your time today, and for obviously all of the Department of Emergency staff that has been diligent in getting community and public input on this process and on this very hard task. I just wanted to commend them for the broad stroke ideas that were brought forward. I think that they're very critical to the future of Pájaro. I feel like the balance of trying to have generational change, which is provided in that plan, is critical and essential. So although we could distribute all the money to direct financial assistance for individuals, we need to prioritize those that were most impacted, making sure that the people that had loss and public loss that were unfilled by government programs are taken care of first. And then we also look at businesses and prioritize businesses that have preferential treatment and first right of hire for Pájaro residents. I think that the other aspect is that there were a lot of individuals that work for Pájaro that are not being taken care of by some financial assistance. And I think that that should be part of the development program of those funds that are going to local businesses for those businesses that will hire within the community. It makes no sense to provide resources that are going to swiftly then go out of the community the very next day. So I think that this plan puts forward a very broad idea of both infrastructure needs as well as individual personal needs. And we support it from the work that we've been doing on the ground, serving over 2,300 people in Pájaro.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cancino. Next person on Zoom.
Erica Padilla Chavez.
Erica with the food bank.
Food bank, Second Harvest. But I'm also a resident of Royal Oaks and also a member of the long-term recovery team with the Alliance. They're headed by Sister Rosa Dolores. I want to just say that over the last 5 months, as a member of the committee, I've been marveled to see the community coming together, both the residents and the community, and the businesses, rather. And it's been wonderful to see the community really engaging in the community meetings that your staff have offered, and then the reflection of those meetings. So it's been really great to see this community really taking ownership over their fate and that of the community. And I recognize that as a county, you've been committed to ensuring that the long-term viability of the partnership between the county and this community remains a critical mission of yours. And I see this as a great opportunity for the county to do that with these organized group of people who are not going to go anywhere as long as there isn't another disaster that prevents them from living there. And I want to just invite you to really prioritize the message that this community is sharing with you today, and that first and foremost, the relief, the financial relief be offered to try to make them whole in as much as possible. We know that that's a large task, but I am here to support as a neighbor, listening to their voice. I also would like to encourage the board that if today you are not able to recalculate the figures to more equitably meet their needs, that there be a special meeting so that you can allow for staff the time to work through this process and ensure that the numbers that you review for approval are one that are meeting the needs as expressed today. So thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Go to the next person.
Carmen Herrera Mancier.
Carmen, Pajaro CDC.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. This is Carmen Herrera Mancier with El Pájaro Community Development Corporation. I'm also a resident of the Pájaro Valley, and I I'm going to second what Erica just said in terms of recognizing the community that has, worked together in a very amazing way. I've been especially focused on supporting and being present there for the businesses of Pájaro. And I want to also recognize the county, Vicente and Daniel for the work that they've been doing there. I want to second today the request of the community. First, the proposal that they have of making sure that the majority of the funds go for direct relief. The 12,000 million that they are requesting, I want to second that. I want to support that request. I also, want to tell you a little about the businesses that have not received any funds whatsoever. Many of them are at the brink of bankruptcy. And they have to recover not just the losses, the physical losses, the losses that they have for the whole time that they had to be closed, all the rebuilding that they have to do, all the cleaning, all of that. But recovery is not going to happen overnight for the businesses. So they're still losing money, and they need to be prioritized along with the direct support to the community. So I also want to ask the Board of Supervisors to think about postponing the decision and taking a second look at what the community is asking. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmen. We'll go to the next person.
Stephanie Baran Liu.
Hello, Board of Supervisors and community. I really appreciate the space that the county has worked to co-convene. I really want to just share that as a provider of parent education and as someone who has seen up close and personal this recovery process, it is something that will be deeply empowering, that the advocacy of families for the $12 million to be a specific line item of 6 million for residents and 6 million for businesses is really important. I was a little disheartened to see that the focus area and then the project specifications didn't allow for unmet needs to also have its own bucket of funds. I think these are three really important pieces for short-term, mid, and long-term recovery. And I would be remiss if I did not stand behind Casa de la Cultura, the Pájaro Disaster Long-Term Recovery Alliance, and the resident and business grassroots advocacy groups. Also, I would really appreciate the greater advocacy for accountability and transparency so that we know that there will be that pattern of underinvestment does not continue. Our families are so understanding and they want to trust the process. And so I appreciate people like Vicente, people like Daniel, people like you all who are helping us to have that greater civic engagement and know that their time, their energy, their expertise is humbly accepted as subject matter experts in their community. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Stephanie. Next person. Anyone else on Zoom? One last call. See none. Anyone else in chambers?
Somebody just raised their hand.
Okay, somebody just raised their hand. We'll go to that person.
Angela Di Novella.
Oh, Catholic Charities. Everybody's joining in today.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Angela Di Novella. I'm the Director of Catholic Charities. And again, thank you for the opportunity to be here today and our voices to be heard and our communities to be heard. I want to thank the staff from the county who's been working really hard in making all this process happen. And I want to echo the message from the community and the importance of support for individuals at different levels. As Stephanie also mentioned, the short-term financial assistance, but also long-term unmet needs for recovery. Catholic Charities has been working with the residents in different parts of Monterey County to provide both the short-term and the long-term, but now really focusing on disaster case management for the long-term recovery. So yeah, again, thank you for that opportunity and for the capacity that the board could have to reconsider some of the refunding or the reallocation of this funding to go towards residents and businesses.
Thank you very much. No one else?
There's Cecilia Baez.
All right. Cecilia? You're up.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, yes. Okay, sorry. Yes, my name is Cecilia Baez Yepes, and I've been a resident all my life of Pájaro, and we were here in the 95 flood, and we're still here again, and hopefully this is the last one. But last time we didn't get to voice our needs as much as, you know, this time that you guys are giving us the opportunity. And all the proposals are great and everything, but I think the one thing that all of us have been seeing is that all of the community says we need the help for relief, you know, not for the, you know, putting in a new crosswalk that should have been done prior to that. You know, the funds are for relief, and I do back the 12 million. You know, hopefully going towards relief for the, you know, the residents and the business owners. Last time we had different supervisors and not much was done. Unfortunately, I'm not going to say anything negative, but I'm so hopeful with you guys because I've seen so much come from you. We're in a different time, and I'm so happy to see this with all of you supervisors coming and knocking personally at our doors to help us, and I'll forever be grateful. And but yeah, I do back that. If you can't meet the needs of the 12 million, then if we can, you know, take another meeting to reconsider the funds where they're going. Thank you.
Thank you, Ceci. Thank you for your participating today. Anyone else?
Judy Pajaro, Sunny Mesa.
Okay. Judy? Go ahead. Judy, you're up. Okay, anyone else? Judy, Pajaro Sunny Mesa District, your last speaker. Thank you, residents, for coming. Gracias por venir. Los que ya se necesitan regresar. Gracias. Okay, Judy, we can't hear you, so we're going to move on. Okay, we're going to close public comment then. Sorry, Judy. You could email us if you were not able to get your comments in today at cob@co.monterey.ca.us. That goes to our clerk of the board, and it goes to all the supervisors. Okay, bringing this back for the board for discussion and consideration of a motion. We'll start with Supervisor Lopez because you haven't spoken yet.
Might I make a quick comment about some of the public comments?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's what we usually do.
Yeah.
We hear the public, we let staff respond to some of those comments, then we'll bring it to the board. So yes, thank you for
Yeah, thank you for the community's input. I think what you've heard today is a very desperate need for a lot of resources, not just from this 20 million. And as I've said before, I'm hopeful that we can capture some of these items in very tangible and real projects for the long-term recovery, not just with the AB 102 funds. We are obviously open to any and all direction from the Board of Supervisors for modification of the allotments for projects and the proposal for projects, and we'll defer to you all for additional guidance. I really highly recommend that we either make a determination today or tomorrow so that we can move forward quickly and get money into the community as soon as possible. In support of the small businesses, or before I make that comment, I will just say it's been extremely tough to put together a list of proposals that is both reflective of the immediate need and the community's long-term desire for investment in the community and seeing what we can do. And we've really struggled with hearing that demand for economic assistance now and also looking to where we could create community resilience. And so we've really tried to balance that with the current proposal. But like I said, we're obviously open to any and all direction from the board for modification of the amounts and projects. In support of the small business community, one of the things that I will say is that one of the most alarming statistics for us from a disaster recovery standpoint is that 40% of all small businesses that are even just closed for a disaster, let alone damaged, never reopen again. And so we should really take into account the small business community as they vocalized here today. And so with that, I don't have any further comments other than a thank you to our community members and a thank you to the board. Thank you to all of the other departments who supported this planning effort. This is truly the epitome of democracy, and I'm very excited to have some direction and to start moving forward with actual projects in the community. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And one acknowledgement I forgot to make earlier was just our legislative team that worked on this as the budget bill was moving through. Annette Diadamo, Ashley Walker, our lobbyist, Annette Diadamo, our legislative program manager, and Phoebe Seaton, who I worked with the Leadership Council, a nonprofit who does a lot of work in the Central Valley. Her and lobbyist Chris McKaylee lobbied to get the money for both communities as well. So let's go to Supervisor Lopez, and then we'll go to Supervisor Church.
Thank you. You know, these issues are never easy, and I represent communities that look a lot like Pajaro. Supervisor Church and I often talk about communities like San Lucas, San Nardo, and the fact that getting resources there is challenging. And so much of what I heard today about crosswalks, about lighting, and the fact that it should have just been done, unfortunately, it's not just done, right? And those resources aren't available, and this is an opportunity to help make some of that happen. Overall, I hear the frustration, and I wish we had $100 million to fix all of the issues in front of us, but we don't. And so I really appreciate the process and staff having gone through the process and meeting continuously with community, because when you deal directly with community, you get a lot of opinions, a lot of ideas, a lot of thought and sticker votes. I mean, all the info that was put together, I think, is critical, and we have to consider all of that today. I also want to thank everybody who took time out of their schedule to be here with us today to make sure that final point got pushed across. And I hear you. I'm hearing the amounts, but looking at this, understanding what needs to happen, right, is recovery and resilience. That's what the community deserves. And we have other challenges in front of us yet with storms and all the things that we're facing potentially in the coming year, right, with everybody saying this is the biggest El Nino effect year happening on the climate that could impact all of our communities again. And so as we look at all that, I hear especially that concern about if we get hit again, then what, right? And I don't know that we'll see another 20 million. I heard news stories that were pushed out about Planada. If you didn't hear those via KQED and the California report, their meetings were a lot more contentious than ours, and I'm thankful for the fact that we are actually having dialogue and having back and forth. And so I hear staff's request to move quickly. I hear you. But I'm hoping that I hear from Supervisor Church he might have a motion for us and some things he wants to craft as we move forward here. And I'm hoping that we can come to some sort of resolution here in the next couple days. I think adding too much time, understanding what processes look like and what they do to timelines isn't something that should realistically be out there just because we could talk about 20 million for 2 to 3 years, right? And I can tell you just from having acquired through grants, $3.5 million for the community of San Nardo to redo some sidewalks and put in some lights. The process to get that done is going to take 3 years, even though we got the money to get that, do that from the state. And I'm worried about the timelines. I really am. And so I first want to state my appreciation overall. I think there can be some rebalancing within the numbers that I see, but generally I'm supportive of the concepts put in here. And as we look forward, I look forward to hear from the supervisor of the district to see how he might craft some of that. But overall, I want you to know that we're blessed with the opportunity, and I don't want this opportunity to tear the community apart. I hope we can get behind whatever that proposal is and come together around them, because there's a lot of communities throughout California, including some in my district, that were impacted and have no dollars to talk about today, right? And that's it was a hard truth. I did advocate in the background and say, hey, maybe we can throw a little something in for San Nardo too, because they were hit hard. Their well went under, and we didn't see any relief there. In fact, we're afraid we'll never see reimbursement for a lot of the expenditures taking place down there. So most importantly, thank you for engaging. Thank you for being here. Thank you for using your voice. And I look forward to the continued conversation up here to see what we can do to meet the needs that were expressed today. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We're going to go to Supervisor Church, and then we'll go to the others.
So this is really it's a one-time shot here of $20 million into here, and it's to address these unmet needs, and to try to build some resiliency in the community. As Supervisor Lopez kind of referred to here, there's a lot of neglect to this county and a lot of communities, and there isn't a pot of money that just we could say, let's fix everything that's been neglected for decades and decades. It kind of comes a balance from that pot of money. Got to look at Pajaro, got to look at Castroville, Chular, San Nardo, San Lucas. So it gets diffused that way. And so this is a rare opportunity. But what's really is clear though, is that there are unmet needs. There's people who didn't get any help from FEMA. Like $8 million went out here and it helped people. But as we hear, there's a lot more that needs to be done. Businesses got nothing, absolutely nothing. And in my view, it's really important to help these businesses as well, because you can't have a strong Pajaro without strong businesses that are revitalized and energized, because that's what builds the community. And when trying to bridge this difference so that you don't go across the bridge to Watsonville and see what they've changed and come back to Pajaro and see neglect. We have to find a way. It was one thing I've heard from a lot of people is a lot of the money that's been previously dispersed sometimes goes to the same people and others aren't getting covered. And that's what, we have to look here with this money, of whatever money it's going to be, 6 million, 12 million, somewhere in between of these unmet needs and economic assistance. We've got to make sure we catch those that did not get any, that didn't get their share. And again, I'm going to point back, the businesses was one easy area to focus on, because we know they weren't even eligible for any FEMA relief. So I, want to make sure that really comes about and what we do. You're looking at here at the hard choices of what to do. 6 million isn't enough as it stands out here. As important as the school is for the community and what it does there and for education, I got to look at the school. It does have some resources on itself. They need help on this, I understand. But there's 2 million here, which I think we have to take a look at and needs to go into the unmet needs and the economic disaster off the bat. And that's not an easy call to make, because the school is there for the community and plays a key role, but that's one easy area to focus on there. So, I'm not going to make anything official at this point, because I think I want to get some more input from the board on what they see. Supervisor Alejo brought up a number of issues, things that I had already tagged. One of them is that $500,000 for the housing feasibility plan. I'm not sure that's going to really come up to anything significant out of there. I have to be kind of persuaded on that. So I think that's something else that could be thrown back into here for unmet needs, unless unless we get some information back that could show, wow, it really is going to help for some housing, which is necessary. The other is a sign. That's another $500,000. What's that?
Wait. We're gonna let him finish making his comments, and if questions asked, we'll ask for staff, but otherwise we're gonna go to the board, then we'll come back to staff again. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I don't know if we want to do that. Maybe it would be good to, yeah, there it is up there. Okay. So, those are 3 million right there that I looked at, could be put in, and that comes close to that part of that 12 million. I think there's some other possibilities in there. We talked about some of these contingency funds being pretty high. I mean, we kind of have to make a decision now. Is one of the reasons I understand this too is it looks like, yeah, sure, we got till 2025 to spend this, but if we don't spend it, we wait till then. We got to get contractors together. There's got to be permits that got to be put together. You got to get everything organized. So there has to be a decision on now. But there might be some money as we come around that isn't being spent that could be made available. So my suggestion right here as we go to the rest of the board is, that 2 million from the school is really clear, and there's these other two $500,000 amounts, which I think could be going out here and be helpful for these unmet needs for the businesses that are needed.
What was the second one? It was the housing.
Yeah, the housing and then the sign.
Which is 500,000.
Yeah. And I would bring it 9 million, which is $1 million more than has already been put back into the community.
All right, let's those things are on the table, so let's hear from other supervisors. Let's go to my right side here. Anyone? Supervisor Askew?
Yeah, so I don't know that I will defer to those who know the community best for what the needs of the community are, but I do want to acknowledge something I heard from public comment, is that there is no one disagreeing that there hasn't been and there doesn't continue to be massive generational structural disinvestment and inequities in terms of infrastructure in communities like Pajaro. And I also want to acknowledge, similar to Supervisor Lopez's comment, the way that our systems are set up, the way that money is set up in other unincorporated communities you have these structures like a community service district where the revenue, where those who already have homes and properties are paying more and putting that money back into the community. And that's what, so in East Garrison, for instance, that's what pays for the park, that's what pays for the roads, that's what pays for the streetlights, that's what pays for the public safety that's provided. And in communities where you don't have enough to begin with, you don't have any way to bring additional money in, and it creates this perpetual cycle. So I'm generally supportive of these concepts of where we're going to invest in the infrastructure. For instance, when FEMA comes in to look at what they're going to reimburse the county for, in a community where we have roads and bridges and libraries, and we lose those roads, bridges, and libraries due to a disaster, we have a mechanism to request reimbursement or funding to replace those things. In a community that didn't have them to begin with, it's hard to get the money to replace them. And so I'm generally, so I want to acknowledge, I'm acknowledging that, and I'm saying, we get it, I get it, I hear that. And I think the commitment that we have is that we will continue to look for every mechanism that we can come up with to make sure that we are making equitable decisions when and how we can. But I'm acknowledging that it's never going to be enough because of the way the systems are set up. So I'll defer and say I'm generally supportive of if there's changes that my colleague wants to suggest, but I think this is one of those few times where you have money to make capital investments so that the community itself has more, so that we're building up that wealth of a community that allows us to then continue investing wealth into a community. And I think that's the opportunity that I don't know. It's a hard thing to communicate, and it's a hard thing to explain when you look at a county that has a $2 billion budget and you think, well, why can't you just spend that money in a community that needs it? And unfortunately, systems and structures that have been in place forever they prevent that from happening. I'm looking to change that. I think we should change all of it, but the reality that we deal with right now is such. So just my comments, I'm willing to support changes that are being recommended, but just wanted to make sure that the community knows, like, I hear exactly what you're saying, and it is one of the biggest challenges I think that I face and that I struggle with as an elected official. How do we do right by our community when so many systems and structures are set up that prevent what feels like the right thing from happening?
Thank you. We'll go to Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I find this very interesting because this is the second time today that we have had this conversation. And I'll preface my remarks by saying that I agree with Supervisor Church as well, and I'll follow your lead on this. But I understand what you're saying, Supervisor Rudasky, but I think I feel differently about it. And I feel this way, that if we're able to invest in the people and get them to the point of feeling whole again and feeling human and productive again, I feel that the other things will come along. And to me, it's a matter of just basic caring for people and ensuring that you're back on your feet soundly. The whole situation with housing in our county is a mess. There's no question about it. But you guys and women have been hit so much harder than anyone else. I hope that we are able to do something with some of these funds to really take a look at what we can do for a long-term approach. But in the interim, I think that, as I said earlier, if we can get the people whole, I think the community things will fall into place afterwards. So, Supervisor Church, I'll follow your lead on the numbers, but I agree that we definitely need to invest more in the unmet recovery needs. And I do not want to dismiss the amazing amount of work that you guys have done. And it's really wonderful. And I know you enough to know that you really are visionary. And I value that about you so much, as well as just being very, very practical. I don't want to dismiss everything that you have done, and I don't think that we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. But I just need to express my feelings, and I have. So thank you.
Thank you. And I want to acknowledge your work. First of all, thank you for all the hard work you did and the community for participating and providing a voice. And there's so many parts to this that we don't agree on everything, right? But there's a lot of good in here. And so I think what I'm hearing is trying to make some refinements to it in some areas to make this a little better and to try to address what we heard from our small business and our community members here. And I'm glad we're having this conversation about disadvantaged communities, because I am, Supervisor Lopez and I have been very concerned, and now Supervisor Church also weighing in to make investments in communities. But we know, as everybody's saying, we don't have a big pot of money to do this. Some of these priorities we're doing in small pieces, like we did with San Lucas recently, and giving them repaved streets and sidewalks. We have to do more of that. But we also know what's coming around the corner. We have a projected budget deficit, or harder times the next 2-3 years at the county. The state has a growing deficit. I think it's now at $57 billion in the state of California. So we know that's what limits us to do everything that we really want to do for not only Pájaro, but Las Lomas, Castroville, and go down to San Lucas, San Ardo, other parts of our county. But I do want to thank the voices that have participated, our indigenous organizations and communities, residents, our small businesses, and our nonprofits that have been helping Pájaro through the most difficult of times. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm in agreement to just making some adjustments here. I'm just going to respond to what Supervisor Church put on the table. I do want to see some more money go to the direct relief for individuals and small businesses. I think the question is how much. I am concerned about pulling all money from Pájaro Valley School District, because Pájaro Middle School is the only school in the community, and it is an asset outside of just serving as school. Its gym, its facilities used for other purposes, and anyone who's gone when it was not closed, the fields were highly utilized and open to the public. I know they have their insurance. I know they have a big budget as well. So I just don't know. I would hate to see this continue to be closed longer than necessary. I know the Pájaro Middle School students want to come back to their school as soon as possible. And so that's where I don't know what discussions have happened there in terms of how much money the school district is getting back to be able to open those fields and renovate them. $2 million is a significant amount to put towards other uses. I agree, but I hate to say that we took out all the money that would help open Pájaro Middle School faster, especially if the fields is one big factor in that reopening. So I don't know if at least perhaps meet them halfway at $1 million, but it would be important to have some conversation with the school district on where they're at and what are their finances and their insurance claims look like to get money to be able to reopen it if we don't provide them any support. Housing feasibility, housing is an important issue for Pájaro, but the study, I really don't see what the fruits that would come from that, really. I think, like as I mentioned earlier, it has to be private developers coming, wanting to build housing, and then they have to pay for those environmental reviews to get actually housing to a point where it comes to the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors. That's really what's going to get housing built, not a housing feasibility study. And then on the contingency, that's where I'm also willing to shift that to another area. I don't know if they need a 10%, a small contingency, but $1 million contingency, I think, is where we could put that to better use elsewhere for the community. And on the sign, I would say I'm a little, I think a sign is important because it is part of a community identity. I see what happened here in my district in Old Town Salinas when the Rotary put in this beautiful arch. It's an iconic photo now where everybody, when they're visiting Salinas, to take a photo. I think East Salinas should have something like that. But for Pájaro, all they've had all this time as their community identity marker has been this small sign right in the corner of San Juan and Salinas Road. I hope that it gets relocated to another part of the community, but to not have any kind of community signage that creates a sense of pride, I'm hesitant to pull out completely from that investment because I think that's one of those projects that will last there for decades to come. There's another pot of money to do that at some other point in time in the near future. So That's where I'm hesitant, because certainly when things happen, that image of that sign was all over national media. It was an iconic marker. And the last thing I would say, just on the health services and mental health services, I hope that we focus it on providing additional services that doesn't replicate existing services that are, if it's additional outreach. I know Clínica de Salud del Valle Salinas has a clinic right next to the library at the Porter Building. But there is service that exists. It's sometimes the community doesn't know where to access those. But if grants are given to that it makes sure that it's supplemental, not just giving money when those services are already available. Those are my points. So I'll bring it back for a motion, perhaps from Supervisor Church.
Yeah, maybe just a tad more discussion here, but I knew we needed to get going on and get something settled as well. I agree, a sign's important. I think it sets something up in the community. $500,000 for a sign is just, it's hard for me to swallow. It's hard for me to swallow. The sign that's out there is small. It's a wooden sign. I don't know how much that costs, but it's just a small portion of what $500,000 would be. So I'm hoping maybe something can be done within some of the community resource development and grants out there. Maybe something can be pulled out there for a much smaller version, a much cheaper version of something along that line. In terms of the school, I agree. As I said earlier, the school is an important part of the community. Can we, I'd like to see this board come together on a 5-0 vote for this. I think that's important. Could, $500,000 work? It's something for the school to get it set up. I know the community needs its kids back there. I'm hoping that would be helpful that way. So that's kind of where my direction is kind of leaning there, and just want perhaps your or anybody else's input.
Might I make a comment about the school project real quick?
Yes, please.
So the delay in students coming back to school will not be impacted by this project. This is considered a betterment, and the delays for students returning to the school are really due to repairs from flood recovery, which this won't cover. So this project won't necessarily expedite that very real community need. So if that's a deal breaker for you guys, I'll leave that there. And so they'll still have a field in terms of what has been damaged. FEMA will reimburse up to obviously 75% of its existing status. So I believe it's a seeded field. So the students will still have a field. It just won't be the upgraded track or field if this project is not approved.
What is the cost of the seeded field?
My understanding for both the track and the field is a total of $5 million. So this $2 million will give them one or the other.
They had a seeded field.
The seeded field is covered within their FEMA reimbursement, since was the existing condition of the field.
Yep. So this would be a betterment,
Be a
so
turf field.
upgrading it.
This would be like one of those nicer paved tracks around.
Yeah, like the one you see at Pajaro Park.
Yeah, exactly. Got it.
Supervisor,
Yes, please. Supervisor Church, are you done? Okay, Supervisor Adams.
so kind of done. I know that there's more. But what I wanted to stop for a second and do is just go back to you, Kelsey, and I see if you guys wanted to take, kind of weigh in on what it is that we're saying to you have some, far more information than we do as we're sitting here, just kind of barking out numbers. I also want to say that I had a lovely opportunity to meet with a group of Pajaro residents that it was very, very helpful and really gave me some insight into things. And one of the things that they had talked about throughout this entire process were issues surrounding communication. But one of the things that they called out specifically was the two of you, that you were always able to communicate with, and you were always there, and you were always open and responsive. So I just wanted to ensure that I pass that along to you as we go through this rather painful process.
No, thank you for that feedback. And it's our pleasure to be here negotiating and coming to a consensus. I think we're in concurrence that the housing infrastructure feasibility planning project can be reallocated towards economic and individual recovery. I think there are areas within the other projects we can try to reduce the overall project budget. For instance, the last line item for emergency preparedness and recovery planning, we could probably reduce that. We could definitely try to reduce the Pajaro community sign total, though I will say the 500,000 I know it's difficult to swallow, but signs are very expensive, shockingly. But we could certainly reduce that amount. I also think that we could try to reduce the amount for the Pajaro school recreation upgrades, and perhaps they can supplement with donations, perhaps from a local business.
Kelsey, to not have to make it on the fly here, what if, or to Supervisor Church as well, what if, hearing all the feedback, one thing you didn't mention was the contingency, but what if we let it sit overnight, we're back tomorrow at 12, and we bring this back, this has been a long hearing so far, but bring it back with some adjustments, a proposal that you could bring, and then we could have further discussion and perhaps take a decision at that time.
Very good. Yes, we'll
let
put
the
together
community know that it will be back at first thing when we reconvene tomorrow at 12 o'clock.
Okay, we'll put together a proposal and get it to the clerk of the board tonight. Well, I'll call you after.
Well, it's a continuing meeting, so it'll be your presentation that you'll present at 12 o'clock. It'll be a continuation of this meeting, continuation of this discussion.
Awesome.
So we're only tabling it and picking it up at 12 o'clock when the meeting resumes tomorrow.
So as part of that, Mr. Chair, just a question, will there be another opportunity for public comment?
No, public comment was already made. This is continuing our conversation, our deliberation on a potential just making these modifications, but the public is invited to join us in person or on Zoom at 12 o'clock. But the public comment has already taken place here today.
So this will be our receiving information from staff on the comments that they
Yeah,
heard
after
today.
what they received today.
Perfect.
Is that fine with you?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. It's just 20 million. We don't want to make a
Right, and I think it's good to take a little pause, a little breather, and bring it back when we're a little bit more refreshed. Do we need to make a motion just to table it till tomorrow at 12, or?
She'll move to table till 12 if necessary.
Yeah, to trail it
Trail
till
it.
tomorrow.
Trail it to tomorrow, moved by Church, second by Lopez. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion, those against, motion carries 5-0. So the public will be back here tomorrow at 12 o'clock, in person or on Zoom. Okay?
Great.
But we do have another presentation related to Pajaro. It's on preparedness for potential storms coming. And I want to keep this going because I don't want to lose our audience here. So let's go right into it. This is item number 11.1. This is to receive a verbal update from the Department of Emergency Management, Public Works, Facilities and Parks, the Water Resource Agency, and the Pajaro Regional Flood Management Agency, PERFMA, regarding the winter storm preparations. We do have El Nino storm predictions coming, and we have to be ready.
I apologize. I don't believe our PowerPoint made it to the clerk of the board. We're going to email it real quick. I apologize. The vast majority of this past year has been really focusing on our recovery efforts. And one of the things that we talk about most in emergency management is how every phase of an emergency really they blend into each other. So you'll never see preparedness start and stop, and then response start and stop, and then recovery start and stop. They really phase together. So you'll see things like alert and warning, which is preparedness, also occurring during response activities. And so when we look at recovery, we also look at the next step, right? So the next winter. And the last 6 months, we have been working to take action items from our response in March to create items for improvement, if you will. And so some of the items, I'll just read off of it.
Do we need clerk staff to help in getting that PowerPoint put up? There we are.
There we go.
Perfect.
Okay,
There
thank you.
go.
I was really just winging it there for a second.
Yeah, no,
I'm
that's
sorry.
good. You got to keep things rolling. Yeah.
Next slide, please. Last winter obviously was very busy for us. We had our first activation in the EOC in January, which is actually the first time the EOC had been physically activated since 2017. So that's a very long time to have an operation work remotely. And so we were activated for 49 days. We had 8 local emergency proclamations, about 100 homes damaged, 200 plus people sheltered, 40 million in infrastructure damages, and 400 million in agricultural damages. And then in true Monterey County form, we were a bit dramatic and had a second federal disaster back-to-back, which started March 10th. And it was a 68-day incident period with over 400 disaster service workers activated, 300 rescues, 500 homes damaged, and 600 plus people sheltered at any given point in time, and then 100 million in infrastructure damages. So the 2 back-to-back federal disasters were quite impactful, not just for the county, but for the community as well. We also had a lot of lessons learned, which is great. So throughout the, thank you. Yeah, next slide. Throughout the response, we had flood fighting activities, evacuations and rescues. We had drone operations for situational awareness. So we provided care and shelter. We provided assistance centers for recovery. We distributed commodities. We provided ample public information. We conducted our first curbside debris removal program. We provided critical lifelines through our hygiene hubs and conducted extensive damage assessments. Before this year, we would not have been able to do all of these things. We might have been able to do, 3 or 4 out of the total, but this extensive of a service was not something feasible to us back in 2017. So I'd like to thank the board for their vision and foresight in investing in the Department of Emergency Management and our ability to provide very critical services in disasters. So in preparation for this coming winter, we have been conducting a variety of training and coordination meetings and exercises. The first has been our operational area winter storm coordination meeting, which we hosted yesterday and had about 150 participants from across the Monterey County operational area representing partners and public safety agencies. We conducted a Water Resources Agency flood fighting training and tabletop exercise in the EOC. Tomorrow, we have a Santa Cruz County, City of Watsonville, and Monterey County winter storm tabletop exercise and coordination meeting. We have been participating in a U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Silver Jackets Interagency Flood Emergency Action Planning effort. And we have been working with our Care and Shelter Working Group to evaluate our operations for the coming winter. And we've been working with Water Resources Agency and the State Department of Water Resources to conduct flood fighting training for county disaster service workers. Next slide. In terms of the emergency operations under operational readiness, we've really been looking at our logistics, our general capabilities, and our disaster workers as some of the core components of our response. So we've been doing EOC logistic tabletops, looking at how we can mobilize resources quickly. We have dedicated a planner specifically towards inventorying all of our equipment and managing them effectively, making sure that the things that are deployed actually come back. We've been looking at our warehousing options and assessing the space needed for the vast amount of response equipment that we have acquired over the years, and looking to develop emergency contracts. In terms of capabilities, we've really been looking to develop a community-based organization active in disasters organization, so a COAD, sometimes referred to as a VOAD. And this is really an opportunity for all of our CBOs to work together to make sure that there's no unmet needs in the community that maybe the government can't fulfill. We've been able to acquire a dedicated EOC finance section chief, which has been extremely pivotal for us in cost recovery. We have been awarded a community resilience officer, so building that bridge between response, recovery, and mitigation and preparedness. We've been working to bring online our zone haven evacuation mapping. We've been working with the county administrator's office to put together an administrative directive for all disaster service workers so that they can register for their preference for response, as well as receive the very necessary training that will likely come back to the board in late January. We've been developing a new DSW web application with human resources and ITD and acquiring training countywide for all DSWs, and as well as developing our care and shelter ready team so that they can mobilize quickly upon activation of the EOC. Next slide. In terms of community outreach, we've been quite exhaustive, obviously, in our recovery planning efforts, but we have been building a new website for DEM specifically for preparedness, response, and recovery information that's somewhat separate from the county website. So it's a bit more standalone and signifies the importance, but also provides clarity in recovery and response information that I think our previous website was lacking. We have been working to develop a community emergency response team, not just in Pajaro, but also throughout the rest of the community, and continuing to fortify their resources. We've been developing a youth preparedness program across the Monterey County operational area. We've conducted 3 public safety fairs in Pajaro. We've partnered with libraries to distribute information on alert and warning. We've done multiple presentations to the Monterey County Office of Education on safe and healthy schools. We've done community preparedness fairs. In Pebble Beach, we've done Carmel Lagoon Winter Storm community meeting presentations. And then most significantly, last week and this coming Thursday, we have been testing the new alert and warning system. I'm going to briefly go through the water resources slides, and then I believe Randy's going to talk very quickly about public works efforts. Next slide, please. It's a very lovely cover on a side note.
This is Shauna Murray. I'm happy to go through the slides if you prefer.
That would be excellent. Thank you so much, Shauna.
Thank you. And again, this is Shauna Murray, and I'm going to kind of venture away from what Kelsey's been talking about and all the hard work that DEM has been performing. The agency has been focused on multiple things. I'll start with sandbag distribution. This is kind of an annual effort that we distribute sandbags ready for use by the public at all the fire stations throughout the county. Those are co-located with the sand piles that Public Works puts around the county. So we have additional supplies at our yard, Laurel Yard, so we can continue to provide sandbags throughout the season. And we do have that information on our website. This is just a snapshot of kind of how you would get in touch with the locations as far as finding these sandbags for the public. The agency facilities did receive quite a bit of damage in 2023, and so we've been actively repairing all of those facilities. I think we're in about $6 million. That's a significant amount for our budget of about $35 million, our annual budget. So that was in addition to, we've also been performing routine maintenance. We want to make sure our flood control facilities are working well. At this point, nearly all of our facilities are at full capacity. We have a few of our pump stations that are not at full capacity yet, but they should be by the end of December. We also do tide gate work. Our reservoirs have about 250,000 acre feet to 300,000 acre feet of available storage. So we're outside of the flood pool at this point, which is a great feeling going into a winter season with some significant storage capacity going into the winter. As far as flood response, we have been updating emergency action plans, done some flood fight training, have some more scheduled EOC training, and we feel prepared going into the winter. At this point, the Salinas River Lagoon is closed to the ocean. Our minimum releases are coming through the reservoirs, but we have staff that's geared up and ready if anything happens, especially over the holiday period. That ends my presentation, and we're on to Randy, I believe.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. Randy Ishii, Director of Public Works, Facilities and Parks. And as we go to the next slide shows you the roadmap of our winter storm preparedness for 2023. It's important to talk about what has been accomplished and achieved since the damages that occurred from January and March. So we'll first talk about what we have accomplished for our repairs for the 2023 winter storms. We'll talk about our current activity, and then we'll end by talking about our preparedness and prevention efforts. So as we go to the next slide, our current status of our achievements of the 2023 winter storms is that almost all of the debris removal, category A in FEMA terminology, is nearly completed. As an important data point, we cleared approximately 80,000 cubic yards of debris from the January event alone. And on top of that, we cleared approximately 50,000 cubic yards of debris from the March event, separate here again from the January event. To put that into some context, a large 10-wheeler dump truck carries approximately 10 cubic yards of material. So that's roughly equivalent to 8,000 trucks, fully loaded down dump trucks of debris from January, and an additional 5,000 trucks fully loaded down with debris just for March. In addition, our permanent repair projects of category C through G are nearly completed, and there's only a few outstanding projects that are remaining, such as the Arroyo Seco road repair projects at 2 different locations on Arroyo Seco. And we are working very closely with the Department of Emergency Management staff and Cal OES and our consultant in submitting the reimbursement forms to Cal OES and FEMA. So as we go to the next slide, that puts into the broader context of all the damages that we have been recovering from, and our hardworking engineering and contractor teams and maintenance staff have been working tirelessly to get these projects completed. The purpose is just to show you that the blue dots are all the January events, and the red dots represent the March events. And as we can see, this disaster that we went through occurred literally countywide, as far north as Pajaro to as far south as Parkfield, and everything in between. So we'll go on to the next slide to just highlight a few of the projects that we've completed. This is the Pajaro community debris removal, where over 9,500 cubic yards of debris were cleared through the community debris removal effort. And as we go to the next slide, it shows another project we completed, which was the Chular wastewater treatment plant facility repairs. This was damaged by the Salinas River overtopping and flooding out the area, which effectively took out sewer service for the community of Chular until we got sewage hauling trucks to take the place of the treatment plant. The treatment plant was reinstated back in May of this year. So as we go to the next slide, it shows a few projects we have in the South County. This is a picture of the Pancho Rico Road washout. Left-hand picture showing you the road being washed out by a seasonal creek that rose to very high levels. And the right-hand side shows you Pancho Rico Road repaired. The next slide will show you another South County project we've undertaken, which is the Lewis Creek Road washout way in the far east side of the South County. Purpose here is to show you that there was so much water that came down, the river literally walked over and washed out the side of the road. The right-hand side shows you the project in progress, and we're proud to say that that project is now completed and the Lewis Creek Road restored back to where it was, and the river placed back to where the river originally was. And the next slide is one of our last ones we have for you today, and that's just to exemplify the Arroyo Seco Road milepost 2.5's washout taken by drone footage. And this is one of those projects I mentioned that are in progress. So here again, many of these projects have been completed. The removal is mostly completed. And as we go to the next slide, we'll talk about our current status. So at this juncture, our public works maintenance crews and our contractor teams have been performing reviews and cleaning of road culverts and drainage ditches along roads. And they've also been checking on past problem areas that we have had in terms of storm drainage and debris flows. Public Works has also made drainage improvements at issue areas that we've had with much material flow, such as 777 River Road and Chular Road and various roads in the community of Chular, with the goal of reducing debris flow impacts where roads have had to be closed and communities cut off because of the mud flow that's occurred in those areas. To supplement our existing public works maintenance crews and their equipment, we have even more job order contracts or on-call construction contractor contracts in previous years. 13 contracts this year as opposed to 10 last year and 6 in previous years. And these contractors include companies such as Granite Construction, Don Chapin, Tapich, Tykert, and so on. And these are the on-call resources we used effectively during the 2023 winter storms and past disaster events to rapidly respond to emergencies. They've also been deployed extensively for our disaster recovery such as the swift repairs and reinstatement of the CSA 75 Chular wastewater treatment plant for the people of Chular. For resources for the public for protecting their private properties, as noted in Water Resources presentation, Public Works has sand stockpiles that are available, and we will be constantly checking on and refreshing those stockpiles. The locations are on the county website, as well as the Monterey County UConnect app. So as we go to the final slide informs our public on how to get a hold of us should you see a disaster. If you see something, please say something, because you are the force multipliers in our community. There's 3 general ways to get a hold of us, which are on the screen: by email, by calling us, or by using the Monterey County UConnect app, available free from the app stores. And in parting, we ask the community keep themselves apprised of road statuses by constantly checking on the county's road closure and information page. And our last slide is open it up for any questions or comments you might have. And thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Back to Kelsey.
I have nothing further for you at this time. I really do want to thank the other county departments. Recovery is a no small feat by any means. I think you've seen the photos, you've seen the amounts, but doing recovery and preparedness at the same time is quite daunting. But I feel very confident in Public Works and Water Resources Agency and the Monterey County Department of Emergency Management staff that we are doing everything within our power to prepare for next winter. And so thank you so much for this opportunity to present, and we are available for questions.
Thank you very much, Kelsey, and to the other departments. Thank you for the presentation. I think the purpose we requested this to be put on the agenda was to convey to the public that we're taking this very seriously, knowing that we always have to plan for the worst when we see that the predictions could be significant and severe. We just don't know at this point, but you have to prepare. And so I do want to also thank our communications team, because it's so pivotal getting information out, especially in these next few weeks, about how to best prepare for when the storms do come. And there's some lessons to be learned for us, certainly in communities that are at risk of flooding, making sure that we have teams that will go out there and provide those alerts, rather than what happened last time. We had some volunteer groups come out and do that. And also in preparations for shelters, if that time comes, that we have adequate facilities that had limitations. For example, the Castroville shelter didn't have adequate heating, and that created an issue there for residents trying to utilize that shelter. And so there's other things that I hope that we can prepare. Oh, the other issue was making sure that when we open shelters, separating our unhoused residents versus our families, that caused a lot of issues and some additional trauma there. So there's some basic lessons that we learned from earlier this year, that as we prepare for the next round, that we could do a better job in delivering critical emergency services to our residents. Other supervisors. Supervisor Church.
Just want to thank you for a good report. I mean, looking at all that has had to be done, it's just daunting, and I really don't have really much more to say. But just thanks again for all the great work you folks have done when we're in a crisis. And it's just there's not just Department of Emergency Management, but parks and water resources, and as we've seen, it's just.
Supervisor Lopez.
I'm done.
Yeah, I just, it feels like the rain stopped yesterday to me, because as Randy said, in many of the projects we've been pushing and advocating, and his team has been doing an incredible job of making sure folks are out there catching us back up. And as we start work on kind of the last big one in my district, which is Arroyo Seco, and getting that reopened for the community, it feels like literally the rain stopped yesterday and it never stopped running in the river, which is rare in our valley. But I just want to reiterate what Randy said there at the end, and add one piece, which is there's an app for anybody watching from home. There is an app that does an incredibly good job of getting information to the right people to get potholes fixed, because we know if you don't fix a pothole and it rains, then that pothole will spread, it'll alligator out, and the issues compound. So if you, like he said, if you see something, say something, but don't forget there's an app that can help you report that. It's the Monterey County Connect app. It's available on the Android platform as well as Apple, and it does a great job. Our team can track it on the back end to see what's happening in our district, and it helps us push in the right places to get progress. But overall, I think the other reminder I want to share is my daughter was born on January 5th. That was the day the storm started last year, and so her birthday's coming into me a little traumatic. I'm like, all right, hoping it's a dry birthday this year, but yeah, just a lot of folks say, well, it should have been raining already. We're in the rainy season. Yeah, but this is our light season. It really picks up, and last year the experience really started January forward. So thank you for being prepared and doing everything we can do to be as prepared as possible given what we're facing. Thank you.
I don't want to one-up you, but my birthday was the day the levee broke, so.
March 11th. We know that date well. Supervisor Adams and Supervisor Askew.
Just thank you very much for everything that you guys have done. I appreciate the foresight of doing this. I especially appreciate the way that you interact with the other departments that are so critical to this. You're just doing such a super job. Your department is doing such a super job of ensuring everybody is included to make the picture whole. So I hope you know that we all stand ready whenever you say to, bring forward staff or ourselves to help in whatever way we can. And I don't know, I'll be surprised if D5 makes it through this year. It seems like it's always something. And it's nice to know that the support is there when we do have an issue. And it's, as we've always said, it's not if, it's just when we do have another issue. So thank you so much for all of the efforts that you put together to make it great for all of us. Thanks.
Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. Appreciate the update. I appreciate all the work that has happened in this space in the last 5 years. I think there's been more talk about emergency response and emergency planning and preparedness planning in the last couple of years than I remember collectively over the previous 10. But the couple things that jump out to me that I think in a district where we have primarily incorporated cities, five different incorporated cities and then a university, is the ability to have coordinated communication through each one of those jurisdictions. And I know that in the past, each city has their own sort of chain of command. I feel like it's very important for me as an elected official to be following the official chain of communication. I don't want to be out in front on something. I don't want to be sharing inaccurate information. And I know that a lot of our residents know to come to us or their mayor or their city council person to get that accurate information. So I know we've invested a lot into county communication capacity, and we've seen that benefit us during the storms. But I do think there's more work to be done in terms of just making sure that all of our elected officials, whether they're city councils, that they know what their chain of command is for communication in times of crisis, that they know when and who from the county is, taking control of a situation, and that the supervisorial offices and our staffs all have the full training they need. Sometimes I might not be available because I'm in the middle of something, but if I've got my chief of staff and she's the one responding to community calls or social media, issues that are blowing up, making sure that we have the accurate information flowing, I think can be really helpful. And then the other piece of that is in those immediate days and hours after times of crisis, we have some incredible nonprofits that jump into action. All in Monterey County was one of the first to have resources available to victims who were either evacuated from or affected by fires, by floods. And they're not officially, we don't have a formal system for those folks to be included with accurate information. But those are some of the most trusted people in our community. So I think as we think about, just continuing to build out capacity, the trauma and the stress of the immediate period of time in crisis can be alleviated dramatically simply by having accurate information communicated. So I think there's more work for us to do there, and would hope that we can continue investing there.
Thank you.
Appreciate the information, and I think we've made some huge investments in our Department of Emergency Management. I think we're feeling that and seeing that. Thank you guys for the work you're doing, and our county communications team. I'm not sure if they're online, but I think I feel the difference and I feel the improvement in how we're able to at least keep people informed so that they don't have to have that level of stress and anxiety.
Might I quickly respond, or?
Yes, well, let's go to the public, and then you can respond to all the comments, and if there's any public comments, we'll give you last word. Any comments from the public? Anyone in chambers? Anyone online? Yes.
Raymond Cancino.
Hi, Supervisors. Ray Cancino, CEO, Community Bridges. I really appreciated that this was put on the agenda so we can start informing and continue to inform the community to be prepared during the season. I do want to call out the need for nonprofits to be included in the conversation, not just in the creation of a VOAD or COAD, once and if that becomes the solution, but in the future, making sure that they're involved in coordinated interagency coordination conversations like tabletop exercises. Like Supervisor Askew stated, nonprofits were there to respond the first day of, including myself and others, to provide their services until county DSWs were able to come, and there was a smooth transition between inter-county jurisdictions. And I think that it's critical to lean on nonprofits that have less chain of command sometimes to be able to help expedite and support the families through their transition to ensure that there's continuity of service as well as opportunity to provide philanthropic immediate support until all the systems are set up. And so I think knowing how quickly we respond and how important we are in the recovery and response efforts, it's just critically important to involve us early in the discussions to build relationships, because not everyone has Nick's cell phone that I can, like me, that I'm able to call him and verify and also run things through him. We need other nonprofits and trusted and leaders and spokespeople for other communities throughout the whole county of Monterey to have that same level of process to ensure that we're expediting response.
Thank you, Ray, for those comments. Anyone else online? Nobody else in chambers? Last call. All right, we'll take it back to you, Kelsey, for any comments.
Yeah, no, I really appreciated Supervisor Askew's comments as well as Ray Cancino's comments. Quite honestly, I've never seen such active CBOs in a disaster. I think we were quite candidly overwhelmed with the amount of support that we got from CBOs that we truly just didn't know what to do with that community, because regardless of what we were saying, they were going to be in the community. And it was really inspiring for us. It was truly the first time where I felt like it wasn't just us out here trying to do things and stuff. So we're so supportive of our CBOs and so grateful for the philanthropic endeavors that they're engaging in the community, especially in disaster where government cannot meet the community need, or we fall short, or we don't have the authority, or we don't have the ability, or we don't have the funding, or we don't have the manpower. Our CBOs truly are our partners in a disaster. And so we learned a lot of lessons about how to engage with CBOs. And I think to Ray's point, we are actively working to develop what's called a COAD in the Monterey County community. So a coalition's community organizations active in disasters, a COAD, sometimes referred to as a VOAD, a volunteer organizations active in disaster. And one of the things that we're looking at doing is creating a seat in the EOC for the COAD coordinator. So the person who's sharing information with the CBOs in a force multiplier effort, giving all of the CBOs not just a voice to be heard, but also sharing that communication two-way between the CBOs and the county and having them embedded in the EOC at the time of the emergency, which I think will be very beneficial. We're also looking at working with county council over the next year to update the government code for the disaster council to reflect the development of that COAD and the role that they play in the decision-making process. And we look forward to that further engagement. And then ultimately, we're looking to have potential membership within the COAD to help build that bridge between CBO and government so that we can have more effective information sharing, but also resource sharing. So thank you so much for those comments. And I took note on your request for better coordination with elected officials, and we will certainly look at coming up with a solution.
Thank you. Seeing no further comment, this was just a verbal update. Thank you very much for your presentation here today and
Thank
your work. Okay, so we're going to, item number 12 was an item rescheduled for the morning, but we're going to take up the Sheriff's Department. Item number 51, this is an item regarding starting at a step 7, and we asked staff to, we table this to the afternoon, so this is to approve and authorize the advanced step placement for an employee to step 7 for the Chief Deputy Sheriff salary range, retroactive to December 4, 2023. And Cia, you want to say anything on this since we took this up this morning and postponed it?
Yes, during the noon hour and early afternoon, the HR department met with the Sheriff's Department and the sheriff to clarify the specifics that were requested by Supervisor Askew. So now Andreas is here to provide that detail in terms of the increase from the existing acting position to what would be the proposed step 7.
Okay, through the chair, Supervisor Askew, we did the calculation based on what acting deputy chief is currently earning to where he would be going. It would represent a 23% increase. Yes. And that includes all the allowances.
And can you speak to what the county policy would allow? What step would he come in at if we were following county policy?
County policy allows for 5% typically, but in this situation, there is a provision in the PPPR that can allow for people to come in at a higher rate. At 2 for the department head, the CAO can appoint up to step 3, and the Board of Supervisors can appoint to 4 through 7 through a waiver for unusual circumstances, which is what the Sheriff's Office has submitted in this instance.
Okay, so the 5% would have, allowing for the 5% increase, what step would that be for this position?
I think it was step 5.
Right.
Okay, so step 5. And so we would be making an exception to our policy to appoint above step 5, and that's what's being requested by the sheriff.
So a new appointment is not limited to the step 5.
Okay, not limited, but it's typically how
It is typically 5.
Okay,
Yes.
our county policy works. And so if we were to go with step 5, that would be following county policy. If we go with step 7, that's a 23% increase over the current salary rate, which is above what our county policy standard would allow for, but there is an allowance for special exceptions to be made in special circumstances.
Through the chair, Supervisor Askew, yes, exceptions are the purview of the board.
The board, okay.
And so it would technically be not an exception, it would be your approval between steps 4 and 7, because
Okay.
you are granting the approval.
Understood. So having said that, I think my previous comments when we made initial appointments stands. I think we've seen time and time again, especially in the sheriff's office, where positions are appointed at step 7 or at significant increases, and then those individuals last a year or few years and end up retiring out at significantly higher rates. I'm not comfortable making this appointment at step 7. I support the sheriff. I want to see the sheriff be successful. But I think that the rules that apply to our county departments need to apply to all of our county departments. And just because it's an elected official, I don't think I'm not comfortable waiving standard policy and procedures for one person when we don't do it for other department heads. So I'm not able to support this today.
Yeah, and I agreed. I would just say, for the public to know, if this appointment was made at step 5, usually after years on average, even though there's no hard date, they do a review, they go up, they get another pay bump to the next step a year from now, and then another bump from there. So it's not like they're not going to get there eventually. They're kind of rewarded. The more they stay in the job, they get that next step versus just bumping them straight to the maximum. And I agree. Sometimes people want those maximum pays because they're near retirement and they want to get the highest pension formula based on their last pay. So that's where I share that concern as well. So I'm not going to be able to support this as well. Open it up to others. Supervisor Church?
You know, I might be the outlier on this, and I understand with the county policy and all for department heads. Again, we're looking at a handful of at-will positions basically in the county when we're looking at elected officials, and I just, whether it's the sheriff, I think there's 5 or 6 at-will positions out of what, a 400 or 500 person department. Whether it's the assessor, the tax collector, or whoever it is, they all have somebody they can need to select in there as a top assistant or a top help, and it's an at-will position, and I feel it's a small part of the entire budget, but I want to give these people who have been elected by the people responsibility to make the call, to put together their best team. They might have to do this at some times to bring in the people they want. And I'm just it's just this particular part I just have a different opinion on. So I'm going to support it. Whether maybe I'll be on the short end of somewhere probably, but we'll see.
Anyone else? Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I'm sort of in the same boat as Supervisor Church on this, just in that when we talk about the budget, what was budgeted, the person who was in the position before, they budgeted that position at 7. Am I wrong on that? Right.
And to speak to how much was actually budgeted, but he was at step 7.
Yeah. So for me, it's a respect factor for the elected official who's been elected to operate that department. And I get the policy piece, but there is a process, and I can't remember a time that we've ever declined to give that at the request of the elected official. And I'm not sure that today is where I personally can take that vote again. I see the concerns with the percentage. I understand the difference between at-will and obviously leaving the other positions. But for me at this point, I want to give this new elected official a chance to operate the department in the way that she sees appropriate. And, I think that's where I'm standing at this point.
Supervisor Adams.
I'm going to side with my colleagues, Supervisor Lopez and Supervisor Church, for a variety of reasons. I don't think it won't have an impact on the budget because that position was already budgeted as it is. I'm not certain, but I think I have the right person. This is not a man who's ready for retirement. So I feel like we're investing in someone who'll be around with us for a while. But I share the thought that I know we've done this before for department heads who were not elected, and I know that we've done it at the hospital. And I agree with something that each of you has said, and that is that I want to give the sheriff every opportunity to do the best that she can, and this is a key position. So I think that I want to rely on her her judgment and her desire, and I'll be able to support it.
Thank you very much. And last thing I would say is if you're giving your top managers 20% increases, then why would you not do the same for other rank and file members? There's some unfairness there. When you give a rank and file a 3% raise over 2-3 years, and then you say, but when it comes to managers, when they get a title, we're going to give them a 20% plus raise. That's not fair either. And yes, our rank and file are doing important jobs as well. And I think we have to, especially when we know a deficit's coming, to express and convey a sense that we're not going to just be approving every single top management pay bump when we know that we're facing some challenging times. And our rank and file are going to come to us and say, why are you approving 20% pay raises for the top managers and not doing the same for us? So I want us to be consistent in our messaging. We know we have tough times ahead. Let's convey some reservation on how we're spending our limited dollars. It's not just about one position. This is a message we say, why are you doing it for the top managers, but you're not doing it for the thousands of other employees that we have in our county? But with that, I'll entertain a motion. Yes.
Could could you speak to the numbers that we're talking about? How much are we talking about? What is a 23% bump?
They said 30,000 earlier this morning.
It's the salary change would be from the current salary is 96.505 to 118.746. 118.746. That's a step 7. The step 2 as an acting right now it's 96.505. So it's about $22 and change.
Okay, so the chief deputy, the chief deputy receives has a salary at step 7 of $118,476.
No, $118 an hour. No, $118
dollars per hour.
Dollars
Do
an
you have
hour.
what the annual salary is?
The annual
Do you have that
salary.
with the differences that we're looking at.
But this morning, they also mentioned, I think, from what he's getting paid now currently to the step 7, I think it would be a $30,000 annual pay bump.
That was yes. It's just.
If I'm not mistaken.
We can.
What is the step 7 amount
It's about,
for this position?
so let's get the exact amount. Through the chair, Supervisor Askew, it would represent a increase of about $46,000 annually.
So 23% increase is $46,000 increase annually for steps. And what is the step 7 annual pay range for the chief deputy?
It's including the allowances that they're eligible, it would be $118 an hour.
Dollars an hour. Okay. Okay.
That would be step 7. That includes the allowance.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve, was item 51, I believe, at one time? This, from the
Staff
consent.
recommendation?
Yes.
I'll second that.
Moved by Church, second by Lopez. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say nay. Nay. Motion carries 3-2. Okay, we have 2 more items. Hopefully we get through these quickly. It's already 4:45. We're gonna go to item number 13, conduct a public hearing. This is adopting a resolution to approve an amendment onto the approved rates and charges to Unified Franchise Agreement between the County of Monterey and the Waste Management Incorporated. This is always a big one. Now we're gonna go into talking trash in a different sense. And we have, I don't see Rick here, but we have Marnie Flagg. Go ahead, take it away.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Alejo and board members. My name is Marnie Flagg. I'm the Assistant Bureau Chief for Environmental Health, and I'm here with Robin Kimball, our Management Analyst, and we are going to conduct a public hearing to present the proposed rate adjustment for our Unified Franchise Agreement. In 2010, an agreement was awarded to Waste Management, Inc., doing business as Carmel Marina Corporation, as the franchisee for solid waste hauling services in the unincorporated areas of Monterey County. As allowed for in the agreement, rate adjustment requests based on the Refuse Rate Index, or RRI, are presented annually for your consideration and approval in the form of an amendment. The solid waste indices for the RRI calculation include labor, diesel, CNG fuel, vehicle replacement, bad debt, pass-through fees, and finally landfill tipping fees. The proposed rates are broken down by 2 locales. An 8.72% rate increase is proposed for the Monterey Regional Waste Management District, which is the peninsula, and a 7.56% rate increase is proposed for the Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority region, which is South County. The proposed rate adjustment figures are provided here for 2 line items in the waste management fee schedule for your reference. The county and waste management meet monthly and more frequently if necessary to review the delivery of service and discuss any concerns that are at the forefront. Waste management continues to be responsive to requests for services, complaint resolution, and is an essential partner working alongside the Monterey County Recycling Team to ensure education and compliance with legislative mandates for recycling and waste diversion. In addition, there have been requests for unexpected service operations, many times with a very short notice, and the response has been consistently positive and accommodating. Environmental Health utilized a consultant to review the rate proposal and financial documents. The results of the review of this proposal are that it is within the solid waste industry range, and there were no notable concerns regarding the proposed rates. We request authorization to approve and execute Amendment Number 15 to incorporate the proposed refuse rate index rates for 2024. Thank you for your time. This concludes our presentation. We are available to answer any questions, and we also have with us Liz Hall and Eric Lynch representing Waste Management.
All right, thank you. I want to give a chance to Waste Management to make any comments before we bring this to the board for discussion.
Thank you, Marnie. Robin, Liz Hall here with Waste Management. Thank you for hearing this presentation this afternoon. As we have heard earlier today, it's obviously been a challenging year for several of our communities, and we have been very involved in some of that response. We recognize that, no one likes their rates to increase. Let's just all be very honest. But as a utility provider providing an essential service in unincorporated portions of the county, these elements that Marnie highlighted in her presentation, they are all factors that go into us rendering services appropriately. I don't have anything further to add, but I am here and available for any questions or concerns you may have. So thank you.
Great, thank you for your comments. Now we'll go to the board first for questions and comments, then we'll go to public comments.
Sure. So my comments, my concerns here, nothing to do with waste management at all, particularly. I'm sort of looking at what happened perhaps in 2010 when this contract was put together long before any of us were ever here, because I look at where the rates have gone up and with as inflation, and I know there's other factors were coming in here to play, but I see from 2019 to 2023, inflation, as I counted up every year, and this isn't compounded, but it's 22.7%. But I see the rates that have gone up on the waste hauling has been in that same period 36 to 38, depending on whether it's Salinas Valley or Marina, and when I look at the last couple of years, we're asking for an 8.72 or 7.56 to 8.72 now. Last year there was a 7.5 to 9%, and we're looking at an inflation that's running 3 or 4%. So I understand this is the contract. This is what's lined up. So my concerns with this is that it has really increased dramatically for a lot of people, such as those folks in Pajaro who are here, who are suddenly you're seeing basically since 2019, their rates will have gone up about 45%, almost 50%, which is pretty significant. A lot of things have gone up, but that's a lot. And I know there's nothing we can do to change that. That's a contract. I kind of bring this up because we're going to be looking at a contract down the line. And I think we really have to take a hard look at this formula and make sure that it's really addressing the needs of our waste haulers as well as the people and some communities. So to me, I see a lot of questions and a lot of concerns. And again, it's not with waste management. It's with the deal that seemed to have been cut and made here when we put this contract out.
Okay, let's go to others. Supervisor Lopez, you're on the Salinas Valley Waste Authority.
Yeah, it's an interesting issue because we talk about the challenges, right? And there's both sides. Last year there was some labor issues, and many members of our board said we support the need to reimburse or to take care of those employees, and then we see it on the back end, right? And this is part of that contract and supporting community members who deserve a living wage, who we believe should be invested in. And so I kind of see all sides of it there, and knowing that we work extremely hard at the Solid Waste Authority to keep down tipping fees, which keep us extremely competitive given where other folks are in the state, and having the advantage of sitting on RCRC and watching conversations around 1383 and the impact that that's having to cost of going through some of these processes, and just in the different structures, because not everybody's set up like we are with a hauler. Some folks are vertically integrated, and in those pieces, the costs end up in different places. It hurts to have to raise rates, but it's also a reality of the time that we're living in, because the inflation that we're experiencing, I don't think is on par with the state of California. I think we're different here on the Central Coast, and we see it in rent prices, we see it in food costs, we see it in all those pieces that impact the people who we want to be able to live here, to drive the trucks, to pick up the trash, to keep our communities healthy and safe. So I hear you. But having spent 4 or 5 years on the Solid Waste Authority boards, doing a stint 2 years as president during the pandemic, and knowing that this is a service that did not fail us, and even when we needed to get creative after losing roads in Arroyo Seco, they did not fail us. They've been there for us. And so it's tough. It is, the numbers. It's not fun to have to raise rates, and it's not something that it's going to be easy to smile about and talk about with the community. But do I see the why? I do. And so as much as it hurts to have to say it, I see the reasons why, and we'll be able to support this today for those reasons. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Askew, nothing? Just quick question. On Madison, is that Madison Center Transfer Station, is that a Republic or Waste Management? Republic. Okay, good. 'Cause I have a complaint against them recently, and I want to send a letter to my supervisor. Yeah.
If I may,
Yes.
Is there ability for discussion here? I just want to, is there ability to add a public comment?
We're going to go to public comment next.
Okay. I just
Yep.
wanted to.
So I just had an issue with the Republic transfer station, but it's not needed to bring it up here because it's not waste management. But let's go to members of the public. Anybody in chambers who would like to comment on this proposed amendment that would result in increased fees under this contract? I don't see nobody in chambers. Anybody online? Okay. Let's go to, then bring this back, a closed public comment. Let's go to Supervisor Adams because you haven't spoken yet. If you have any comments, or otherwise we could entertain a motion.
I am not going to make any comments.
All right. Okay, so is there a motion to approve? Supervisor Lopez. I moved approval by Lopez, seconded by Church. No?
I'm not going to second, but I'm not going to vote against it.
Okay, Supervisor Askew. All right, there's been a motion, a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against? Abstention? Okay, motion carries unanimously. All right. Okay.
Thank you very
Thank you for
much.
being here today. Thank you, staff. We're going to our last item, an important one, considering the approval of a matching fund request from the Monterey County Business Council to support their efforts in submittal of a proposal to an RFP issued by the University of California, Merced for small business technical assistance services for Monterey and San Benito County. So we have a presentation by our Economic Development Manager, Richard Vaughn, and team. Thank you. Oh, Mr. Farmer.
Valerie, is the presentation loaded on here?
And we do got the paper version in front of us, so that's been distributed. But just for the public, after this presentation, we are going to adjourn and resume again tomorrow at 12 o'clock, as this is a 2-day meeting. 3-day meeting. We have evaluations on Thursday.
That might be the first time we've done a 3-day.
3 back-to-back. Yeah.
I can go ahead and kick off the presentation while we're waiting for it to get loaded, if you all have the paper presentation in front of you.
But do you have somebody loading it for you, or clerks are loading it? Go ahead then.
Yeah, no problem. So thank you, Chair Alejo, Board of Supervisors, CAO De La Rosa, Richard Vaughn, as you mentioned, Economic Development Manager, and I also have with me Paul Farmer, COO of Monterey County Business Council. And so today we are bringing for you this item regarding matching funds for our local Small Business Development Center. And with that, what we have in front of you is once we get our presentation loaded up, you'll be able to see this more clearly, but small business development centers provide direct and measurable economic benefits to our communities, specifically here in Monterey and across in San Benito County. This SBDC program was actually established by the Carter administration. So this has been around for quite some time. And locally, we are part of what's called the Central California Small Business Development Center, which is housed by UC Merced. And so UC Merced is the parent organization that hosts the local SBDCs across the Central California region, across 14 counties. And the current state of our local Small Business Development Center is that it is known as the Monterey San Benito County Small Business Development Center, and it has been operated by California Rural Coastal Development Corporation for the past 6 years. Oh, perfect. If you want to go to third slide. Yes. All right, and it has been it's been hosted by our California Coastal Rural Development Corporation for 6 years, and prior to that, 10 years with Cal State Monterey Bay. And so, if you look at the years lining up, it has been hosted for 16 years, almost since its inception here locally, within Monterey County specifically, and moving forward. This program is now going out to RFP. So in communicating with Cal Coastal Rural Development Corporation, they are no longer going to be hosting this program locally. They made the announcement to UC Merced, who is the regional host, and an RFP has been issued, and we've recently received a requesting funds local match from Monterey County Business Council. And in requesting that local match, we received additional information and detail around the service area and the amount of local clientele serviced by the Small Business Development Center, which you can see in attachment A. And going through that, working with our CAO, assistant CAO staff, and then also with our budget team, we've gone ahead and we pulled together some justification for a calculation amounting to roughly $32,000 that could be supported from the county to go towards this matching funds. And if you can scroll to the next slide. And as you'll see, there have been commitments from city partners, and I'm sure Paul will be able to attest to additional partners that have been added. But so far, we have City of Carmel by the Sea for $5,000, City of Gonzales has committed to $5,000, City of King $5,000, City of Monterey $10,000, City of Soledad $10,000, and if the board approves today, it would be Monterey County providing $32,000 to this total, bringing it to a grand total of $67,000. And in talking about the local match, the organization applying for this RFP is requested to bring 100% local match of what is being provided by the federal government, which is $170,000. So the Business Council is on the hook for bringing a total match of $170,000. So our funding would go towards this surmounting outreach that they're doing to request additional funding to meet that $170,000 local match in their application for this RFP.
And Richard, they're also going to other cities not listed here to also ask for matches?
Yes, correct. They're going to every city in the county and also San Benito County and cities in San Benito County as well. If we scroll down to the last slide. So what we have for you today is we're recommending the Board of Supervisors adopt a resolution to approve matching funds requests from Monterey County Business Council to support their efforts in submitting a proposal to an RFP issued by the University of California, Merced for small business technical assistance services for Monterey County and San Benito counties, and authorize the Auditor Controller to amend the fiscal year 23-24 adopted budget for the County Administrative Office contributions, other agencies to increase the appropriations in the amount of $32,000.
All right, thank you for your presentation. No problem. Let's go to questions or comments from the board. Supervisor Adams.
Has there been, is there an appetite in San Benito County to support this with us, since they will be benefiting from it as well?
I will actually.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'll be very brief in my comments. Is this the thing on? There we go. Thank you for your work, Richard. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for the support you have given to businesses throughout the county, especially small businesses, and let you know that MCBC has taken the investments you've made in us to work with your staffs and to work with all of the cities throughout the county. There's 2 points I want to add to what Richard said, and the first point is about equity. What is it that we're going to do that's different from what CalCoastal was going to do? And one of the things that we're going to do is operate more closely to the people who need us. We already have lined up satellite locations. It goes for approval before Soledad tomorrow night, and also one in Monterey. If the county likes, we would be happy to talk about having something in Pájaro to help them with adjusting to their needs over there. But we also, our staff speak Spanish, and we're able to meet people where they are in the language that makes sense for them. So we think that's a key differentiator in what we're planning to do versus what was done in the past. The other point that I would like to make is regarding the funding amount. So as Richard said, we need to bring in the cash match. If we can't do that, then our proposal won't be accepted. So the RFP has been out for about a month. We've been hustling. Kimberly, the CEO at MCBC, myself, our board chair, we've been talking to all the cities in the county. We've lined up a number of commitments already from the city of Monterey, from Soledad is tomorrow night. Last night we got another 5K from Gonzales, and they don't have a lot of money to give, but they recognize that the services that we'll provide will help their small businesses in their community. So we're really doing a full court press, reaching out to San Benito County as well. The challenge that we have is what we asked from the county was a range from 60 to 100,000. And we understand that the county looked at what the numbers were in the past and came up with 32,000. The challenge for us is if we don't hit the magic number, then it disqualifies our application. And the risk with that is we may not have a local provider for the Small Business Development Center here in Monterey County and San Benito. Currently, SBDC is now closed here, and services are being provided by UC Merced. We don't know of any other local provider who is planning to apply for this. Richard reached out and talked to a bunch of folks who might. UC Merced said there may be one other. But MCBC is here. We've looked at it. We think it makes total sense with the relationships we have with all the cities and the county businesses. We're hitting up the banks and all the others. The challenge for us, though, is we've got to get to that magic number. So while we appreciate the 32K, we've got to get to them. We're aiming for 120. So I would respectfully submit to the Board of Supervisors, if you could possibly find it in your hearts to get to 60K, that would really help us. And even if it just was for the first year, if we're awarded the SBDC contract, then we'll have more time next year. There are different state grants and things like that. But we've been tasked with finding a lot of money really quickly, and we've done really well with that. Tonight we're going to go talk to Marina, but we really ask for the support of the Board of Supervisors to help us hit the magic number for this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Other questions?
I'm just a little bit unclear in the number. Are you asking for another 30 or 28 to make the full amount 60?
Yeah, what I would ask for, and I know what was in the staff report was a recommendation of 32. What we had asked in our original request with the county was a range from 60 to 100. If you could get to 60, that would help us a lot. I think we'll be able to get to the numbers that we need for the cash match, but if we're only able to get the 32, we've got to make that up somewhere. And we've been hustling, trying, and the deadline is next Friday is the deadline for the RFP.
We worked with staff to try to look at the portion of the services that were being received by our unincorporated community, and that's where we came up with the 32,000. At the time that we had discussed, I think Salinas was still being reached out to, so we actually made a request to Salinas, considering that, Mayor Craig is part of Salinas, so we made it as a request from the county for the city to also partake and as part of making up this match. But that's how we came up with that 32,000, was the matching the services that were received and then looking at the costs, that we would be able to contribute. It is your board's discretion to offer a different amount, but based on the service level that we currently receive is how we came up with that number.
And then do you know what the source of the 32 would be?
Yes, it's actually identified. It'd be part of contingencies. It'd come from contingencies, yes.
Okay. With that, when the time is right, I'd be happy to make a motion to approve it.
Great. Thank you. Let's hear the comments. First, Supervisor Church, and then Supervisor Lopez.
Appreciate you mentioning Pajaro, because when I look at your schedule or attachment A, there's different communities that are mentioned in there. There isn't any contact with Pajaro.
Right.
And so when I look at this, I look also that I look down the Salinas Valley, the Chular history. I don't see anything with San Bernardino, San Lucas.
Yeah.
I look at Soledad and Gonzales. You add up the four cities there in the Salinas Valley, and they just barely exceed Carmel. So, and Big Sur only has 2. So it just seems like the tentacles aren't getting out to everywhere that they should. And I would hope that we make a little more aggressive approach on getting out there to a lot of communities that are away from the hub of economic development, because those are the people who really need it.
100% agreed. And those were numbers from Cal Coastal. That's why we're saying we need to have offices down there. And I will commit, you'll see better results from those areas.
Supervisor Lopez.
Yes, I'll just state that I'm supportive. Mary, I know you want to make the motion. I'm going to throw something out there and let me know if it's offensive, Paul, but 64,000, because we know stuff happens, and I hope they look at the second 32 as an advance on next year's. If they can give us a gap year and say, well, we were able to find it in other sources in that extra year of work that you'll be given to put together next year. So doubling our annual, but knowing that we would be, or the proposed contribution, knowing that hopefully we'd get a year off with some aggressive work going out next year. So doubling down now to help them meet the number to get through the door. Just a thought.
Wait, you got to put your mic on. We can't hear you.
So yeah, my proposal would be that we raise the number to 64 this year, but
not adding any contingency language to the.
no, we're sitting here and we're letting them know that that's our hope is, they might, I'm looking at those 5s. That's where I want to think in that extra 4. There's 5s there, and for some reason, some 5 they're counting on somewhere else, we're going to help fill a small gap there too. So it's just giving them a little bit of breathing room on the number they're trying to target, but hoping that they'll give us some grace next year when they go around and do the fundraising for year 2.
Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. I think this is an invaluable program. I think when Cal Coastal was running it, there's always room for improvement, but it was definitely something that we relied on and that I think our local businesses relied on. So it would be detrimental to our community to lose this. So thank you, Business Council, for being willing to step up and step in and rally the troops and go beg for money and all of the things that have to happen to keep these services available right here in our community. The question that I have is a match. It sounds like this is an annual commitment that we're being asked for. We did make the commitment annually previously to Cal Coastal at the 32,000. No, we weren't contributing to Cal Coastal.
I can clarify that. In the past, the county has not contributed to the local SBDC, so in the past 16 years. So this, and I believe we received from our budget team that we would make the request that this is a one-time fund, just because they did not anticipate with projected shortfalls and potential recession that if this were to come forward, it could put a strain on the county's budget with having an annual allocation.
Okay. But I think I hear the business council saying that they're going to be expected to come up with this match on an annual basis. So
Yeah, we
they're
will.
going to show up and ask us for money, whether or not we're making that commitment today or not. That's the expectation.
Would you like me to respond?
Yes, please.
Yes, so Cal Coastal SBDC did not get money from the county nor from the cities. They did get some money from FORA and some other groups that they're not able to get it from in the future. So we're all hands on deck getting the cities and the counties. We'll accept Supervisor Lopez's challenge. I mean, it gives us a year. We've got to find those other sources of money. But
Okay. And then one other question for just county staff. I know our Economic Development Committee has been meeting and looking and talking about our development set-aside funds and how we structure that. We've included the Business Council in sort of the loosely non-formula DSA, but kind of using DSA type funding to support them. I'm just wondering if this is going to be an ongoing request. Is there space for the Economic Development Committee in the conversation about DSA funding to factor this need, this opportunity into that conversation?
And if I may respond to that, they will notify the winner of this SBDC grant on February 1st, which is before the DSA is going to the Economic Development Committee. So we'll know by then, and that would be an option for us in the future. For now, though, we just need to be able to show that we have partners lined up to
For
work
right
with
now.
us. Yeah, for now.
So, okay, and I'm just trying to as the right now decision that's going to be an annual ask, so I'm acknowledging that. But is there an update on the Economic Development Committee and what the status of those development set-aside funding formulas recommendations might be at this point?
Yes, I can touch on that.
okay,
We're currently having ad hoc committee meetings. So the Economic Development Committee has formed an ad hoc committee that is currently reviewing the DSA program and will be making a recommendation in February.
And the committee has met once.
The committee has met once so far.
Oh,
We still have planned ad hoc committee meetings until the next Economic Development Committee meeting, February 7th.
Okay, so I think great. Thank you for that update. I anticipate an ongoing request, so we'll make a one-time approval today. I anticipate an ongoing request, and I would just ask that whatever that ongoing need is, that we find a way to factor that into what our DSA package looks like every year, so that this comes into that pot of money that we're already allocating out and isn't on top of type of requests that we receive. So that would just be a request that I'm making. But I'm happy to support the, if that was a motion. Was it a motion? Oh, okay. Well, I'm happy to.
We're not entertaining motions yet. County Council.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. I would, just for clarity's sake, Supervisor Lopez, you're suggesting that the total funding be $64,000 this year. Would the other 32 come from contingencies as the first 32 would be, with the expectation that the county would get a credit in next year's ask of the 32?
Okay. And I would just say there's two timelines here. One, obviously, is if you're saying in a week, this 64 would help you get there a lot faster.
Yeah.
And then any money that we approve, it's going to be contingent that you actually get the award, right? So if, let's say you're unsuccessful, then there was no cost to us.
That's right.
But putting this money on the table helps you meet your deadline for next Friday, makes your job a lot easier. And then you will let us know whether we are successful. I think we all recognize the need is there to have a local partner carrying out these responsibilities. And so, and it would be a tremendous help for a lot of parts of our county and small businesses. We had a lot of business owners here, like in Pajaro, that could really utilize the help as they're going to be trying to form their first ever Pajaro Chamber of Commerce, hopefully.
Cool. I'm there for them.
That'd be awesome. So I'm supportive of this as well, of the potential motion here pretty soon, but I wish you success and thank you for hustling, really, to put this forward in this competitive application in a very short amount of time. So with that, Supervisor Adams, you want to make your motion?
Yes, I make the motion that we take from contingency an additional $32,000 so that the total amount that we're giving this year will be $64,000. The $64,000 question.
With the expectation there'll be a credit in the amount of $32,000 against next year's ask.
I think that will have to be institutional knowledge.
Yeah.
I will, and I'll second that.
Yeah, it's included in the motion and direction to staff. All right, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against? Motion carries 5-0. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. We appreciate
Love the
it.
good work. Good luck on that application.
Oh, man, we're working on it.
Take
Thank
home
you.
the win. All right, we are adjourned till tomorrow at 12 o'clock. We'll pick up where we left off today.
Chair, if I could, just for
yes.
clarity's sake, you're adjourning both the Board of Supervisors of the county meeting and the Water Resources Agency meeting.
Yes, and there was one more, the Pajaro.
Pajaro County Sanitation District.
Yes,
as
so
well.
all three then.
All three will be adjourned at the chair's discretion until 12 o'clock tomorrow. I do have one report out. I'd like to
Yes,
take care of
please.
that today.
Please.
Today, by unanimous vote, the board approved the county joining litigation to be filed by the California Hospital Association challenging a revised formula by which the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services determines reimbursement for Medicare hospital stays. That concludes my report, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, County Council. We'll pick up tomorrow at 12. I think we have a resolution first tomorrow, so we'll take you up first tomorrow before we go into the power conversation again. All right. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Good night. Thank you all the staff for hanging in there for all day long. Appreciate it. Tomorrow.
We're all at TMC then, right? Because we don't.